is it matron ama like the teachers wakakuja wakafungua, but the students run kuelekea the other mali moto iko. So vile watu wanatolewa watokee kwa hii the other door emergency exit, ndio kulikuwa na mili ilikuwa imeungua beyond recognition. Yeah, alafu watoto wali-evacuatiwa, alafu sijui residents wakakuja wakawapea simu wapigie wazazi. Yeah, and that's what happened according to that girl mwenye alikuwa na explain.
Hey bana, hii story mimi hii story ijanifurahisha honestly. Yeah, mimi hii story ijanifurahisha because watoi bana, kwanza ni watoto wa primary schools. Mi information niko nayo ni kwamba the hostel walikuwa wanakaa, hii hostel during that day ama that night ilifungwa kutoka nje, and so hiyo ndio kitu mimi kwa inanipatia hasira. Hostel inafungwa aje? Like how? Mbona hostel inakuwa about? But mimi honestly this story inanipatia hasira sana. Yeah, it's making me even think that hao watoto wako hapo tena wajua, mi si wajui, I don't know their parents, but the young kids ni watoto wadogo at the age of probably, hata mtu mkubwa hapa anaweza kuwa ako 13 because in primary ukifika 13 unakuanga the last class before you join high school, and so bwana, it really hurts bana. Guys, mmekuwa hapa sijui mmetoroka nini? Kina Honorable Gisiri Maroa, umekuwa hapa, nilikuwa nimekupatia mic, sijui mbona mmetoroka, ama you fear talking about this issue. And guys, we need to occupy that place. Honestly, we need to occupy that place. How walimu, they need to explain in details. They really need to explain in details. The government, after wamechomeka, the only thing they are taking there ni maragwe na rice. So you wonder, wale watoto wamekufa, are they hungry? Because ile siku after tumepata hiyo information, the only thing government inapeleka ukati ni beans and rice, hata kama ndio nini, hata kama ndio kubeba watu ujinga. Spokesperson bana Isaac Mwaura, lakini Mwaura tunamwachia tu jua because we can't deal with him. Wacha tu jua ita deal na yeye, time yake itakuja tu. Hey, Gisiri, request the microphone. I had given you the microphone. Kuja hapa, you share with us, mtuambie
Yes,
mali watoto wako
niko.
and what we need to do because this issue is getting out of hands. Na tukinyamazia itaenda tu kama ile ya huko juu ya nini inaitwaje, ya Kware. Suria Kware ilienda tu hivyo. Saizi there is nobody who talks about it. Watu waliuawa wakachinjwa, wengine wakakatwa katikati kama nini, kama nyama. Today nobody is talking about that. Sasa ukianzisha hiyo story wataanza kusema venye mtu alitoroka. And you guys, do you think that person walisema alikuwa sijui the mastermind behind the Kware massacres alitoroka? Do you think huyo jamaa alikuwa involved kwa hizo issues? Bana, hii Kenya sijui watu mbona tunabebananga ufala. Na tukianza kubeba ufala, sisi tunanyamaza tu. Sisi tunanyamaza tu. Mi personally tangu jana sijakuwa nataka kuongea hizi spaces. But juu kila mtu amenyamaza tu, kila mtu ametulia tu about the issue, ini mwana lazima tuongelele hii issue. Moses, ushachukua mic? But Skeptic bado ndo nataka kuongea.
Yeah, actually umesema about this what's happening in the ground. So naona si tunajipea pressure hapa X, naona hapa kwa Twitter, but sasa hiyo enga atuchukue ground. Hapo wanajipea pressure, kila mtu amejama, lakini tukienda ground wachache wanatokea. That's the unity we need, like tunafaa kuwa na unity. Tukisema tunatokea tutokee wote, I guess. Sio mtu mmoja anatoka, like kama tumesema Occupy JKIA watu wachache wameenda huko. Why? We need the unity. Tukisema, unakumbuka the other time to Occupy Parliament, it should happen that way now. We should be having like unity, hiyo togetherness, so that hawa watu watu listen, because unajua wanasiasa wametuzoea such that wanajua tu tukienda maandamano ni sawa, like they are passing anything, because wanajua si tunaenda maandamano leo, kesho kutwa tumetulia, wiki hiyo story imesaulika na inanyongwa tu hivyo, hakuna kitu inaendelea tena, tunanyamazia. Story ya Kware, kwani hiyo story ilienda wapi? Ndo huyo IG Masengeli amedecline kwenda court for seven times, na mtu mi nikidecline saa hii kwenda court nitakujiwa. Mbona asifanyiwe hivyo? Like nobody's above the law, right? So we should, kila mtu ni Mkenya na nobody's above the law. We need unity to do this. Let's do it together. Yeah.
Okay, sawa. Guys, sijui shida ni gani na network huku, unajaribu kupandisha watu huku inasumbua. Hata Wanyama nimempandisha kama co-host, sijui kama amepanda. Wanyama, sijui kama umechukua mic kama, because from my side kila mtu ako connecting. I don't know why. So probably I need to work on my network issue kwanza. Yeah. So kidogo tu ni work on that issue. But guys, hizo hasira zenu mimi sijui, unless hata kama watoto si watoto wenu bana. Hey, there is something that we really don't know that is happening in this country, because haizi kuwa tu leo ni watu wa Kware, kuna masaka Githurai, saizi ni watoto wamepotea, alafu we don't have to, we are like we just quiet. Juu uko hai, unapumua, you're not talking about this, ni kama yani haikuhusu. Let me work on this internet issue, then we kickstart this conversation. Sai tu ensure you are retweeting, sharing the link, and welcome other guys here. We need to be told where those kids are as soon as tomorrow, otherwise it's not going to be business as usual. Wakware tulinyamazia hivyo, hatutanyamazia hii.
Okay, good evening all of you.
Mabongo, unanisikia?
Hello. Unanisikia?
Yeah, tunakusikia.
Uko loud
Okay.
and clear.
Uko loud and clear.
Okay. About this issue, I'm thinking it's very important for us to understand the context of the thing. Number one, we have to gather very accurate information concerning the fire. So that's why we need the government to have very serious investigation towards this issue. Number one, how did the fire started? Secondly, what were the implications of that door being closed outside? Because how can you explain that? So we need to have very accurate information, and more. This thing is very, very emotional to us. Very emotional.
Wase, give me 100 if you can hear me. This is Wanyama. Nataka kujua kama very nice. As Mabonga sorts out his internet issues. Manze, what is happening in Kenya? Unajua imefika mahali bana, ni kama hey, hii patriotism ni 24-hour job bana. Tunamaliza huku Adani kidogo, tunaenda huku tukuenda Russia kids kidogo, Kware bado haijamalizika, kuna kila cops bado hawajajulikana, tulizika hao heroes wetu bado, ipoa inacheza tu kidogo, kuna watu wako missing, watu hii 20 ama ni 21 already missing.
70 students.
Wangapi walishazikwa, wa confirmed dead? Na we Marvin, space inaanguka we Kioti.
Haiwezi anguka na solve hiyo issue.
Sawa, fresh. So kuna watu hii sijui ni 20 ama 21 already confirmed dead, alafu kuna wengine 70 missing. Watu hao wanaenda wapi? We, kuna mnatuambia hapo hivyo ati dom ilichomeka. Jameni, ikichomeka hata cremation hata cremation si mifupa ubaki bana. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong with that. And it's also sad that hata fire was allowed to get to that extent in a school. What are the, inaitwanga risk mitigation to ensure that kwa shule disaster kama hiyo ikitokezea hakuna, before hata wasi wengine wafike, kuna ways of mitigating it. Ya pili, KPLC ilisema ati it's not their fault, ati hiyo fire was not caused by the power fault. What caused it? No one is speaking about it. What caused it? And then someone says anaunda task force. Mzee anasema anaunda task force ya kwenda jamaneni, alafu anatuma maharagwe na mchele. Guys, just imagine kutuma maharagwe na mchele on parents who are actually mourning. You're sending beans. Na niliambia watu huyo Mwaura ako na tendency ya kufikiria kila shida inahitaji chakula. Go and Google Isaac Mwaura and food uone. Si mara ya kwanza ametumanisha chakula. Maajabu. Kenya is someone actually trying to keep us busy to avoid the real issues? And do they really want to stoop this low? That's my question. Do they really want to stoop this low to the extent that life doesn't matter to them? And 70 children missing. Mnajua tu 70 ni ngapi? Unajua kwa hii space tuko 133. So watoto watoto tunashindia watoto only about 50 or something. Na si tu watoto, that's future generation. So I don't know if we are not going to actually make enough noise, because it seems like the only reason these people understand is noise, and noise that is backed by action, because sioni pali tunaenda without us putting in viable options. Tumefika place where Kenya youths are a liability. Yaani mkifanya tu kitu kidogo mmekuwa cleaned out. I don't think where we are, GOK cares about the Kenyan youth's life. It doesn't. Ukianza tu kuleta mchezo hivi unapotea. Unaenda kwa re, unatokezea huko. It's so sad. And no one in the institutions that we actually asked to actually look on such matters, no one is giving concrete answers. People have actually lost trust in them. Complete trust. So sijui, wacha tusikize bana maoni za wase, tujue nini itafanyika. Kuna wase nimesikia wanaenda Endarasha. Nimeona tu kwa TL hapa. Maybe some people will confirm on what is going on. Acha enda wa confirm. So I don't know. Mi pia I was supposed to be sleeping saa hizi. But ndio niko kwa space cause hizi spaces zitakwanga asubuhi na jioni. But saa hizi itabidi tu tukue kwa space cause manze, if we can't commit ourselves to actually finding accountability, italemea wase kadhaa, because it's too much. And in too much, we actually need people to chime in and actually help in whatever. Kama unafanya kazi huko kwa government pathologist or whatever, man, so leak to information, man. We are in angst. Tunahitaji tu kujua what is happening and why it is happening, cause pali iko no. Na by the way, kaeni tu kidogo, mtaona tena. Umesikia hapo mashule zimeanza kuchomeka, zingine zitatokezea tu. Anyway, let me listen in. Naona Koino amekaa. Koino,
Ni aje Wanyama?
mimi siko sawa, wewe ongea tu.
Nilifikiria uko sawa, hata mimi siko sawa. Siko sawa na kila kitu. Nimeona pale JKIA workers washakuwa sold, wamekubali wakapiga makofi na hawajui wameuzwa. Wanaambiwa ati au ni walala hoi na wanapiga makofi, na mwenye anawaambia ni walala hoi aishi Kayole. Anawaambia hata wenye mnaenda Kayole, mwende Kayole, mwende mchange murudi, aishi Kayole, na anawaita walala hoi hata yeye ni mlala hoi. Ni sawa? Washauzwa, wamekubali, wamecall off strike, wataanza kuchujwa kazi mmoja mmoja, wakati sasa hawawezi lalamika. Anyway, that aside, history ya Endarasha huwa inaniuma sana 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 sana. It really touches me in a way that sielewi. It's really sad that we can lose our children in that situation, and the government is very manipulative. In what way? Government wanajonga kuleta hizi vitu one after the other, so that sahii unaona sahii watu attention ya watu iko, mbona shule zinaungua sana, watu wamesahau hata Endarasha bado 70 pupils hawajapatikana up to this moment. So wanawa confuse na other fires, mnasahau hata the most important one. Mnaanza kufikiria maybe kuna unrest kwa secondary schools, but we are forgetting this was a primary school. Grade 4 and grade 5 pupils were banned. 21 kids walikufa. 21 kids bro, 21 kids wanakufa hivyo. Jesus Christ. Kwanza, my condolences to the children we lost. The ones that are still wenye bado wanaelwa kwa hospitali, we just pray for quick recovery, but it's really sad. Kitu inaniuma ni this is not the first school fire we've witnessed in this country. These fires zimekuwa zikihappen since time immemorial, but hakuna response, hakuna measures zenye serikali inaweka kuavoid these vitu kuhappen again. Sisi 2012 tumeonanga fires up and down kila siku. Mbona hata hakuna maizi hizi fire prevention measures kwa mashule, primary schools, secondary schools? Hakuna. Watu wako tu wanaishi tu, utasikia tu we are doing investigations. What the fuck are you investigating if these things keep happening? Sahi watoto wamepotea, 70 pupils hawajapatikana. Unataka kuniambia if these pupils ran away maybe for out of shock na hiyo fire, wakakimbia to the neighboring community hapo, do you think hakuna msamaria mwema yote alihouse mtoto, na wewe mtoto maybe ametaka hata kuongea na mzazi wake up to this very moment, au watoto wako too comfortable in the houses they are in? What are we not being told? Investigations zinasema nini? Why are there no live updates? Kiambiwa au tumefikisha hapa na investigations nini, tunaambiwa tu ati moto ilikuwa caused na stima. Okay, it was caused na stima. Okay, fine. Where are the pupils? Where are the 70 missing pupils? The police can't even account for one of them, na wanataka kuwadanganya ati where are they? Wako wapi? These are people's children. Kuweka flag half past hiyo for 3 days doesn't account for lost children ama for missing children. We want these children, we want them reunited with their families. Where are they? If they ambieni watu. Why is the government creating so much tension na watoto wa, mbona mnachezea watoto wa watu maisha? What is the work of the police basi? Wangeambiwa wakuja abduct kwa wino, saa hii wangekuwa shakuja wamenoka at my door. Wangejua kwenye niko, hata kama ningeingia kwa nini? Kwa shimo ya siafu, wangekuwa shakuja kuni extract huko. But they can't account for 70 children. Wangeambiwa go and abduct KOT. Saa hii KOT angekuwa anakimbia tu anajaribu kutoroka. But these are 70 pupils. You can't account for any of them. Any of them. The entire nation, kila mtu anaangalia. What the fuck? Kwani tunaishi nchi gani? No one wants to be accountable. Kila mtu wako tu like, kila mtu wako tu jokes hii country. The people we've given power, they don't know what to do with it. Wako tu. Watoto wa watu, wengine wamekufa, wengine wamenini, na mnacheza tu like mnacheza. All you can do is do some shady deals with some devil somewhere. Hizo ndio priorities zenu. Kununua masaa, kufanya nini? Kwenda kulaunch mawheelbarrows ama makisiagi. Those are your priorities. Kusema those are what you can do. Sisi sasa tunyamaze, watu wetu wako kwa serikali. That is what the government. Ingekuwa ni mtoto wa AP amekufa, parliament ingekuwa imeita saia special sitting kuangalia hiyo moto nini ilisababisha. Special sitting. Hata kama wako recess ya 1 year, wangekuwa wameita special sitting just to check on that. Mbona mtoto wa MP amekufa kwa moto ya shule? but the fact that hakukuwa na mtoto wa MP kwa shule yoyote hapo, no one is talking about it. Hata si huyo governor wa hiyo area mwenye anashindaga kila saa mdomo pere 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 pere, amenyamaza saa hii. Where is he? Why is he not talking? Anangoja Gachagua aguzwe ndio aongee, na watoto wa watu wamefariki, wengine wamepotea. It is very very sad. Tomorrow people will be going to Nyeri. There are people will be going to Nyeri. You can reach them if I've seen the posters. I can check for them and share them on my timeline. If you'll be going, please reach those people, because we just have to hold this government accountable. We are not going to tolerate such kind of things. Hatuwezi kaa tu na vitu zingine zinafanyika. Surely watoto wadogo, a grade 4 grade 5 pupil, huyo ni mtu hajafika hata 12 13 years. Huyo ni mtu ako very innocent. Waseme watoto wako wapi? Ama wameenda kuwauza kwa cultism, ama ni organ trafficking? What is it? Where are they? Watoto 70 si watu wanaweza potea tu into the thin air ati mtu amevanish tu ayuko. 70, we are talking about 70. Au si watu wanaweza funga tu kwa gunia alafu wamepotea into the thin air, wamefly kama Elijah venye alienda binguni. Hata tungeona hata chariot ikiwa beba ikiwapeleka. What are we being told? They are doing nothing. Who did they give the case? Martin anaitwaga nani? Nyaguto, the DCI. Who doesn't know about him? Who doesn't know about that guy? Cases ngapi amehandle hii Kenya? Have they ever been concluded? Tukaambiwa conclusive result that this and this and this is what Nyaguto has found out. Na watoto ni hivi na hivi na hivi. Where are the 70 pupils missing from the Endarasha fire? Where are they? Kama ni organ trafficking waseme. Kama ni cultism waseme. You are not going to convince, you cannot even convince a madman that 70 children will just vanish into the thin air na hawako, no one can account for them, ati mnafanya investigation. What investigations are you doing? Mnafikiria mtoto wa Ruto angekuwa amepotea saa hii kuna investigation ingekuwa imefanyika, the country would be at standstill, angepatikana that same very day, that very same day. But because maybe ni watoto wa walalahoi, hakuna mtu anajali. Rais akishatoka pale anawachezea watu emotions ati the flag will be flown half past for the next 3 days. Kumonwa. Produce hata hao wenye wamepotea, produce the missing ones. Stop playing with people's emotions. Ani watoto wa watu. Ungekuwa mtoto wako ungekuwa unasikia aje? Kasirika sana. Wanyama, back to you.
Mimi bado nimejam. Unajua ujinga ni we have to get to the point yenye ni sisi tunauliza accountability. Kuna wase tunalipa taxpayer money to do this. Unajua? Si ati ani youth have to sit down and do expenses, others have to sit down and decide. Unajua, tuchange twende tuone nini ina happen huko Nyeri. Mwenye shule hasemi chochote ni conclusive. Story ni we need to get to a point wenye tunauliza the right questions. Nini ilifanyika? What caused the fire? And whatever caused, how is it being handled? If it's negligence, who is being punished? Because we can't just allow boarding schools ngapi ziko hiyo country. Hata achana na boarding schools, shule tu kawaida, because moto can happen anytime. Fire is a risk. Na if watoi, unajua heri hapa hivi, hata tuseme huko Kowino tunafukuzwa huku sisi tunaweza make some decisions by ourselves. Watoi primary, if no one can guard the children, if no one can guide huko, unajua huku unaweza fukuzwa juu ume voice your opinion. Kuna kuanga na hata na saying, mtoto mdogo akikwambia babangu anatisha babako, umpigi, unamwacha aongee, ni katoto. But sasa mtoi wengine wamekufa, wengine ni unaccounted for. Unatuambia amongst the 70 missing kuna wengine wali take shelter somewhere. Why can't you quantify it? Kwani hiyo shule haina details about the children that they have shuleni? How are the parents that have lost children being, put in the process kujua nini what is happening? How do they even identify huyu ni mtoto wangu amekufa? Do you watch for birthmarks? Is there DNA testing happening? What is happening? Na tuko tu huku tunasema 527 crew ndio hao wanatujazia timeline na vitu zingine. Kwa ground bado wanaendelea na vitu zao. Bana, at some point itabidi tuamini laana ziko. Tuamini tu laana ziko kwa sababu ujinga ni mingi. And the guy in charge of that is called Martin Nyuguto in DCI. Huku tu ni ma articles wamejaza online on his success rate. Success rate gani? Kukuwa involved in murder cases, complicated murder cases, and underline complicated because hazijaiisha. So hata watu wengine wakuja kuongea bana, kuwa na some empathy. Kuna watoto wamepoteza, kuna watu si hata watoto, wazazi wamepoteza mtoto. Mimi nikipoteza ndugu dada, sijui nitafanya nini. Imagine mtoto jamaa, unajua kutunza mtoto ndiye afike primary ni nini? Leave alone the emotion that comes with this is your child. Leave alone the emotion that comes like this is the community losing even its future generation. Hatuwezi achilia tu ati Ndarasha inde ndio kwa sababu airport inauzwa. Let's do something bana, and let's piggy bank on each other, tujue nini tunaweza fanya.
Ni mimi tu ndio sisikii watu ama
Mabonga,
nimefanyiwa ile kitu?
Yes, ni wewe tu bro, ni wewe tu ndio usikii mtu.
Okay, hello,
Drop tu
can you hear
nitakupatia
me?
mic. Mtu yote anataka kuongea, just request, like, this is your space. We want to know where are our kids.
Okay,
No.
are you
We
hearing
this
me?
cannot go.
ngoja kidogo. Mta inject nyinyi wote, but kuna kitu inaitwanga turn taking. Tutakuwa tu sawa bana, but tafadhali tusaidianeni, we see how this is going on. Koino na Mabonga, how do you want to do this? Nani aanze?
Me personally I think kwanza before tuendelee, kuna namba zenye nataka tuzipate. Kama uko na hizo namba bana, unitumie. Namba ya kwanza ni ya CS Education. Ensure umenitumia hiyo namba na jina yake na mali anatoka, because pia inafaa atuelezee kabisa kinanga ubaga watoto wako wapi. Hiyo ni sekta yake. Nimekuwa natafuta hiyo namba lakini siipati on timeline. So kama uko na hiyo namba guys, nitumie DM kabisa, ama kama uwezi tuma DM nitumie WhatsApp namba yangu inakuanga tu hapo kwa timeline. Utafika huko nini, kuna link hapo kwa nini, kwa profile yangu. Tuma hiyo namba bana, I want to talk to him. Mi hata simjui jina yake anaitwanga nani, but munitafutie namba yake. And so I think tupeane tu hizi mic randomly wanyama, alafu tuone the way forward, because there is no way tunaenda tunakaa tu hapa hivi yet watoto wamepotea. Unajua mtoto mtoto no, alafu unasikia kuna wenye wamepatikana Uganda. Mi sijui kama hiyo ni sija verify that information. Nimesikia tu ni information fulani inasambaa huku, but I'm not sure about that. So any person akona any other information unaweza share na sisi. And so Titus, nimeona uko na haraka sana. Yaani mwanasiasa unataka kuinject. Titus, unasema aje? Ukishamaliza ukaribishe wanyama.
Okay, thank you very much. Umejuaje mimi ni mwanasiasa? Okay, even me I have some information. Nimesikia 93 peoples ampatikana Uganda. So the question is, how did they get there? What transported them? Who took them there? And they are under whom care now? That's some of the information that we are getting around the people who are in that place. That's only that I want to say.
Hebu ni share information DM yangu kindly Titus. Kama kuna information nitumie huku DM, I want to verify. So back to you wanyama, tunaweza peana tu mic nini, patia Halif, alafu Mose, alafu na gender balance tu polepole hivyo, and then we see the way forward. Wanyama
Niaje? So wacha tufanye hivi, wacha tuanze na Ann, kwa sababu bana mimi nataka kusikia pia Watu wanaongea nini? Ann, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. And I was looking out for you when you were at JKIA. Asante sana, everyone. And thank you for giving me this chance because I'm actually on my way out. Here it's 1:30. So I have a few questions. What has killed the protests? Because people are not. We have the missing people. For me, I believe they are already killed, and that's why they are not able to produce them. So I don't know what is going to happen. Even this habeas corpus. I'm a lawyer, by profession. Whether it's where you are compelled to bring the person or the body, one of the two, but you have to produce something. So I don't know how the lawyers are going to do that. So is this because of this fear where people disappear permanently? So you see, if you're killed in a struggle, at least somebody will find your body and account for it. But here is where the bodies disappear, they are cremated and all that. These people are they're just killers. I don't know. And then the other issue is JKA. I was actually the deputy campus secretary of Kenya Airways in my time, so I know that airport really, really well. So I have a special attachment to it. Now, the workers, again, because of it's just Gen Z who do not have the selfish trait of me, and me only. These people, once they are promised by Adani that they'll not get fired, and maybe in writing, their jobs could be guaranteed because this deal involves a lot of money. It has enriched a lot of people. So guaranteeing them a job is not a problem because once they reach 60, they retire and you get the new ones that you want. So if these people are guaranteeing jobs until the day you retire at 60, they will say Adani. I have that fear. They will agree. But then again, we should also be very clear in terms of messaging that the aviation workers do not own the airport. The airport belongs to the people of Kenya. They are just workers. They are a very small fraction. The only thing they're able to cripple because they can down their tools and there's no one, and then the operations come to a standstill. But in terms of they're the ones who control what is going to happen to Adani, I watched their union boss speaking. So I wasn't convinced. I was not convinced, and I've worked with unions. Being a company secretary, we used to have pilots, threatening to go on strike, or TAWU, transport and island workers. So I've dealt with unions. That union member, I was not convinced. And because these people already have gotten so much money in terms of a bribe that they can afford to buy everybody, all those workers. And they know people are hungry, people are desperate, people need school fees and on and so forth. So it will be up to the people of Kenya to rise, and I'm one of them, and say no to Adani. Do not rely on those workers. The workers are striking because of their jobs going. It's not about the airport. Even when the union also say, "Oh, I even show you, veto power." They have no veto power. The airport is not in their
Ann,
hands. They are workers, pure and simple.
Ann, are you able to hear me? This is Wanyama.
Yes.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, with all due respect, Leo, we will have to, we've really fought for Adani in all the strength we've done since morning. We have done that.
I know I watched.
Would
Sorry, I
you
know we are
want?
talking about the missing children. I'm
I'm,
getting to that. Oh.
I'm only asking, with all due respect, that Wase, let's give this the right attention that it requires. Let's put our effort towards Endarasha first. Na
Yes,
kuna
I'm
shule
going to
zingine
that. That is my
zinachomeka.
next. I said I have a few things because you see, I'm not that constant. So and now I'm coming to the children, the missing children.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yes, and again, I was also the legal advisor of Child Welfare Society in Kenya in my time. It was a long time ago. So the children welfare concerns me. So I said I have a few questions. So my question is, we hear that in Uganda. If you go to X Space timeline of Mokami, I know she used to be in Kenya. I know her account was brought down. She has to build new followers. She has even kind of said where in Uganda these children are. So if you follow the conversation there are people saying they can go there. I think you have people in Uganda, but they're saying it's a very remote place in Uganda. So that is one. So we cannot go to Mukami's timeline, and we can take it from there, from the information, because she has named the place. Secondly, I don't understand. Why are the parents quiet? Can somebody give me an answer of sorts? Why are the parents quiet? I can understand the school being quiet or the owner because of repercussion and consequences. How come these parents are not talking? There should be 70 parents walking about screaming, asking, where, bring back our children. Where are, at least Wanyama, can you tell me if anybody's in touch with the parents? Because we are fighting for them, but where are the parents? Because they're the ones who know the names of the children. Can these parents say my child of name so and so of standard 6 or standard 1 is missing? But these parents are all mom. What's going on? So mine's also are questions. Please, someone, can you explain to me why the parents are quiet before people go and camp outside? Because people need to go and camp outside the school and not leave until they get answers. But for now, can somebody tell me why the parents are quiet? Because it becomes difficult even to frame it, even to try and apply pressure, because the parents are not speaking. You could say they are missing, but the parents are not saying their children are missing. So
So,
Wanyama, can you explain to me?
let me just explain to you, like you are Karen Nyamu. You know
Exactly. Yes, I
you
agree.
know that woman with no sense in the
I
Senate.
know her.
Let
I
me
know
just
her.
explain to
I
you,
know Karen.
like you are like you are Nyamu.
Or Esther
So
Passaris. Okay.
yeah, or Passaris, yeah, sure. So the parents are speaking, but now there is nobody who is amplifying their voices. Yeah.
Oh, they speak.
The
Okay.
parents are speaking. They are really speaking. They want to know where the whereabouts of their kids.
Okay.
Now, those people, especially the media guys, they don't want to amplify this, and that's why it took me even 3 days to come up with this space, because I've been asking my DM guys, why are you not talking about this issue ya hawa watoto waenda Russia? And I was like, mimi najua tu watoto walichomeka, but hata sikuwa najua nienda Russia. I only knew children wa banned, but now I thought it was something just like an accident. Yenye tunajua, but now it's something bigger than an accident. I'm being informed that kuna hata mtoto mwenye alipatikana amechomeka hapo na halali hiyo dome. Yeah, you can imagine. So parents are speaking over this issue, but now their voices are not being amplified. I hope you can understand me, like you are Karen Nyamu.
Yes,
or
because in this
Passaris.
story I can even get, someone like Voice of America. Those ones I know people. So you see, this is because this story is just so scanty that you don't even know how you are to carry. But I draw the attention, because it needs to be covered. If the locals refuse to cover, then let it go international. I could also even put it out to the State Department here. Matthew Miller is the spokesman for, but it's so scanty you don't even know how to frame it, because they don't like rumors. They don't like, they like solid, solid stuff. But I'll figure it out. But thank you so much. Thank you. Sonko, you know how to get me. Sonko knows how to get me.
Okay, thanks a lot, Anne. And
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you, Anne.
Hello. Yeah, Sonko, you know how to get me.
It's okay.
Yeah, sure, and I know how to get you direct on your call. I'll talk to you soon.
Yes. So because I can't stay on the space, once you come up with something concrete, can you call me later and let me know the way forward, what you guys decided? But you're proud of it. If Gen Z, you were not alive, Kenya would have been gone. We all would have been sold with the country. So we are grateful to you guys. And even here in the US, when you say you're from Kenya, the first thing somebody asks you, oh, Gen Z. So you are not. So even if you don't get coverage here, your name is all of you have made a mark on the footprints of history. So walk tall, because that is what is called suppression and oppression, so that you don't rise. They're trying to cut you off. So it's not because you are not doing all this, or it's because you become so powerful. So they have to figure out how to get rid of of the Gen Z, because it's become a danger to them. Thank you so much, everyone. and all the best. God bless. And we remember with a lot of sadness about the parents and families who have lost these children. I don't even know how they're able to survive each day, or how you wake up and how you sleep. Thank you, guys, and thank you for your efforts and all what you are doing. But don't worry, one day you'll get your rewards. It might not look like it, but it will happen. We were there at one time too, and we had lost hope. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Ann. Yeah, Marvin will get in contact with you, and that will be handled. Yeah, thanks a lot. So I want to go to the next person, and Moses Mulwa 254. I see your hand up. Going once, twice. Moses Mulwa. Okay. If Moses is not able to do...
Moses Mulwa, unasikia wanyama?
Yes, I'm on. So thank you guys. Thank you for taking your time to give us this. Number one, I want to send my condolences to the lost kid. It's a sad day, a sad time for Kenya. Secondly, I want us to look this issue of missing children in a different perspective. Of late, every day, like kuna shule imechomwa across the country. It's something that is very, very worrying. And number two, we call ourselves the Gen Z. Some of us have been privileged hata ku access information, hata kwa gava. Some of us work in government facilities. Some of us even work in private sector. And I think it's high time tuanze tuangalie hii maneno in a different perspective. Number one, we need to get all hands on. Let's get information popote mahali tunaweza access. Could it be relatives? Could it be the kids? Could it be the eyewitnesses? Let's get this information, combine the facts. Then we can come up with a way of tracking these things, because huwezi niambia mtoi amedisappear into thin air. Kuna wengine walikuwa na wao washapatikana. Something does not add up. So for us to get the real thing, we need, number one, access information, because information is power. If we get the right information, connect the dots, then it will give us a trail to follow this thing. Secondly, the issue of Adani. I want to tell you guys, how watu wakau, let me tell you, these people are given a lot of money. And ndio maana unaona they create chaos ina kidogo kidogo, wanaenda wanaitwa kwa mkutano ya kando, wanapewa pesa kidogo, they call off demonstration. Little do they know, this is not just about the current workers. It's even affecting the future employees of that facility, that is the airports across the country. My biggest regret is that we have politicians of psychopaths. I'm so annoyed to see people campaigning for Adani to get the job, to get this deal. Why? Is it that we don't have engineers who can do the work? Have we gotten to a point whereby sisi wenyewe hatuwezi simama tukajisimamia tukaunda vitu yetu? Are we in shortage of ideas? Are we in shortage of funds? Come on, how much money do we lose every day to corruption? The big idea is, nikiongea hivi ni kuambia, number one, I need you to see the bigger picture. Who is going to get the 20% to say me after Adani has done that steady deal they want to get? At the end of the day, you will get most of these big politicians are the ones eating. And they are sending now their dogs to speak to us as if we are fools. We know. In mchezo wa town. We know some people have created some of these politicians have even created fake companies in China. And the companies have come back with fake Chinese bosses to come and do projects here in our country. So this is a game. Politics are washasoma psychology yetu. It's like they know our next move. But trust me, we can change it. We can be one step ahead of them. So tunataka tukiangalia hii maneno tuiaddress in a different perspective, tuangalie the bigger picture.
Moses,
Yes, I can hear.
ni wanyama tena guys. I don't know, that's the precedence sikuwa nataka, or we didn't want the space to have combining these two things. Man, history ya Ndarasha imekuwa ikikosa kupata enough traction that we cannot afford ku mix hizi vitu. I don't know if mnaelewa. Let's gather our efforts and learn about Endarasha as much as possible, my people. Adani nitawekea space tena, mta inject na tutaongea about it, msijali, tutaweka. But for now, please, tusaidiane tupate more information on Endarasha. Give us ideas on how to get more information on Endarasha. Give us your thoughts. Kama hata uko na maswali pia kuja uliza. Someone is listening, they will answer you. Someone in the listeners panel.
Final comment on Endarasha. Number one, let's get information from the parents. Two, let's interact with these kids. They'll give us information yenye gava inaficha. And from that information, tutakuwa able kutrack watoi. Because we cannot start tracking kids if we don't have enough information. Information first, then we take the next step.
Thanks, Moses. And by the way, wase request for that mic, tunaendelea kusikiza what your opinions are. By the way, keep tagging us. Naona wase wanatutag on new information, etc. Keep doing it, and thanks for that. Kowino, can you hear clearly, size? Because the other time you are not able to.
Yes, I can hear you, Wanyama. Unanisikia?
Nakusikia. Sawa. Let's push the conversation as we continue. Mambo iko sawa. Na by the way, ukikuwa na hasira usikunywe maji vile wanasema. Kuja, breathe in, breathe out, kuja space bonga about Endarasha and the kids who are missing and the school fires as well. Hii kitu ni issue moja. Na as new information comes in, tutakuwa tunazi highlight as we continue. Ochi, niambie Ochi aski. Ask Ochi. Try.
Should I ask Ochi if he can hear us? Ask Ochi.
Interesting. Let's go to Paul Mwani. Mr. Paul Mwani. Hey, okay. You'll have to unmute yourself and let's do this.
Paul Mwani, can you hear us? Tafadhali kama mtusikii tutakuwa tuna drop kama maybe mtu is not willing to talk na kuko microphone, we'll be dropping it to the listeners ndio watu wengine pia wapate kupata microphone because again kuja huku probably umekuja kuongea, so na kuna a lot of requests that we can't keep people here kama wataki kuongea and others are waiting, so kindly if you come to the speaker panel please kaa karibu na simu yako so that ikifika tani yako unatupatia kazi rahisi, si ati you have to keep waiting kama maybe utakuwa available at some point in time. Asanteni sana.
Kisiri Maroa.
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Tuko hapo tunakusikia loud and clear. Please inject. Acha ongea na lugha unaweza na ongea vitu tuna express hasira. Tunajua vitu zinachomeka. Speak.
Walai. Yani mimi for the first time mimi niko na hasira hata. And I tend to agree with what Wanyama had said earlier. It's either hao watu ni cult wako nayo yenye wanacheza na watoto wa watu, because I'm just trying to imagine if there is a bus ama gari yenye inaweza toka Kenya ivuke mpaka kwenda Uganda without it being flagged kwamba wanapeleka watoi wapi na ni watoi wadogo. That's something that ina ring kwa bell kwa mind yangu kwamba lazima there is a high authority yenye iko involved in this thing. Number two, this government ya Kenya Kwanza it has been known kwa ile technique inaitwa misdirection. Wakati tulikuwa tunasema finance bill, chini chini walikuwa wana sign vitu za Adani, wana push. So hata saa hizi mimi nashuku hata hii Endarasha thing ni misdirection, wanatupatia kitu ya kuongelea while they down there they are doing something else. So mimi nasema tu kweli, hii kitu wameshatusoma. Ruto ni mtu mwingine mjanja sana. Saa hii anatusoma aone, because now we don't have the opposition. Opposition ingekuwa inauliza maswali kama hizi kwa hata bungeni hata wapi, but now since we don't have opposition, wana test the water kuangalia if we can fuck these people, what can they do to us. Wanajua tutakimbilia space, tutaenda tugome siku moja mbili, alafu watu wa withdraw warudi kwa normalcy. So me I think lazima tukue careful na hii government. By the way venye tunaenda sasa hivi wameamua ni scandal after scandal, ni big thing after big thing. See, we were chasing something, wanatupatia ingine. Saa hii tunaangalia Endarasha, kesho utasikia tena shule nyingine. Saa ile tunaongelea shule chini chini, kuna vitu zingine. So ni sisi tuamue actually once and for all, tuseme hii serikali hapana. Ruto needs to pack his things and go bana. Hii kitu ingekuwa ni mahali kama states. Can you imagine Ruto angekuwa hata ameresign kwa sababu it is proof that this guy is incompetent. His administration is fucking us left, right and center. So what the hell? So mimi kwa wale wenye wataenda Endarasha, of course niko mbali kiasi, siwezi enda, but if need be, KOT na Wanyama mnaweza mkanikuta inbox tujue venye tunaweza saidiana. But either way, wacha hii kitu tujue tu kweli serikali inatucheza. Hakuna kitu wanatoa. You cannot. Mimi nilikuwa nasikia ile kitu walisema, the first thing, we need to know what caused this fire, if the steamer was connected illegally. We need to know kama hii shule ilikuwa na issue ya land. Like, hizi vitu zote wanatoa wapi when kids are missing? Unapata tu a whole spokesman akuja kusema people have been accounted for, mara toa DNA. These people are in some cult of some sort actually. Si ati ni issue ya pole hivi. Ni kitu yenye ni cult kabisa na ni vitu zingine. So anyway, that's my time. I hope somebody else anaweza ongezea.
Hello?
Thanks, Bisiri. Elton, kindly
Should I
mute
turn my
yourself.
mic off or should I continue talking?
Turn it off.
Hello?
Koino.
Let's just...
Who is that? I can't even
Mnanisikia
see.
kweli?
Elton, please keep your mic muted. When you come to the speaker panel, one thing, your mic comes when it's automatically off. So you don't turn it on until it's your turn, until the co-hosts give you the chance to talk. Wanyama, go ahead.
Thanks, Koino. Wanjiru Mukuna. Koino, koroma na hiyo sauti yako maybe atakusikia.
Wanjiru Mukuna. Wanjiru Mukuna. Okay, Wanjiru Mukuna.
Ni sawa, twende na the other Wanjiru.
Hello.
Oh, okay. She's finally here. Wanjiru Mukuna.
Kuna yote ananisikia?
We are hearing you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Space. Now, mi niko na swali moja. It's been since when? Thursday, since the incident happened. These parents are still camping at the school, or rather most of them are still camping at school. There's no information that has already been given. The kids are lost. I mean, there's that information I've heard that kuna watoto wamepatikana Uganda. Is this information true? I mean, the government has...
Koino.
Pardon? Okay.
Go ahead, Wanjiru. Go ahead, Wanjiru.
Okay. What I'm saying is, our watoto wamepotea. I mean, I'm not a parent myself, but I feel their pain because with a brother or sister and a miss, let's say amepotea for a few days, kila mtu nyumbani anakuanga under distress. Now, these are kids who cannot protect themselves, but they're out there, God knows where, with nobody to give... Yani, I don't even know what to say. I know watoto wamepotea. So, if somebody like me,
were to get lost. At least I have the brain, I have the capacity to be able to
Wanyama, am I the only one who can't hear Wanjiru ama?
Nilikuwa nafikiria niko
Wanjiru tumekupoteza.
Aki
It's been a minute since mimi nikupoteze.
msiniambie mjanisikia vile nimeongea mingi.
Sijakusikia for the last
Owen,
maybe 40-50 seconds.
Vile nimeongea mingi.
hata mimi.
Hata sijui basi
Can you
nimekwama
hear me?
wapi. So can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Hadi mimi nimedhani space imedunda nikakuja mbio.
Aya basi sijui mali nilikuwa nimefika. All the same, what I'm saying is I've heard you guys have plans to get more information because I don't know if there's anyone in this space mwenye akona any direct link to one of the parents. Because me, the information I've gotten, it's all from social media. Hearsay. It's hearsay. So I have no direct true information of whatever it is that is on the ground. So nimesikia plans on something we can do. If there's any plans to visit the school, I'm in. You guys give me details, I'll join in.
Okay. Wanjiru, there was a lady space that was opened today. I actually happened to be in that space and it was very inspiring. I loved what the ladies were doing. The goal is tomorrow they're going to Nyeri and it is open to everyone, not just the ladies who are in that space, everyone, even the gents and everyone else. They're going to Nyeri tomorrow from 5 and 6 in the morning. For those who doesn't have facilitation, mkutane hapo tea room asubuhi town 5-6 in the morning.
5 a.m.
Kutakuwa na 5 a.m. in the morning kutakuwa na facilitation, watu tutakuwa wanalipiwa, so you just get in, unalipiwa fare yako to Nyeri because people are going to Nyeri in solidarity with the people with the parents of Endarasha Academy, because we want to know where are these kids. So if you're around Nairobi, you can meet in the morning around 5-6 a.m. Apo tea room town for those who want to go. Yes. Again, I'll check. I'm trying to find that poster. I saw that poster somewhere. I'm trying to find that poster. I'll share them on my timeline.
Please share it.
So yes, yeah. There's also a contribution number for those who want to help in the facilitation of those who will be going, and maybe you can't make it yourself. There's also a number that you can channel your funds through. So I'll share them on my timeline so you can keep checking. I'll also share them here.
All right, thanks. Because I think getting first-hand information at this point, it's the best. It's the best.
I've lost you again. I hope this time it's not me. It's me alone.
I'm pretty sure I don't know what is happening.
Okay, I can hear you. Yes.
Oh,
Finish up.
I think when my phone locks, I go. Yeah, what I was saying is, I think it's a better idea to get first-hand information rather than hearsay, so that we are actually able to know how to proceed. Because 7 days without any information on where your kid is and you send them to school, it's not a good idea. It's not a good deal. So yeah, thanks guys.
Sawa. Oino, unanisikia ama najiongelesha? You know, anything can happen now.
Nakusikia loud and clear.
Okay, sawa. Engineer Josco, Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Bana. Koino, can you hear Engineer Josco?
Yes, I can hear him.
Okay. So I can't hear him, so when he's done, let me know.
Okay. Go ahead, engineer.
Well, thank you for the opportunity and for the space again. Before I inject the KOT, maybe you are not there.
Nani aniita bana? Niko hapa. Niambie.
Kuna kitu nimekutumia DM.
Nimeona nimekuuliza ni lini, so just come and explain to me huko.
Hata wacha ni inject hapa kila mtu sasa ajue.
Yes, just a second before you inject. Wanjiro, I've shared the posters on the comment section. Please, you can check it out.
Thank you. Sasa is okay, wacha nikuje na swali. Muniambie sasa, where are we heading as a country? Tulianza na Shakahola ikaisha hivyo. The government has helped to kupoteza Mackenzie. Then little did we knew kama kutakuja na Kware ni hiyo tumekuja tukafanyikiwa hivyo tu. The murder suspect has just left when the cells were open, hata kuvunja hata mlango kidogo. And then kuna watoto sasa, 7 of them wamepotea, but the government is completely doing nothing. Then kuna hiyo video nilikuwa nimetumia KOT, kuna watu 7 wamefukuliwa Kitengela by the government Oduor, huyu jamaa anachinja watu, but the government is completely silent on that. Ukiangalia venye sasa Kenya tunaenda, it's like some people are eating some human being in a way, watu wanakulana wenyewe. Even as we ask for the 70 kids who have been made to be missing, let's again ask ourselves, nani anaua hawa watu? Number 1. Number 2, serikali sasa iko wapi? Hawa watu like that incident in Kitengela, they were buried 7 people in one tub. Where are the government when all these things are happening? Ama ni government yenyewe inafanya hii huyu puzi? As I start to land, umeona chenye imefanyika huko JKIA, just like the TSC, wakubwa wanaongea na serikali, wafanyakazi wanabaki kwa nyasi. My friends, mimi sitachoka kuwauliza kitu moja. Ile siku asiri itapanda vizuri, tutarudi streets. Last regime, irrespective of how bad it was, everybody alikuwa anakimbilia TV yake, simu yake, redio yake. When the former president was just saying a word, ukisikia kuna presidential address, kila mtu alikuwa anaenda kusikia Uhuru anasema nini. We failed presidency in Uhuru's time, but today kuna mtu akisikia Ruto ako this side, anaenda the opposite. This man ana umungu katikati yake. He is against us. As long as things go is in on way, yako sawa. Nyinyi wa Kenya pambaneni na hali yenu. Now the question is, ni hard 2027 surely? Wacha nifikie hapo. Thanks KOT na Wanyama na Kowino.
Guys, I see no one's mic is unmute. Is someone speaking?
Okay, let me add something about the information that I'm getting. I'm hearing, okay, I don't know if it's true.
Who is speaking?
Titus.
Okay, Malaysia in 1 minute before someone comes up
Okay,
again.
nimesikia, I don't know if it's true. The lady who is the owner of that school is the CC in charge of education in Nyeri County. I need someone to verify if that's true or ni rumors tu watu wanaongea. That's the question that I have.
Okay, thanks Titus. Kijana Amerix.
Hello. Good evening, and hope everyone is fine this evening. But I know you are not fine because whatever has been happening since June, July, up to now August, purely needs an overhaul. Now, I want to make this submission that in this country, we have a political system which does not even care about the common mwananchi. You hear 70 kids are missing, 21 kids are dead. And then a certain fool comes online and tells the mothers who are crying and wailing that he's going to give them rice and beans. Now, look at what is happening. The CS in charge of education, up to now, me, I'm counting days. We are almost close to a week without any report, without any information, without anything talking about what happened in that academy. And you remember that is a school which is hosting kids, not a college or even a university. Those are kids. So you look at what is happening in this country, then you wonder whether we are having a country or not, because nobody is even concerned about what is happening. Interior CS, the fire raised that dormitory on Saturday. Then the fake interior CS with his voice like a small kid goes on to Parakanithi, where there is no even electricity, and convenes a meeting MPs, meeting senators to support him to be a kingpin. The same CS in charge of interior has not made any information or a report towards what is going on in that academy. So you look at these people, and then you'll find some fools yapping and clapping for that stupid idiot with a small voice and a very short person who cannot even date a lady. You will find some fools clapping for him, raising their voices high that this is our kingpin. Kingpin for what? You see, even the fool, the deputy president, is not even concerned of what is happening. His work is to comment about people who want to divide the Murima. Which Murima are you talking about? And I look at some people in Nyeri and I wonder how these people are reasoning, because a school is burning. Children, according to the reports which were on the Nation newspaper, was that the dormitory was locked outside. The watchman was drunk, and then the matron was nowhere to be seen during that night. And then you start somebody just come online and just tell us that, oh, this was which electricity does, because me, I've stayed with electricity for the last I don't know how many years. Even in Kibera and Madare, there are poor connections, but I've never seen electricity causing fire that much. So these kids were burnt. Somebody came and banned them in the dormitory. So what is happening in this country? I think it is a cult. It is some people are harvesting organs from the common mwananchi. That is what I can conclude, because 70 kids are missing, 21 are dead, and then you will see a fool coming up and saying, "Oh, this happened, this." I don't know how people reason in this country, because even if you look at the people who are around that that academy, they provide scant information to the reporters. I don't know what are they fearing. Is there somebody who is threatening them? Is there a chief, assistant chief, an MP, a police officer, or any senior person in government who is threatening them? I tried to talk to one of the person who happens to stay around that academy. He does not give me anything I need. This person tells me, oh, they had students scream, and then they thought that there is something which was happening, and then later on they look at the air, then they are seeing smoke, and then they run there. What are you? I was even annoyed of what is happening, and these are some of the things which are causing even youths currently. They cannot even get developed. They are stagnant because they think about what is happening in this country, and then they just say there's no need for even going to school. There's no need for even marrying. There's no need for even opening businesses, because what is happening traumatizes their mind and everything. So I would plead to those who are going there in Nyeri tomorrow, please go there and get us some information, because it is information that we are lacking. If we find this information the way we found information on Adani and the Gambi, we're going to be on the streets. We can even walk from Nairobi up until this fake government goes home and all of them are arrested. Because I'm telling people, I was in an office and then I was saying this, and the Russia thing needs some topic, just a whole day topic, a whole day topic, even on the newspapers. The whole pages should just be in the Russian, because we are having vulnerable parents who cannot even speak for themselves. They are waiting for the government to speak for them. Then the government is the crook which cannot even help them. Government only gives them rice and beans. You look at what is happening in this country. I wonder, where are we heading as a country? So that is why I normally prefer that we as the local citizens, we should rise up, and then people who are in Nyeri give us information. Once we get that information, we will inject until this fake government will go home. Because right now, there after finance bill, there are three things which have happened. Number one, there are so many accidents which normally don't occur anyhowly. There is an LPG gas which killed people in I don't know whether it was Embakasi, and then there is a fire breakout in Ngara. Schools are burning, and then there is a story on Kuare killings. Then we are having in the Russia, then Adani. The next thing which will happen in this country, Ruto will not believe. Ruto will not believe, and I'm telling you, Ruto will not believe. So those who are going to Nyeri tomorrow, please give us information. We are lacking information. If we get this information, somebody will rot in jail, or we can even decide to arrest the CS education, the PSS, and everybody. We line them there in archives and we start beating them with stones. That is my submission. Otherwise, before I finish up, I want to talk about divisions on this timeline. We can be supporting one hashtag, but then there is a crook somewhere who just come up with a stupid story, a story which does not even relate to what we are discussing. Like today, I saw this lady. I don't know whether she's mad or what. This a lady called Aoko. Today we were injecting Adani and everything. The hashtags which we were posting was stop Adani and everything, occupy JKA. But in the evening, I read a story about Aoko talking about Hanif, and then I was worried, and I was reading that story. Then I felt like we should somehow get this girl and give in some strokes of cane, because I don't know whether this girl sometimes she's normal. Because even tomorrow, when we will be talking about the hashtag and the Russia and everything, you'll find a crook somewhere just coming up with a stupid story, and then the whole timeline is divided. I know from tomorrow, the government bloggers are now in State House. From the reports I'm getting, they are working on this. They are working on this and the Russia thing. So from tomorrow, you will see this timeline divided with so many stupid stories and everything. The way today you even saw Osoro a very stupid MP from Kisiland, talking about Adani with some 3 question mark as if he didn't go even to school. So I'm mad at this moment. I don't want to talk so much because I can even get to state out myself and beat everybody in that gate. Let me end there.
Zawa, that's the way to inject. Thanks a lot. Mabonga, before I give it, Mabonga, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, Wanyama.
Bana angalia DM bana and sort Koino out.
Okay.
Wanjiru, Wajiru.
Good evening.
Wewe ongea tu Wanjiru, acha salamu, inject.
No, nilikuwa na meza chakula. Okay, I'm good. Can I just maybe kidogo? Yeah, now let me back to normality. Just a little bit on the volume. I hope everyone is okay, and we are not okay. Yeah, it's bad to say everyone is okay. About the Darasha kids, it's a disheartening story. I think every one of us, it's touching the heart, it's touching the core. I think especially to us, in future you're gonna be parents, but nobody wants to have dear ones getting lost, especially kids at the age of 9 to 13. Yeah, I mean, where could have 70 kids gone? I think Kenya is, at this rate, is looking like a crime scene. Just should be red taped from JKIA all over. You look right, left, and center. There is fires. There is a scandal somewhere. There is this and this. I mean, it's a lot for someone to even swallow. It's a lot for anyone. It's a lot for all of us to swallow as Kenyans. We're getting divided. We don't know on what to start with. We don't know if to start with JKIA. Now it's the kids, like Luto, kids. And now we have even Mama Rachel Ruto coming and saying, oh, the hearts of these kids, it's with me. Oh, I'm so sorry, this and this. Shit. These are people, kids. These are parents suffering, took their kids, trusting the school for the kids to be taught and to be safe and to be protected. But someone somewhere decided this is not going to happen. And the question is, where was the watchman? He couldn't be drunk because that is irresponsibility. We should start holding people accountable. And how are kids at the age of 9 and 13 sleeping at the dormitory alone without adults? I remember I went to boarding school in primary, but the matron you'd sleep in the same room as we, not the same room, but the same dormitory, but she had like her own cubicle. That meaning an adult should be sleeping with these kids at the age of 9 to 13 because they're tender. They're not high school kids. They're just they're children. So the question is, how was there nobody sleeping with these kids that they could hear them? The watchman could hear them. There was fire breakout. And the other question would be, when did the fire break out? Because we just woke up in the morning on 6th on Friday, and we are hearing, oh, there was fire in Darasha, oh, there were kids missing, oh, blah blah blah. Some kids ran to the neighboring community. I mean, how on the right mind when did the fire break out? Why don't we have these questions? And why is Isaac Mwaura, tumemwachia tu jua kali, why is Isaac Mwaura so ready to give people rice and beans? Anatubeba kama mayai ama ametubeba kama maharagwe? What is wrong with the government? What is wrong? We need the questions that are not getting answered. What is wrong with the county government of Nyeri? They should have offered detailed information since Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Today is on Wednesday. These are 5 fucking days, and we have no answers. 5 days where JKIA, the steamer left. 5 days where we are hearing now kids maybe have gone to Uganda. 5 kids where now we're starting having these conspiracy theories where their organs harvested. 5 days where a child, 70 kids, if they went to neighboring society or the neighbors or I don't know, don't they remember their names? Does the kids not know their parents' names? Does the kid not know where they came from? what kind of confusion are they creating? Because now we have a lot of speculations, we have a lot of questions that don't have answers. So I just like beg for whoever is going tomorrow and all of us to start asking these questions and hold people accountable. I would hold the person, the owner of the school accountable, the watchman accountable, because if he was drunk, that is irresponsible. Sorry, speaking another language, French. We should start holding these people accountable. The matron, whoever, the watchman, the people in school, the teacher on duty. Oh God, yani hawa tu wapelekwe enough, they should be in jail. Wangekuwa in custody waiting for them to have a charge. I mean, I'm just getting so fired up. So just maybe drop me. I will just drop and I'll be listening. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Anyama and KOT and Esco, and everyone. So let's get charged up and ask these questions and hold people accountable. Thank you. Have a great evening all.
Asante sana Anjiru. Koino, you have something to say?
Go ahead.
Okay. Salome, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here. Hello, everyone. This blood fucking government.
Ngoja kidogo, ngoja. Najua umekuja, ndio maana niliimba jina yako. I know umefika. Koino, take it up after Salome. Salome, inject.
This blood fucking government. This thief. Why do you allow this devil to lead this nation? Come on, guys. Leo nilikuwa mahali TikTok. I heard of 93 children somewhere in Uganda. Bloody fucking government, they haven't even launched operation of seeking where about the children. The thing they could have done is just to provide 50 bags of rice and maragwa. Bloody fucking, these people, they are taking us for a ride. Let me tell you something. Me, I differ with this tragedy of Eradasha. I differ with it, and I don't doubt my instinct. Anything I differ with it must be messy. Ruto is behind these bloody fucking. Can they start now launching the operation and start seeking where are the children? Imagine people are seeking themselves. Mpaka sahi kuna watu tumesikia TikTok. There is 93 children somewhere in Uganda. Those elements, immediately they have such a story, they could have sent one aeroplane iende iangalie kama kuna hao watoto, but hawezi turuhusu juu sisi tunaweza ingia kwa hizo mandege tuende, because we are the one who are paining about these children. Then, and then the deal. Did I tell you this could be a hub of human trafficking? Don't play with this man called Luto. Luto is a killer. My God. Adani deal imeingia, watoto wameenda 70 missing. Alafu saa hii wame reduce strike. Mumeona watu wa airport wakiongeleshwa na Churchill, strike hakuna. There is no strike will go down in airport. We'll continue to demonstrate mpaka Adani atoke airport. Hatumtaki airport. And they should launch operation for seeking the children whereabout. Na wale watu wanaenda Nyeri because I'm very far. Msimwache huyo mwenye hiyo shule, huyo anaitwa nani, Kenywa, should be held accountable and be interrogated by citizen. Come on, mumushike yeye na bibi yake, mumpeleke mahali kama mapolisi watafanya, mumpeleke pia. Nyinyi you are the leaders of this nation, msikubali aende polisi, mpelekeni mahali muinterrogate, mumuulize maswali. Watoto wako wapi? What happened? School. These people are taking us alive. Let me tell you something, Ruto. Hata sisi tunaweza kuchinja. Usicheze na sisi. Don't play with us. We are very mad with your leadership because you never care about normal mwananchi next generation. You are full of yourself, trying to maintain the coming election position. Aki ya Mungu atinasikia watoto wanaenda kutolewa kafala ndivyo waweze kusimba. May God forbid. And they should bring those children back to Kenya with immediate effect. Ebu gojeni kidogo, nakuja.
Aya, akikuja, Honorable Gisiri, you've been here for a while, you dropped, you came back. Jambo. Gisiri Maroa. Wanyama, unaweza uliza Gisiri kama yuanisikia.
Gisiri Maroa, wamsikiza huyu jamaa wetu Kowino ama vipi?
Siri jamani,
Nani?
siri jamani, wasikia wa vijana.
Aya. Gisiri ni kama anisikizi, anisikii. Gaddafi, naomba tafadhali uizime kipaza sauti chako. Voice of Tongaren. Jambo.
Hey, hello guys. I hope you guys are doing well. It's been a long day. Makasiriko imezidi, hakuna kitu inapungua. I don't know what is happening. I don't know, we should just get back to the Bible and read Revelations, because to me it's like it's the end. If I'm following the Bible, then this is the end. Kwa sababu we are not done with this. We are on to something else. We are not done with that. We are on to another thing. And now it's so sad. We have to talk about our children, our kids. Watoto tumewapeleka shule, wasome. We know they are safe. We've paid school fees there. And then something like this just happens. And it's like it's something that is planned. Because right now it's just moving from school to school, school to school, school to school. Sijui nifikirie kenye nafikiria ama I just want you guys to reason out with me. Because there is this system that the government has been using. All along, that is what they do. They create a problem and then they pretend like they are offering a solution to that problem while they loot. That is what it has been happening ever since I started to understand about the government. I know they cause problems, and then they're out here pretending like they are solving the problem, especially mambo ya markets kuchomeka. Hiyo imekuwa ikifanyika as a way to win the hearts of citizens. It is a strategy that politicians have adapted and they have made it a trend. Sijui sasa kwa shule itakuwaje, because you cannot just risk banning a school because you want to do something or whatever reason it might be. Guys, we need answers. My heart is actually bleeding right now. I don't know the way I can put it, the way that I can say the right words to describe how I'm feeling, but it's so sad. It's so sad, it's so sad, it's so sad. And the response that I see the government giving to the people, not just ordinary people, the parents who have lost their children, the parents who are still looking for their children. That is the response that the government is giving to them. Guys, it is not right. It is not. We don't have people who are talking to us. We don't have people who are answering our questions. This is the government that we have hopes to defend us from bad things happening. We have our faith in the government to make sure they deliver. We are having hopes in the government to make sure they give us answers to whatever is happening, but they just can't. With this government, we expect nothing but the worst. It is always the worst. There is nothing that is going to improve. I'll take this example. I was in JKIA. I've been there the whole day. And do you know what has happened? Just from nowhere, the minister. I don't call me. I call the thief because sijamaliza hata kuongelea 70 billion ya mafuta na hiyo scandal iliendaje. That is chiri chiri. That is Atuoli. They just pull up from nowhere. They have bagged whatever money they were given to pull this thing off, and it is gone like that. Just like that, it is gone. Ati, we have talked, the matter is in court. What is in court? The message of Kenyans is very clear. We reject, we don't want this thing. Why are you taking us to court? We don't need the courts. Was there any public participation before you guys signed the deal? Was it discussed by parliament? According to the law, that is unconstitutional, and it should be thrown far away completely. And when I was trying to ask the SG some questions, the SG of COW, some serious questions about Adani and where they were before the government signed the agreement to hand over our airports to Adani. Where were you? I was attacked. I was attacked with goons defending the SG. And they were telling me, the government has been here, they've sorted things. Why are you hitting up? Why are you recording? Which media station are you working from? Somebody was even heading for my mobile phone. It's so sad. We will not stop. I will not stop. I don't have millions, I don't have billions. But let me finish with this. Anybody who is listening to me, any leader who is here, we guys can come together. I want us to follow the legal way. Every time there's an issue like the one for Adani, we raise our own concerns the legal way. We file petitions in court. We just don't discuss and it ends here. We guys can contribute. If we need to pay any lawyer or any law firm to assist us, we can contribute. If you give 50, 50, 50, 50, and we are like 1,000 people, we have a lot to proceed. It's right now we report, we make sure we do things the formal way, whereby if we take over the government in 2027, those people are not going to evade the trap that we are setting for them right now. Because we shall revisit. We will revisit. We will make sure they pay for the evil things that they have done to us, to this country, to this nation, to the people of Kenya. We will make sure they pay. We are not letting them go freely. We will not, and we will not. And I swear to the living God, Ruto will never have peace immediately he is out of that seat. Take it to hell and back. He will not. I rather make him live in pain with my life. But he will not live in peace. He will not. We need answers. If we guys can come together and we file a petition, we go the legal way where to report the person who is in charge of the Ministry of Education. We do it. We can sue the school. We can sue everybody because there is no one who is going to do these things. The people who we elected who are supposed to do these things for us, they're not. Our senators, our MPs are sleeping. You have seen for yourself. The person who went to court is not even associated with the government. He's not an MP or a senator. So, guys, I want us to do it in a formal way. Let us not just talk and it ends there. We are very angry. Let us use the anger to make something constructive. You've seen today, is it today or yesterday, a stupid Kisii MP. Okay, I don't say Kisis are stupid, but it's an MP from somewhere there in Kisii, I don't know, where I don't like even talking about them. He came outside today and he said, what? We need renovations in our airport, but we don't have the money. We don't have the money, and we are losing like how many billions are we losing in a day? And you're telling us we don't have money. Man, we can't live this way. We can't. Somebody has to stand up. And it is we, the people, who are going to stand up. There is nobody who is going to come from nowhere and stand up. There is nobody. This noise we are making here, let us make it count. Let us make somebody suffer completely. Let us make them pay for their sins. Let us not leave them like that. We are silent right now. We have people who are abducted. Until today, we don't know where they are. And you've seen the incompetence from the IG. You've seen him not honoring the sessions. And you guys can see everything. Guys, I know there are a lot of people who want to say, but for me, let me just stop it from there because it's so painful. Let us just pray that God helps us. Let us put God first. Let us believe that everything will be okay. But with this government, we will always expect the worst. It's so sad. For those who are arranging for tomorrow, the person who is in charge, you can DM me the details. Let us meet in the morning. Let us go there. We need to find our kids. God bless you.
Asante sana Voice of Tongaren. Actually, the person who was arranging that was I think anaitwa nani. Let me check for the handle. It was in a previous space during the day. I got wind of it from there, so I got wind of it from there. So that is where I got the information. That's why I shared it on this space. Anaitwa Fish Sensors. The handle is at Imbai K. You can check her handle. You can check on my timeline. I've retweeted her post. So yeah, you guys can reach her. There's a poster alishare hapo. Now people will be going to Nyeri tomorrow in the morning from 5 to 6. If you don't have means and you're within Nairobi, please avail yourself at tea room in the morning. That is the information I got from that space. So yeah, tunaendelea, and I really support that cause because we cannot have 70 children just vanishing into the thin air. I want to go through the comment section kidogo before I give it to Grace. And before I go through the comment section, I also want to tell you guys that for a moment, please, tunajua historia ya Ndarasha imekuwa swept under the carpet for since ifanyike. People have been concentrating on Adani and everything. So this space, as much as there is so much heat on the Adani issue, please, we want to raise our voice on the Endarasha kids. So tafadhali, I know bado mko na rage na story na Adani and everything and what just happened today and all that, but please, we will still do a space on Adani hata kesho. We know it is not over. It is not over, tutaendelea. But we want to create awareness. Hii mambo na Endarasha, no, we have to find these kids hali wako. Lazima tujue watoto wako wapi. So please, ukikuja kwa microphone, please, asira ya Adani kidogo weka kwa la nyingine, tunataka hiyo ingine ndio erupt. Hii asira ya Endarasha, we want to find these kids. Where are our kids? Comment section naona Arnold Kokonya, the underscore hot underscore teapot underscore anasema, how is it possible that the government find watu walikuwa wanakula mchele na nyama parliament lakini they can't find 70 children? Very good question. Hayo ndio kitu nilikuwa nawaambia hapa. Wangeambiwa sasa hivi kujia kwa wino, wangekuwa wamekujia hapa, hata wamenitoe kwa shimo gani nimejificha, but hawezi fuata 70 pupils, watu very innocent people wenye hata hawajui wako wapi nini, hawezi find out. Okay, interesting. Evan Baluto at Evan Baluto anasema, whatever story is going on in Endarasha is confusing. Yes, it was tragic and my heartfelt condolences goes to the families. Now parents with students in private school are a bit advanced tech-wise. 70 pupils missing today. I'm kinda off. The silence is not adding up. Yes, it is not adding up. It cannot add up. It will never add up until we find the 70 pupils. So I agree with you there, Ivan. Who else is here? Who else is here? Eunice Kwamboka says, let's occupy Endarasha Academy in solidarity with the parents. Yes, I agree with you, Eunice. We have to occupy Endarasha. Engineer Josh. This was long ago. Okay, who else is here? Okay, I'll go to Grace. Guys, again, before Grace starts, please keep your comments coming up comment section. Use the hashtag Occupy Endarasha and hashtag Justice for Endarasha Kids. Those are the two hashtags nimeona zikitumika kwa hiyo space ilikuwa, so use those hashtags please. Occupy Endarasha and Justice for Endarasha Kids. Use those hashtags. Keep tweeting tafadhali. We want it to reach as many people as possible. There is your post nimeshare hapo kwa comment section, please. You can also tweet so that wenye wanataka kuenda na wako kuwa aware that maybe there is that one they can meet that tweet in this timeline. Thank you. Grace.
Yes, thank you, KOT. I mean, I don't even know where to start. As a children rights advocate, I'm sad, I'm saddened, and this issue is really tragic. I mean, what the fuck this government think it is? Because, since this thing happened, the only post I saw the government doing is condoling with the family. Sijui mara wameweka 3 days of mourning, or sijui wameenda hapo kudonate rice and beans. Who told this government that those kids were actually hungry? Tumefika pahali, there is a lot of insecurity in this country. And why should I be paying taxes to a government that cannot protect me and my children? Why should I be doing that? Kitu inaniudhi sana, to add salt to the injury, we are seeing government doing nothing about it. Because mimi hata nilikuwa najiuliza swali, if these pupils were in the dormitory, how can they be missing? Is either they were burnt, all of them, or kama wako burnt, all of them, some of them could escape the fire. And if they escaped the fire and the school is secured, where could these children go to? So this is the answer. Government inajaribu, and I want to believe that school has worked closely with the government to transport our children wherever they want to transport our children to, then light up the dormitory by themselves and pretend there was a fire incident. That is what I tend to believe. Imagine children dying in a dormitory innocently. And guys, I want to tell you, this war is not only physical. This war is also spiritual. And I want to urge each and every person in this group, each and every person listening to me, let us kneel down to our God and pray. I even told people in some video in my TikTok account that these politicians, they like brainwashing people. Because you see, what happened in that academy, really, if we look at this thing categorically, it's something that should not even be happening. If I look at the windows those children had, if I look at the type of material that dormitory was made of, wood and mabati, then I ask myself, how many times have we had fire incidents in the schools? So many times. What has the government done? There is no inspections that government does to those schools, because we know very well, if in the places of work, there are always fire management training. Why schools are an exception? If I tell a teacher right now, please show me how a fire extinguisher is used. They cannot, because there is no training that goes on in those primary and secondary schools on how to manage fire. There is no fire assembly in those schools. I worked like in 3 different schools, and indeed there is no fire assembly. There is no fire alarms. So why am I paying tax to this government? Why? Why am I paying? Because literally they have told us and they have shown us they don't care about our children. This is a government that does not care about its future generation. They are busy with things that is not even important, if you may ask me. And I'm wondering what women reps are doing, because these are mothers. These are mothers. If I can see a whole first lady condoling with the family and doing nothing about it, I've not seen any politician in that school trying to find out what exactly happened in that school. So we are alone as a country. And I've seen people commenting at, oh, when you walipigia serikali kura, sijui atoi serikali. I want to tell you, if you are here and you did not vote, you voted for this government. So it is high time we collect ourselves together with the mistakes that we did and push this government out, because this government literally does not fucking care about our children. Nimekasirika sana, wacha tu niachie hapo. Nimekasirika sana.
Yeah, in the midst of hasira, tafadhali Occupy Endarasha tomorrow asubuhi. KOT, I can't see any requests, so kama kunaona request on your side, please help me approve them. Yeah, I'll go to Patrick Wamalwa. Patrick.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you. Mimi nataka kusema hivi. From June 25th, in this country, hatujawahi kuwa na serikali. We don't have a government in this country. The government we have is an illegitimate government. It lost power from the people. What they are having loosely in government they formed just to hang on and continue on their looting spree. Shocking issue is this. Wakati watu waliuliwa bunge, innocent lives were slaughtered. There was no day of national mourning, there was no apology, and they called them anarchists. Wakati huko Kware watu walipatikana innocent, wameuawa, hatujai ambia the truth about that story. Now today we are speaking about Endarasha. My friends, do you expect anything good from this government? Nothing. These people are pursuing a very evil agenda in this country. Nataka kuwauliza swali moja. William Ruto huwa anapenda kujisema yeye ni mtu wa Mungu. Can somebody just tell me, kanisa ya William Ruto Sunday huwa ni kanisa gani? Let me just shock you Kenyans. Every Sunday you only meet Ruto going for churches, harambes. We knew Uhuru was a Catholic. He used to go to the Catholic church. Kibaki was a Catholic, alikuwa anaenda Catholic church. Moi tulikuwa tunajua alikuwa anaenda hiyo African what church. But can you specifically tell us the church William Ruto goes to? These are very shocking things that we are going through in this country. What happened at Endarasha is very shocking. The government comes out and says that watoto wote wamekuwa accounted for. Na wana issue statement and they want it to be business as usual. But mnakumbuka hiyo story yule mzazi alikuja akasema nini? Mtoto mmoja alimwambia kwamba mtoto mmoja walitoroka kwa dom, wakafanya nini? Wakapewa blanketi keep warm. And then shockingly, huyo mtoto alikuwa na wazazi karibu akaenda nyumbani. Huyo mtoto, that is the missing link in this Endarasha issue. That mtoto gives us the link of what really happened. The truth you're not being told. And the government of Kenya wants to bury something. The same way they lied to us about Kware is the same thing they want to do with this Endarasha issue. It's so shocking that shule ambayo ina records za wanafunzi wote, tuna wale wamekufa, kuna wale wako hospitali na kuna wale wamechomeka beyond recognition. Mwili zao ziko hapa, mnafanya DNA. Mzazi anaenda anaambiwa atileta tu nini zako samples, lakini namba na yenye wazazi wanatafuta watoto, the number doesn't match. That is just another lie that this government wants to perpetuate. I can tell you it's very painful for the parents, and I understand what the parents are going through is very, very painful. We don't have a government in this country, and I want to support those who will be going tomorrow at Nyeri. Please represent us. And one thing you should do, please act like intelligence officers. Jaribu muende kwa ground, mujaribu kufind information, especially wanawake. Jaribu to kuwa friendly na watu, you'll get the stories that are not being told. Don't go with your phone or anything. Just wanawake, I advise you, speak, send like people who act like spies. Just talk to mamas. They'll give you the whole story that's not, the truth that is unspoken. That is the truth that happened. There's something that these people want to hide, and they think it'll come out in the near future. I'm very disappointed. That's what I can say for now. But I think we don't have a government in this country. If there was a way, we get rid of them, I'm ready to take that role. Wacha tuniwachie hapo. Asanteni for now. Asante.
Asante sana Patrick. I'll go to Gaddafi. Alafu, hey, KOT, are you there? Wait, KOT. Aya, Gaddafi, go ahead.
Ngoja kidogo. Mabonga, unasikia Kowino?
Wanyama bana, hata siwaoni bana, mko aje space na siwaoni.
Hii space iko na shida, but we will be
Bana,
on.
mi naona,
Mabonga.
wacha nikwambie, mi I can only see Voice of Tongaren, Salome na Gaddafi kwa wenye wamebaki. Patrick Don mbona na connect na Grace na host peke yake.
Unajua kwa
Those
wino
are the only
huwezi
people
kuwa
I can see.
unatumia
I don't even know if kama kuna
Infinix.
speakers wengine. Wewe mwenyewe hata nasikia tu
Kwa wino
unaongea.
huwezi
I don't know.
kwa wino
Mabonga
huwezi kuwa
bana, space
unatumia
kuna shida gani?
Infinix.
Refresh space.
Simu yako, hao watu wengine wote wanaona.
Mabonga anaongea, Kowino umsikii. Kowino akiongea, Mabonga amsikii. Bana, hii space imefanywa ile kitu. At least acha binti akuje bana. Tuone, tusikie a new voice. Maybe the space will be.
Hapana, o kijana anatumia Infinix.
Binti, how are you?
Hello, good evening. How are you?
Asante sana. Karibu kwenye space. Now, we are injecting on Endarasha issues, and we had a minor problem with the internet, but tuko tumerudi. Thanks for joining us, by the way, because in Amanisha we have firepower to continue with the conversation. Gaddafi, where are you? Gaddafi, can you hear me?
Hello, Wanyama.
Aya.
Inject. Yes. Thank you for giving me this chance. I've had people asking the question that what is wrong with this government. But for me, I'm not going to ask that question because it is becoming boring now. For me, I'm asking, what is wrong with ourselves as Kenyans? What is wrong with us as Kenyans? 21 pupils dead. 70 are missing. We are doing nothing. It is as if everything is just okay. People wake up, they go to work. So it is high time that people acted. Because the fact is, we do not have a government. What we have in the name of government are criminals. From the president to members of county assembly, all of them are criminals. So if we continue waiting for them to act, my friends, we are wasting time. It is high time that we got angry. We should be serious. If we keep on talking without action, they will get used to us. they will not act. They will never act. So my question is concerning this issue of the school. 70 children are missing. Let's say that they manage to escape from the dormitory. Does it mean that in this particular community, there are no people? Because in such a case, or in such a situation, I expect that some of the community members could have met with these kids roaming around. So does it mean that in this community, there are no people? Is that what the government is trying to tell us? The houses that are around there. Because if these kids were to escape, right, I expected that they could have visited some of these houses around. No one is talking about this. Here we are asking, what is wrong with this government? It is high time that we started asking, what is wrong with us as Kenyans? Right? Because I know some of us, you sit in your house with your kids, you think that such a thing will not happen to you. One day it might happen to you. Yeah? Nobody will be there to defend you, to grieve with you. So it is high time we start acting together. Let us pull our resources together and act against this government. We do not have a government here. It makes no sense to me. 70 students missing. Think about their parents. What are their parents going through right now? They paid the school fees. They expect the duty of care to be with the school, right? You entrust someone with your kid, and then someone comes out and tells you that your kid is no longer there. Your kid is missing. Yeah? No good explanation is being given to you as a parent, right? So for me, I would advise those who shall be going there, the owner of this school is known, the wife is known, the kids are known. Why don't we start with this guy first, if possible? Because we know very well that the policemen will not help us here, and they are not going to help, right? Let us trust this guy. Let us have this guy plus the family. Once the family is threatened, this guy will talk and will explain to us, to the public, what actually happened. Another person we should also look for is the security officer. Where was he? What was he doing? Right? And another question is, how fast does fire spread? 21 children were burned in that dormitory. How fast does the fire spread? Right? These kids were wailing, they were making noise, they were crying in the dormitory. How far is this school with the rest of the houses in that community? And how long did it take for people to act? Because they're insinuating that the doors were closed from outside. Right? We should stop joking as Kenyans. We should stop joking. It is high time we acted. Someone comes and tells you that I'll give you rice and beans. For what? Your child is missing and someone wants to give you rice and beans. Did you tell that person that you are hungry? Huh? At times, for us to change things, we have to be mad. Acting normally will not help us. We are going nowhere. Being humble will not help us. It shall take us nowhere. This political class has mastered our behavior as public. They know these guys will just talk. And then they give up. Right? We have to know, where are these kids? We have to know. Kama ingekuwa tunatafuta mtu mwenye ameenda maandamano, saizi angeshapatikana. Right? Kama ingekuwa gari ya bangi, saizi wangeshika. Now, it is high time we start asking,
ile wanasemanga mlango kumi siji mara nini na nini. Those people should be able to tell us what goes on in that community and what transpired on that particular night, what happened. Right? We should be questioning these guys. Right? This is something that is known. We should not be sitting back and waiting for the government to act because they will not act. Huh? Something needs to be done. And it needs to be done by us, not the government. Because the government is not going to help. So for me as Kenyans, hatujachoka na hii government. Hatujachoka. Right? Just from our action, hatujachoka na hii government. Ile time tutachoka na hii government, hakuna mtu atakwambia toka kwa nyumba yako enda maandamano. You sacrifice yourself. You save money. You pay for your kids' school fee. And then someone comes and tells you, eti mtoto wako amepotea. Eti mtoto wako amekufa kwa moto. Seriously. Eh? And some of our parents, saa zingine wakuli wakisave school fee, walipie mtoto. Angalau in future mtoto apate maisha mazuri. And then someone comes out and tells you that, oh, you entrusted your kid with me, right? But I'm sorry, mtoto wako amepotea na sijui ameenda wapi. Right? I entrust you with my kid, with his safety. The duty of care is on you. You don't come and tell me nonsense. Huh? Kama ni mbaya, then tutafute watoto wako na familia yako. Kaeni chini tuambie watoto wetu wameenda wapi. Right? Ingekuwa mtoto wa Ruto amepotea, ingekuwa mtoto wa Raila amepotea, mtoto wa Kindiki saizi wangepatikana the same day. The same day. Huh? What are we doing? What are we waiting for? Why don't we trace this guy, the owner of this school, plus the family, tuwaweke chini, tuwaulize, tuambie watoto wetu wameenda wapi. If not, an eye for an eye. The guy will talk. Atatuambia what happened with the kids. Atatuambia. Lakini if you are waiting for the government has never been on our side and will never be. More so, these crooks, government ya Ruto right? This will never be on our side. Ruto will always serve the white man. That is what he's doing. Because hao ndio walimweka hapo. So it is high time, sisi kama Kenya, hao watoto lazima watuambie wameenda wapi. Watoto wameenda wapi. Some of these parents saizi hawawezi kula, hawawezi lala. Kila time akitembea anasumbuliwa akili, hata anaweza gongwa na gari barabarani. Anafikiria watoto wake venye ame sacrifice. Alafu mtu anakuambia ujinga. Ajui penye mtoto wako. Seriously. That is how we want to grow as a nation. That is how we want to protect ourselves as a people of Kenya. Right? And then someone tells me that let us leave it to God. No, we are not leaving it to God. We have been leaving it to God. Kila time tuachie Mungu. Kila time tuachie Mungu. It is high time we acted. Sasa hii serikali tunaambiwa ililetwa na Mungu. Eti serikali ya Mungu. Taka. What are these people telling us? Hamtatuuzia hopes. Eti tuachie Mungu. Kila time tumekuwa tukiachia Mungu. Tunaachia Mungu. Ona serikali Mungu alituletea garbage. Right? So let us do something. When you wataenda huko, because for me, I will not have an opportunity to go because I'm not in Kenya. But let us do something. Let us hold our hands together and act together. Lakini tukiendelea kugojea eti si mara government watafanya nini, hakuna. Uliona venye huyo mzungu sijui anaitwa nani, huyo government spokesperson anasema takataka, right? Why do we take time to listen to such a person? Bogus. Tutafute, let us be clear here. Tutafute watchman ako wapi, aletwe. The owner of the school plus the wife plus the kids wawekwe room moja, waulizwe, produce our kids, produce our kids. Those people will tell us what transpired, what really happened on that particular night. They will tell us. But my friend, if we were to sit back and wait for the government to act, they will never act. This government can only act when it comes to embezzlement of funds. Hiyo kabisa. Deals za takataka, hizo madeals, they will act. But protecting us, protecting the public, having our interest at heart, my friend, let us forget about it. This government will never do it. Will never do it. So let us act as Kenyans. Tukasirike, hatujakasirika, tukasirike. As a parent, whenever you forgo lunch, ili watu wako wakule sapo usiku, ili watoto wako waende shule ulipe school fee, it doesn't make you mad enough, that one. Hauwezi kasirika bado? Ukitoka asubuhi unaenda job, alafu you know very well that this salary nikipata within 3 days nimeanza kukopesha do. Hiyo hata haiwezi fanya ukasirike bado. Haiwezi fanya ukasirike. Kenyans, let us be serious. Government. We don't have a government. We are on our own. Let us act. We are on our own. No one will help us. It is us. When you walisema, sometimes back walikuwa nasema security begins with us, right? So, it is upon us to act. Let us not wait. Tujue watoto wako wapi. And in fact, inafaa tuwape within this particular number of days tuambie watoto wetu wako wapi. Right? Lakini if you are a parent, if you are a Kenyan parent, you are seated comfortably because mtoto wako hajapotea, hakuchomeka, maisha yako inaendelea kama kawaida, then you are not a parent. You are not a parent. In traditional African community, mtoto alikuwa ya kila mtu.
Gaddafi, wrap up.
Right? So, let us do something. Let us do something. Let them tell us where our children are. So that is all that I can say. Thank you so much.
Asante sana, Binti.
Thank you. Gaddafi, please
Gaddafi,
mute your
please
mic.
mute your mic.
Correct.
Binti, I had a question for you.
Yes, go ahead.
Do you think there's something sinister going on with the way the government is handling the Endarasha thing, or do you think they're just following the procedure the way it should be done?
Following procedure. Following procedure how? I think there's something very off. There's something in the air just feels very off. I don't see any efforts to try and find those kids. I don't see any type of accountability from the school or this what do you call this person for education, the one that's telling the schools the kids to go back to school. Then we have this guy Mwara, whoever he is, sending beans and rice. Is that what our kids are worth, by the way? Why is nobody like there's such a lack of effort to investigate what really happened, or like just a lack of accountability and transparency? Why were they shutting the gates? It makes zero sense to me. And then I'm hearing that there were ambulances spotted in JKIA. I've come on the TL, like for the first time I'm seeing there's kids that are in Uganda. Something just feels so off, and I just want to listen to what people are saying, because I'm so thrown off. It honestly, it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right, not in my spirit, not in my system, not in my anything. My bones are telling me, my gut is telling me that something is truly off. And we cannot allow this. Guys, kids, Yani, this is the future of our country. We cannot allow this to just pass by and we don't say anything about it. We don't try to figure out what happened or what's currently happening. We can't just keep quiet. Well, okay, so hi everybody. Thank you for having me. This is Sauti ya Mwananchi, hosted by KOT and co-hosted by myself and Kowino, and Wanyama was just here. We also have our other co-hosts, Aya the Sixth and Rabia. So today we're talking about the Endarasha kids and trying to dissect and just figure out what's really happening, like what's the truth behind this sad situation that we're currently in. So Kawino, I hope you're okay. I hope you're back. Hope you can hear me. So I'd like to hear from a lady first. I'll go to Salome. I think you're here for a long time. Then I'll go to Toria, then Joseph, then Philip, then Lynn, if that's okay. So Salome, hi.
Yes, I'm doing good. I have been here before I drop a bit, but I'm back. This is a very serious case, and it's like the government, they just taking everything easy. We are not stupid. And Luto should know the silence of Gen Z and Millennium should not make him comfortable. Gen Z and Millennium, they are just watching somewhere, sitting somewhere and seeing things sliding. And by tomorrow, I think the action will be on with the Gen Z and Millennium, the spearheaded to Endalasha to take the course up again. We don't want to arrest these people to our police because they won't give us the good information. We will arrest them. When we arrived at Nyeri, we have to take that, the owner of that school, tumpeleke bahali, na ule mwalimu alikuwa duty, those matrons, alafu atupatie good information. Na tukisema hivyo hapa, saa hii najua watateremsha maaskari huko. Wakisikia tu Gen Z na Millennium wameamuka inu vichwa. That's what will happen. Because when they catch these people, they don't give good information or interrogate them in the good manner. Remember Makuko ama cows taken to a slaughterhouse to be slaughtered. 21 bodies down, 70 missing. Another sum again today in TikTok, 93 children somewhere in Uganda. The government is still sleeping and saying nothing. We don't have a government. Yes, I support the first speaker. We don't have a government and we don't have a leader. I told you, Ruto is a politician, not qualified to be a leader or a president. He is supposed to be in shamba mwanzo si ya leadership, aende huko akalime, aachane na serikali yetu. And anybody willing to lead this great nation should start now because our country is on crisis. Hatuna mtu wa kutuongoza. Wale wote tulichagua wamewekwa mfuko na huo politicians, ni wamsimamie aweze kukaa kwa power for many years zile anataka. Juu yeye ako na kitu tunaitwa commercial capital. Hana kitu tunaitanga social capital. Nobody believe in Ruto leader. Accountable, the owner of that school, tumshike sisi, na najua watatuzuilia kozi watakuwa huko, but we'll do our best. Mpaka ashikwa ekwe mkononi na huo bibi yake. Tunasikia ni David Kinyua na sijui Mele Wanjeli, the owner of that school. Then we'll have those people who are on duty on that time. Moto ulianzaje na ulishikaje haraka mpaka ukachoma hao watoto wote? Time mpaka hao watoto wachomeke. Hakuna mtu yeyote angeingia na blanketi ikiwa na maji, at least a save some children.
Waliangalia tu watoto kwa dormitory wakichomeka, then milango ya dormitory ilifungwa na nani? Because tunasikia ilikuwa imefungwa na nje. There is something fishy through this Eladasha tragedy. And we won't silent, not even Nyeri. Nyeri, you'll demonstrate, even in town, people should demonstrate for these children. Watoto ni wa kila tumbo ya mama kuanga wa kila mtu, si wa mama peke yake. Remember, those are the innocent souls. Below 10 years, my God. Na hii kutoka June hii jana, kutoka Ruto ingie kwa serikali, watoto wengi wamekufa sana, alafu si watu wakubwa wanakufa, ni watoto. What is happening? What is happening with this government killing innocent small children? Young souls have gone down 6 feet. What is happening with the Ruto government? Ruto government is a cult. A government. We don't have a government in Kenya. And we do all our thing that we toa hii serikali. Imagine hatutaki hii serikali. We uplift Uhuru. But where? Uhuru was a Simba. He was a lion in leadership. Hatujaisikia mambo kama haya tunasikia. Hata kama kulikuwa na migoma hatujaisikia watu wameuliwa vile watu waliuliwa time ile tulienda kwa street. He was releasing policies with orders, but Ruto policies are illegal. Shoot and kill. Ndivyo akae hapo kwa power. Kwa nini anafanya Wakenya hivyo? Why should you allow the devil to rule this? Ruto, kwa nini? Hataki twende tukamtembelee, na hiyo state house ni yetu. Kwa nini anatuogopa na sisi ndiye anatuongoza? Why should you fear your employee? Kwa nini Ruto kila wakati tukitaka kusema tunaenda state house tukamtembelea anaweka kila aina ya block? What is happening in the real sense? Kenya should wake up. Gen Z and millennium, we have to wake up. Na hatulali tena. Let's not sleep again. Let's go back again to the street. Na akisikia tu Gen Z ashaanza kutetemeka. But this is the time to fight for those children. This is not a joke. Imagine umepeleka mtoto wako shule, umelala usiku, kumbe mtoto analia mahali, mama nisaidie. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. This is not a government. This is a cult. This is not a government. We don't have a government in Kenya. Kenya should keep that in mind. Hatuna serikali na hatuna president. We don't have a president. Alafu tumemwachilia hivyo, ameona tumenyamaza, kafikiria tumeenda. We are still in and we are very, very eager and we are taking back the cause again to the street. Be blessed all.
Okay, thank you so much Salome. I think my co-host drop kidogo.
Niko hapa. Keoti, unanisikia?
Oh, sawa. Yes, kwa hiyo nakusikia.
Hii space yako leo iko na shida. Umeona imerusha hata binti nje. This space has a problem. I think serikali wameanza
Nikwambia waache kutumia nilikwambia waache kutumia Infinix bwana. Hiyo kitu italipuka kwa mkono.
Ni serikali. Najua situmii Infinix but ni serikali. Anyway, kama hiyo Infinix itafanya nipitishe hii ujumbe napitisha, so be it. Asante sana Salome kwa mchango wako. Nimekupata sambamba and yeah, you said umesema mambo ya ukweli sana. And I agree with you. Hii serikali inatuchezea shege sana. Wanatubeba ufala sana. And like I've said here tangu space ianze. There is no way 70 kids wanaweza potea into the thin air. Like hawako nowhere to be traced. DCI Nyaguto and his team hawezi wa find anyway. We know about Nyaguto. Hawawezi find hawa watoto 70, 71, 2, 3 mpaka 70. Hawa ndio watu wakiambiwa tu leo muende mtafute ule Kowino anasema mambo na Endarasha, hawezi chukua hata 1 hour. Saa hii venye tunaongea hivi wakiambiwa tu go and find Kowino, 1 hour itaisha before msikie nimeenda. 1 hour haitaisha before msikie Kowino ameishia. But 70 children, 1, 2, 3, 4 mpaka 70. hawezi pata hata mmoja waseme tu ndio huyu tumepata mmoja. Lakini wanakuambia kuna wenye walikimbia into the neighboring villages, walikimbia hapo kwa majirani wakashelter huko. Where are they? Okay, produce them. You have information that they ran away wakashelter kwa majirani? Where are they hao wenye walishelter hapo? So sielewi hawa watu wanatubeba tu ufala sana. Like watoto wako wapi? 70 children wana miss tu, wanapotea tu ghafla, hawako. Hamjasema waliungua, hamjasema ati sijui wako wapi, hamjui kwenye wako, and you are charged with the mandate ya kufind wako wapi. Are we even safe? Are we safe? Kama watoto heri sisi mnatuitaga criminals. Hao watoto mtawaita nini bas kama if you can't account for them? Sisi at least tunaendaga maandamano, you can call us criminals, treasonous criminals. How about those 70 kids? Toria, then Lynn, then Jeffy.
What? Hi KOT, hi Kowino, Wanyama, and Lynn and the rest. I hope mko poa. Mi manze mi siko poa. I feel so bad. Like this government is really fucked up. Me, I don't understand why. Hey, tuko na wamama wa mabibi za hizo kunguru ziko hapo hivyo zinajiita politicians. Tuko na wanawake wanajiita women rep. Hakuna mtu hata mmoja ameifungua mdomo hivi aseme watoto kuhusu watoto. Guy, surely. Kwani kuna wenye wanapasukanga kwa miti na wenye wanazaliwa nomo? Kwani kuna difference gani? Kuna watu wanatumia mwili ya kuimport na wengine wanatengenezwa na soil. But they am so mad, like, you know, we have women in the political seats and they can't talk. They are just they are silent, saying nothing. It's been almost a week now. 70 children have disappeared. Nobody has said anything about it. Just they are taking food as if they are going to celebrate the death of the children. What the fucking hell is that? Yani, hey guy. Mwaura anaongea nini huyo mbaba? Anafaa tumuimportie jua kwanza yeye achomeke hata yeye akufe asikie. Kwani if mtoto wa politician angepotea, hii Kenya yote hata ingefungwa tutafute mtoto. Sai watu kwa streets wamepotea, ma youth. Haionekani ni kama ni kitu. Hao ni watoto, for Christ's sake. Those are children below 18, hata hawajafikia kuwa adults. Nobody is talking about it. They are just silent as if nothing happened. Only to call a 3-day mourning nationwide. What has that helped? Kukuja hapa kulaunch sijui ACC ama ni nini, instead of going and looking for those kids. Huko kwenye wanasema watoto wako, si waende huko waingie watafute. This system is really fucked up. If we are waiting for Ruto to instruct or to tell those niggas to go look for kids, then we'll be wasting our times. I think it's high time we as Kenyans, we take action. We go find the kids. We go occupy everywhere. You know, we cannot tolerate these niggas anymore. It's too much. It's too much, man. Guy, mimi sijawahi sikia kuchizi hivi kai. Sijafikia kuwa mama, lakini mimi mtoto wangu mtu bana mi mbona ufunge gate? Ilifungwa na nani? It means that watu walikuwa wanajua everything that was going on. The government really knows everything that's going on. Ruto ni msee ameishi kulead kwa blood. Manze huyu mtu nakumbuka alirudisha baby Pendo kwa kanisa achomeke. Huyo ndo mtu tunaexpect tutafutie watoto wetu. For Christ's sake, mzazi ametupa mtoto nje asichomeke, then mtu anamregesha ndani. Na mnakuja hata kusema huyo Uhuru. Who is fucking Uhuru? Si walikuwa wanafanya hizo shit pamoja hiyo 207? Hakuna mtu perfect kwa hii political world. We should never believe politicians. Sisi tunalia huku, wao wako huko wanaserereka, wanafurahia pesa yetu yenye wamechukua. Watoto wetu wanakufa, watoto wanauzwa, sehemu zao zinauzwa. Hakuna mtu anaongea, wamepotea. Mtoto mwenye alienda kurescue wengine wawili, mmoja tu ndo alijulikana jina, pia yeye amedisappear. How on earth watoto 70 guy walibebwa na nini? Those children hawezi trek distance yote, hata kama ni kuingia kwa hizo maboma bana. Watu si wajinga bana. Wajinga waliisha Kenya. Bu watupee watoto na watuambie watoto wako wapi.
Asante sana Toria. The anger is justified. Ladies and gentlemen, hii ni sauti ya mwananchi na leo tunauliza where are our kids? Kuna post nimeshare hapo comment section for those who will be going to Occupy Endarasha tomorrow. Akina Imbani walikuwa na hiyo space mchana and they have said that sorry about that. They have said that wenye wanataka kuenda kesho Endarasha asubuhi and you don't have means na uko within Nairobi, please avail yourselves hapo tea room asubuhi saa 11 to 6 ikupate hapo so that they can facilitate your transport. People will be going, lots of people. So if you are available, please tokezea kesho Nyeri. We help those ladies who lost their children because it is just impossible kutuambia watoto 70 wamepotea na hamjui wako wapi. Chanzo cha moto mara stima mara nini, and hizi moto za shule zimekuwa zikifanyika time and again, shule zinaungua. The government is never prepared. Wenye hiyo shule kwanza ni nani? Anyway, Lynn, alafu Jeffy.
Asante sana. I hope mko Nasikika?
Okay.
I hope mko salama. Kwanza nataka kuanzia na kuuliza swali. Watu wenye mnauliza, why is the government not saying anything? And my question is, what do you want the government to say? What should the government say? Like if you are the government, would you say anything? But of course, yes. The government have something to say. The thing that the government can tell us is that the kids were banned beyond recognition and we need more time to perform some research and whatever they call them so that we know who is who and where is where and what is what. You know? Lakini guys, I want us to understand one thing. Kuna kitu nimeweka kwa Jumbotron, mtu akiconfess aliona everything that was happening. And I want us to reason together. Kama mlango ya kutoka ilikuwa imefungwa na nje, watoto 70 walipotelelea wapi? You know? I also want to understand. Kama milango zilikuwa zimefungwa na nje, is that a school of magic? That watoto walisema harakadabra huwa wakatoka, wakafungua poto, wakatoroka cause mlango imefungwa na nje na watoto 70 wamedisappear. So whatever that person explains there, it is very clear. Walitolewa alafu wao wenyewe, either the matron or patron ama watchman, wakawasha moto ili to cover up the story. And the government cannot say anything kwa sababu saa hizi watoto wetu wako Uganda, wamewekwa pahali kama kondoo za kutolewa sacrifice ili Ruto asitoke kwa kiti yake. Another thing we need to note. Wakati hii shule ilichomeka, hakukuwa na firefighters. Hazingepatikana. Why zipatikane alafu wachome evidence? Lazima ingepatikana. So, their plan was, kwa sababu lazima watu watakuwa questionable, lazima the state ijipresent hapo na ijifanye inalia na watu. And this is why Gachagua alikuja hapo kujifanya anaombea watu, akiwalilia where else deep down alikuwa anajua what was happening. Kwa sababu everything that is happening, we don't need a third eye to see that Ruto is in it. We really don't need. Kwa sababu tell me how our government have PhD lakini hawana akili ya kufikiria shule imechomeka inafaa kuwa under construction, under renovation, lakini haifai kukua ikiwa na wanafunzi. If the government is not involved, kwa nini huyu mtu wa seasonal man Mr. Isaac, kwa nini hata nimemuita Mr. kwa nini? Kwa nini Isaac huyu man wa seasonal? Kwa nini anasema watoto 20 wamepatikana lakini haizi wa produce? Tuna understand. Kwa nini after Gachagua amekuja ameombea wasee hiyo place watu waezi ingia hadi wazazi? Kwa nini huyu mkali meno zake zimetoka nje hadi anashindwa tu kureason, anasema watu hii warudishwe kwa shule, shule imechomeka? Every person that is saying a word to deny people from accessing that school ako kwa government. kwa sababu this is the plan of government. We don't need evidence to see, we can clearly see it. The moment watoto wetu walichomeka, wakati tulipoteza Gen Z, the massacre of Githurai, watu wenye waliekwa Kware, nani aliona bendera imewekwa nusu? Nani alisikia public holiday tuomboleze? Hatukuwaomboleza. Na hata time tulikuwa tunaenda kuwaomboleza, tulikuwa tu tunakunywa tear gas na we were getting harassed. Now tell me why in the name of God watoto wamepotea hata hawajapatikana, lakini Ruto the Lucifer anasema bendera iwekwe nusu na ikaekwa. Sisi tukidhani watu wenye they are not spiritual awoken wanafikiria oh the government inaomboleza na sisi. And this is why watu wenye ni wazee na wamefungwa macho na kanisa wanajua tu Mungu anaweza wapigania, they should stay there like watu hawajiwezi na they won't get justice. Wanafikiria Ruto ako na wao. But literally alikuwa anaona madhabehu zake za shetani like cause kwa nini tuanuliwe stima? You know kuna vitu Kenya hatuhitaji kuambiwa again and again. Stima zikaanuliwa. Ambulance JKIA. Watoto chomeka. Stima watoto ambulance. Aji na stima zimeanuliwa. Every time stima zikianuliwa lazima kitu happen. Another thing I want you guys to know that we no longer have a country. We are living somewhere in the village of magic. It's like we are in the legend of the seeker, Naruto ndio Daken Rao. You don't need to be told. Like kwa nini venye tumeenda demonstrations zote, the main target ya hawa askari ilikuwa male kids. If you're a male ndo tulizika wengi. Even if you look at the list ya watu wenye walikufa, wanaume ndio wengi. Na saizi hii shule ni mixed school, lakini watu wenye walichomekewa ni vijana na wao tu ndo walidisappear. It is a high time tuingie hiyo state house and we clear everything. Actually, everything in that state house should be turned into ash. Huyu mzee amefika place, ametudharau, ametukosea heshima. Kwa sababu, na kuna mtu anasema ati justice. It's not time tuseme ati justice. Kenya hatuna justice. Tungekuwa na justice, ama government, ama vitu zenye zina function, sahi hatungekuwa na maandamano ya ndani. JKIA tungeulizwa kwanza kama tunamtaka ama hatumtaki. Lakini lazima wangefanya cause hatuna justice Kenya. Tungekuwa na sheria Kenya. IG hangeitwa mara 7 na disrespect koti. Kwa sababu they take orders from. Na I want us to remember kuna kitu Ruto alisema. Venye aliingia kwa kiti, alisema wakati aliingia kwa kiti alihakikisha kila askari ako na freedom. They don't have to report. So saizi, guys, it's high time huyu mzee aende tu, kwa sababu tukinyamazia hii story it is either tumekubali watoto wetu wabadilishwe wakuwe kondoo za kukatakatangwa wakitolewa madhehebu za shetani, or else tukatae yeye ashuke. We got no choice. It's high time we call war. Kama we ni mzazi unapeleka mtoto wako shule, anaenda kuna mtu na actually venye tunaenda kesho, huyo mwenye hiyo shule inafaa kufungwa. Inafaa kufungwa. Like tell me why shule inachomeka na mtoto kama mzazi haoni mtoto. Tell me why shule imechomeka lakini kuna askari kwa gate analinda. Analinda nini? Analinda evidence. Watu wasingie huko waone hata labda hakukuchomeka sana, ni vitu wataki tuone. Like we are no longer free. Tukidhani ati ni mambo za sijui nini, tutatoka sasa kwa kusacrificiwa watoto, mtakuwa mnasikia mtu tu disappear and they will call it the rapture or something, na hivyo ndo human trafficking zitaanza. Watu watakuwa wanauliwa Kenya as if we are dogs. Actually worse than dogs. It's high time. The issue that is on the table right now is beyond finance bill. It's high time tushikane. Hiyo shule kwanza inafaa ifungwe. Na mwenyewe anafaa kuwa pahali apumui kabisa. He should not breathe. Kwa sababu as the owner of the school anajua everything. Na lazima alitengewa kitu mzito ndo akubali watoto watolewe kwa shule. Lazima alitengewa kitu yake. It's high time we fight. Kama uko na mtoto ama hauna, it's high time we fight. Maybe leo ni watu wa Nyeri, kesho ni watu wa Tao. Juzi ilikuwa Githurai. Siku ingine sijui kulikuwa wapi. Haujui next ni wapi. If we don't stop Ruto, he is not going to stop. He will kill us. na tutakuwa tunamuona tunainama. So it's high time tusimame and we say we have nothing to lose. It's high time we make peace with death because we've got no choice. It's either aende ama tuende na yeye. There's no choice. Ama kama wazazi mtakubali watoto wenu wakuwe kondoo za kutolewa madhabahu za shetani, okay, sisi wenye hatuna watoto tuta just stay aside to watch. But kama wazazi mko na hiyo uchungu ya watoto wenu, then sisi wenye hatuna hata hatutazaa. Tutangoja kwanza we defend your kids and then we decide if you're going to bring our kids on this earth. Because it's not safe. It's not even safe for marriage. You're getting married, uzalie mtu kondoo akatoe ndo abaki kwa kiti. It's not safe. As I wind up, hebu tujiulize, kwa nini Jezebel hajaitana mkutano? Reason I call her Jezebel is because her husband is Ahab. Kwa nini hajaitana mkutano za maombi? Kwa nini saizi Kenya inahitaji maombi, hatujasikia seminar na get together State House? Kwa nini hatujasikia akiita ule mzee, sijui alikuwa anaitwa Billy ama whatever, huyu wa US, sijui ni wa wapi? Kwa nini hajaitana maombi? Hypocrites. Wanakuja wanadanganya nyinyi wazazi, mnaombewa, where else? Mnatengewa mauongo za kufunikwa macho na imani yenye hata haieleweki mkichinjiwa watoto. It's high time we open our two eyes if it's very hard to open your third eye. Asanteni.
Asante sana Lynn. Kuna tu kitu moja umesema hapo yenye nilitaka correct when you said huyo mkale amefungua sijui meno. I believe you are referring to Belio Kipsang, but I didn't want you to use the term mkale. Sema to that PS. There is
Huyo
because I
mzee,
think
I
that
don't
was
know his
stereotype.
name. I don't know his name.
Naitwa Belio Kipsang. The PS education. I'll go to you Jeffy, then after Jeffy nitaangalia statistics hapa, nimeona DCI wamepost and it's very funny. Jeffy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, KOT, and all of your co-hosts and everyone who is involved, participating, whether on the speakers panel or listening to get to know what's going on. Someone has asked a really good question here. Wakenya shida yenu ni nini? Wakenya shida yetu ni nini? How is it that tragedies, one after the other, following, have no explanation from the government? They keep happening and we keep still and we forget. No one is talking about Shakahola right now. It's buried, forgotten, it's a past. Only for some stupid fuck of some legal procedure that is being followed. What happened in Githurai? Forgotten. People are moving on. What happened at Quarry? Forgotten. People are moving on. What happened in Parliament? Forgotten. People are moving on. In the stupid fucking Mandamanos Azimio, what happened? 50 killed. Forgotten. People are moving on. 70 kids cannot be accounted for. Sooner or later, Kenyans will forget and they move on. And my question is, how much enough is enough? Do you have a nation? Do we look at the strategy of the government, the target? When you talk about little kids, we are talking about the future of this country. When you're talking about the 50 killed Gen Zs, we are talking about the future of our nation. When we talk about Ruto's, opinion and this suggestion to export young talent, expertise, and skill to other nations, what does it speak about the future of our nation? We have no future as a nation. And where I sit and stand, I think a man dies once. It's only a matter of when. So I am at that place of if I have to die for the sake of this country today. It doesn't matter. But I know it will be forgotten as well. But listen to me. Those of you who think we have a nation, we don't have one. And I want you to reimagine this. There are so few people who have this country in their hands. They do whatever they want to do with our lives. And in the future, we will have illiterate people, poor people, over-controlled people. The government and the political class can do whatever shit they want to do, and nobody is going to give a shit about it because no one is going to talk about it. Now, this brings me to that place of what is the consciousness? Because they talked about the Gen Z ndo walikuwa wabaya wakawashoot huko. And soon after this, listen to me, Kenyans, we will forget about the JKIA has been leased off to a foreign company until 2048. Your kids are going to pay for that in debt. We have seen that with SGR. We are going to see this in JKIA. What kind of government policy gives them the authority to make decisions on behalf of Kenyans beyond their regime? They only have at most 10 years to live. What happens until 2048? We'll be paying, and someone will be hovering around controlling us. Now, when it comes to the young kids that have been lost, there are so many fucking coincidences that cannot coincide, can never agree, can never make sense to any Kenyan that has lived here long enough. What I mean is this. All of us are waiting for the government pathologist to table his report, and we are going to believe that. What happened in Query, at Query? Anyone believed their story? What makes you feel like we are going to believe their story about the young people, the young generation, the future of this country being robbed us out of our hands? And some of you may think, it happened to Nyeri. Listen, you will not know until it happens at your doorstep, and no one will tell your story because they will come for you and you will be forgotten as well. So my question is, why do we think we have a nation at all? We don't have a nation. But I'm saying, and simply putting it, we cannot leave the nation to a small fraction of individuals that are selfish, self-centered, egocentric individuals. So as we speak, come on, guys, we are not about talking about peace. There's no peace when people are dying. There's no peace when this life is lost and it cannot be accounted for. There's no peace when young guys and kids are dying. There is no peace. We are not talking about peace here. We're talking about the future of our nation. So how long? What do you want to see for your eyes to fucking open up? Those are my submissions. Asante sana. Asante sana, Jeffy. Thank you for your submission. Ladies and gentlemen, before I go to my next speaker, Philip, then Wakili, I'll come to you. Before I go to my next speaker, this is the DCI's update on investigations into the fire incident at Hillside and Arusha Academy in Nyeri County. This was 46 minutes ago. They posted this on 22:03 hours. Wacha ni rush to the place that I want you to hear. And it says, that is in paragraph 3, according to our preliminary investigations, there were 330 students enrolled as boarders in the institution, comprising 166 females and 164 males. Since the school had only opened for the third term on September 3rd, 2024, 8 boys had not reported back. Please, guys, note that 8 boys had not reported back, leaving 156 boys in the dormitory, in the boys' dormitory on that tragic night. Note that too,
leaving 156 boys in the boys' dormitory on that tragic night. 156 boys. It has been verified that all 166 girls are safe with their parents. Similarly, 140 boys' safety with their parents has been verified. 2 of the 5 boys who were admitted succumbed to their injuries. 19 bodies have been recovered from the raised dormitory, bringing the total number of deaths to 21. I was not so good in maths nikiwa shule, but that tells me that kumekuwa na extra 5 boys wenye waliungua, because it means only boys were burnt, and it tells me there were 5 more boys wenye waliungua more than who were in the dormitory, because they have said let me read this again. Since the school had opened for the 3rd term on September 3rd, 2024, 8 boys had not reported back. 8 boys. Na wamesema the dormitory comprised 166 females and 164 males. 164 males. So, if 164 males, if out of 164 males, 8 had not reported back, that leaves us with 156 boys in the dormitory. Since all girls are safe with their parents, inamaanisha ni boys pekee waliungua. If we have a total of 21 deaths, na 156 na 8 boys hawakuwa wamereport back, na 156 boys ndio walikuwa kwa dormitory, it only tells that kulikuwa na 5 extra boys wenye waliungua, wenye maybe si wanafunzi wa hiyo shule, because who are they? Is that math adding up? Let me share that thing here. Maybe mimi ndio sijui hesabu. I've told you guys I was not so good in maths. Acha niweke hapo kwa Jumbotron hapo, you can check. Wale wenye walikuwa wazuri hesabu, please help us. Help us. We need to know. I need to know that my math is not mathing ama ni nini. Because who are the extra 5 boys? Who are they? Sijui ni extra 5 ama ni sijui hata. Philip.
Okay, thank you. First of all, Ruto must go. Hiyo ni sheria. Second of all, manze, mi nimejam because sio like wanatubeba tu fala. For example, like ati watu yo wanapotea, like wanapotea aje, like ona, imagine unalea mtoi kutoka akiwa infant, unang'ang'ana nenda shule, alafu unakuja tikwambia alipotea aje. First of all, hadi mile kitu mi naweza penda sana. Unaona mwenye hiyo shule na familia yake wekwe room moja, matron wekwe room moja, huyo gateman wekwe room moja, watu wa nyumba 10 wekwe room moja, alafu wamwagiwe petroli. Watasema hiyo ni kushua, watasema juu. Yani unajua it's pain ya manzi. Ukiona mtu hiyo bedhe, wala watu wako parents ya they understand manzi, they understand. Like kama mtu hiyo akiwa mgonjwa unanga amani. Imagine unaambia mtu wako amepotea. How? Alafu ati we have a government. Kitu mimi najuanga na hii governor, nimekuja kustudy. Kitu yote wako ndani, they will never investigate. They will just create stories. Ndio maana unaona hadi your math I add up because it's a lie. Every lie has a loophole. Mi walai nimejam mbaya sana, like nimejam. I wish the president na ma corrupt leaders wote, they are sold to see their bodies in desperation. Mi anyewe imefika ta place like Ruto ana mada watu sana. Mi sisahau story ya Kware, sisahau story ya Githurai, sisahau story ya parliament. Kioko parliament niliona watu wakiuliwa na macho yangu, hiyo siwezi sahau forever and ever. Mi hadi naambia God, fanya vile ulifanyia Farao manze. Watu vile wanatua, God waue wote. Senge kwa di politician ameassassinatiwa na walai, sikudanganyi. Msele assassinate sasa angekuwa amepatikana. Lakini jo watoto wamepotea. Alafu wanaona ati their family maybe they don't have that so much voice ya kurizala, wanawabeba ufala. Unasikia watoto wengine wanapatikana Uganda. Ati sasa wanaendelea kutolewa makafara. Mimi sikudanganyi walai. Mimi najua kitu moja, God walai, leta watu safe. Chukua politicians. Fanya exchange. Acha wastuke. If God can move mountains, kwani hizi move children? Manze, thanks. Happy bondo. Nimejaa mjuu hadi siwezi ongea mingi.
Asante sana. Binti, are you back?
Yes.
Binti.
Sorry, Kawino, I'm back. I'm just
Okay.
doing this math right now. It's not mathing, and I think maybe I don't know maths myself either, but I cannot believe this. But yes, I am back.
Okay, thank you. Naona hapo ndio hesabu umetufikisha. Wakili ameenda wapi tena? But anyway, before wakili rudi, I'll give the microphone to Declan, then I'll come to you, Wesonga.
Asante sana host. Nasikika?
Kabisa.
Yes, loud and clear.
Asante. Thank you very much for putting this space together. Najua tunakwanga hapa kila siku, but thank you for making sure that we recognize the topic that we're discussing today. It is very sensitive. It is very difficult to talk about. When I try to talk to my ma about this issue, she doesn't want to talk about it because it is too painful. She's a very humble woman. Ananga maneno mingi. Vile mama kila mtu hapa ananga maneno mingi. It is too painful for her to talk about. But talking about it is something we must do and something we must continue to do. The way that we handle this issue cannot be handled the way we've been handling every other issue in the past. This is a non-negotiable issue. We must realize what we want. Where are our children? Watoto wako wapi? I think we need a hashtag or something. In fact, nilikuwa nataka kusema tukuwe na hashtag watoto wako wapi. Na pia tukuwe na hashtag in English, where are our children? You know, somebody mentioned the other day, mid-space, when people are talking about Adani, ati hiyo story ya watoto wa kupotea sio poa jo. Na hao watoto wangekuwa watoto wazungu, it would have been a different story. That is very true. Here in England, the other day was about a month ago, we had nationwide protests. 3 girls were shot, Caucasian ni mzungu. 3 white girls were shot, sijui 3, 5, and 7 or something like that. Very young kids. And they were murdered by somebody who I think was 17 or something like that. The country was thrown into chaos. And the country was thrown into chaos because people were so mad, they didn't even want to find out the facts of the case. They just knew these kids had died and somebody had killed them and somebody needs to pay. It was a problem. A black child's life has very little value in the international community. Very little. Listen to me carefully. Every day, hapa Ulaya, munaonyeshwa ads. Tuma 2 pounds Afrika, saidia mtoto apate chakula. Tuma hapa pesa, saidia mtoto apate maji. Kids are being shown on TV every day as suffering. So that is what the world knows. A black child suffers. That is what the world knows. Kama ujui, wacha nikwambie leo. Every day we are shown on the TV. Tangu nizaliwe kwa hii nchi, I've been seeing those ads since I was born. Kids that look like me on the television. Ati tuma pesa, mtoto ako njaa. Tuma 1 pound. Tuma 2 pounds. Eh? Ingekuwa mtoto mzungu angekuwa anaambiwa atume 70 pounds ama 100 pounds. Lakini juu ni mtoto Mwafrika, when they make those advertisements, they say, hey, we can't ask people for too much money. Eh? Because people won't feel the pain or the value of giving out that money. Lakini ingekuwa a Caucasian child, ungeona vile pesa ingetuma very fast. Lynn amesema kitu ya maana hapa sana. Have gotten to the point where we need to make our peace with death. Na mtu mwingine amesema kama siku a man only dies once. Nimekuwa nikisikia very keenly vile watu wanasema. This is a very difficult thing to talk about, but we must talk about it until those kids are found. This international community, they love smuggling children. I don't know what's wrong with them. Wamekuja na vitu zingine funny sana hazikuwa kwa community yetu. Eh? They've brought those things into our land. They've injected them into some of our people, and now there is a rot. It is rotten. I'm disgusted. Hii kitu haiwezi endelea hivi na hata mi najua nasikianga watu wakisema ati yo we need solutions. Hapa we need to come to this space to talk about actionable points, na nitaanza kwanza hapa na mimi na actionable points za kwanza. Kesho ukienda kuoccupy Endarasha, it cannot be occupied as usual. Haiwezi kuwa tu, oh, Ruto must go, our children must be found. Hatutaki hizo runs. We are the new CID. Go and investigate. Usiende Endarasha kupiga tu kelele. Find those teachers. Find that watchman. Unajua kitu mzuri kwa village ni, mtu atakwambia tu. Everybody knows where everybody works. Everybody knows where everybody goes. Everybody knows everybody's girlfriend. If you want to find out that information, you can find it out. You can find out who the watchman was that night. You can find out who the teacher on duty was. You can find out who the principal is. You can find out who owns that school. Lock them in a box and make them squeal. They must tell us where those children are. Liwe liwalo, we must know. Lazima tujue. Hii mambo ati we found 21 bodies. Hiyo ni jaba. That is a lie. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo, and I don't need to come to this space to tell people that, yo, that is a lie. That is something you already know. Kesho kama unaenda Endarasha, make sure you leave there with a result. Leave with information on what is happening there. Watoto lazima wapatikane. We need to change the narrative of maisha ya mtoto Mwafrika is only worth 1 pound or 1 euro or $1. It can no longer be like that. Watoto have been mining in Congo for years to put a battery in your iPhone. You don't know? Habari ndo hiyo. Hiyo Samsung unatumia. Anything with a battery. Nickel comes from Congo, and that is where they get it cheaply so they can sell you a phone. But the world has been made in a way wewe bila simu, bila computer, bila nini, you cannot be. Eh? It's so sickening. It goes so far. Anyway, funga seatbelt man. Wacha nisiongee hapa sana. Funga seatbelt. Juu sasa kama huko umefunga seatbelt before, safari ndefu, funga seatbelt. Na make sure umefunga vizuri. Because you know, people have been asking, when the movement started going, people were asking ati tunakutana nini next time for maandamano? What are we going to do? What's the next course of action? Nikawambia, trust your government. I think I've said that here before. Trust your government to do something stupid that will make you leave your house and make sure you're on the street, or you're injecting, or you're doing something to make sure they're held accountable. Bana, by the way, Maisha ya mtoto Mwafrika haiwezi kuwa 1 pound anymore. Nitarudia hiyo point. Maisha ya mtoto Mwafrika is not worth 1 pound or $1. It is worth much more than that, and we will change that narrative. Nimemaliza.
Asante sana Declan, asante sana. Thank you very much. Thank you, makofi sana, makofi. Ladies and gentlemen, 7 minutes past 23, 00 hours. Tunaendelea. We will be here. Tutakuwa hapa kwa muda mrefu na tutawasikiza. Tafadhali bonyeza hiyo kidude, itisha kipasa sauti, njoo hapo uzungumze nasi. Tunataka kujua watoto wetu wako wapi. Maana hiyo statistics imetoka, mimi hiyo hesabu kwangu haileti. Tafadhali mathematicians in the house, help us add that thing up. Nataka kujua mimi niende mwalimu wangu wa hesabu, mwalimu wa maths anirudishie fees ama ni nini? Because I have to know if my maths, mimi ndio sijui hesabu ama ni nini, but that maths is not nothing. Tukiendelea, again, this just struck my mind na nikafikiria after watu wamesikia story na Occupy Endarasha kesho asubuhi, they have finally released statistics. Is it a coincidence? I don't believe in coincidences personally, but history ya Endarasha haikuwa imekuwa highlighted sana, but since there were women who had enough courage leo wakafungua space mchana na wakasema kesho wanaenda kuoccupy, and it has been echoed like almost everywhere. We are being finally told kuna statistics imetoka, and girl child wote wako reunited na their parents, boys wenye walikufa ni wengi kushinda wenye walikuwa kwa dormitory and all that. Is it a coincidence? Mbona hiyo statistic imetoka saa hii usiku? Binti, back to you.
Well, okay, thank you very much, Kawino. I don't even want to speak right now. I'll just pass straight up to Wesonga. Wesonga, hi.
Hi everyone, how are you?
We're not doing great. Please endelea.
I was saying it's a very, very sad past 1 week in Kenya, and I really feel bad as being part of the people who are witnessing this thing that is happening. Mimi ni Mkenya, but na feel ni kama ile uhuru wangu wa kuwa Mkenya unakandamizwa na serikali. Mimi ni Mkenya, lakini nina feel ni kama bado tuko katika zile enzi za wakoloni. Tuna feel ni kama bado we are still being colonized by our own people, our own blood, the only very people who swore we are going to protect you people. They're the same very people who are gunning us down. First and foremost, wale watoto, the first report yenye ilitoka about Endarasha ilikuwa wale watoto walitoka wakaenda, kuna wale watoto tu walitorokea msituni. Sasa tu wakaanza kusema watoto, kama kuna any villager mwenye amepata mtoto mwenye ako kwa forest ama alimwokota kamweka mahali atuambie. Let's talk about facts. Huyu mtoto mwenye ako boarding school amememorize namba ya mzazi. Personally, saizi tuko na watoto around class 6, class 7, class 8, wanasema grade 7 and 8. Hao watoto grade 6, 7 and 8. Out of they have memorized their parents' phone numbers. Kwani hawawezi hata tafuta mahali ama kule wametorokea kutoka hiyo time hadi hiyo time yenye wamepatikana ama yenye wamepatana na mtu wa kwanza, mtoto aombe simu apige nyumbani ama aseme atipiga kwa shule yetu ama nirudishe kwa shule yetu nilipotea juu ya moto? Kitu ya kwanza, that was the first time this thing happened. And then unakuja kusema ati hawa watoto walikimbia msituni na bado wanaendelea kutafutwa. Walitafutwa, wanatafutwa, walipotelea wapi? Walitafutwa, wanapotelea wakienda wapi? The next thing was about the calculations za hawa watoto. The following day, a lot of politicians walikuja wakastorm that school. Since when umeona a fire tragedy yenye imeattract a lot of politicians wakakuja kuingilia, meaning they knew exactly what happened. Ukifuatilia news vizuri during the first days there were some parents who are telling us that a kid aliwaambia hiyo moto ilianza saa 3 usiku, alipiga simu. According to the government sources or according to the people who are reporting on TV, the following day now after the fire tragedy alikuwa anasema moto ilianza saa 5. Sasa between huyo mtu mwenye ana report mwenye anasema ati hiyo moto ilianza saa 5 na huyo mtoto mwenye alipiganga simu nyumbani, nani muongo? So we are here facing the tragedy that we cannot even ourselves handle it. But in one way or the other, we must stand up and speak. This is the same government yenye imepoteza watu watatu, wamekuwa wakitafutwa all along, na hadi yule Masengeli anakataa kwenda kwa koti just because they are rude, ama ameambiwa enda huko ukipate, enda huko job yako iishe, enda huko na uone kule utaenda next. We are not here for fun. This time round, the government must know that we are not here to smile with them. They have done enough blowjob on us. Now it's time for us to ejaculate in their mouths. Hakuna time yenye tutakuja hapa tena the next time tena kuanza kupingana juu ya hizi vitu. Because as parents, watu wanalia. Mimi, there is a time I was talking to my mother on phone the other time. Aliniuliza, what do you think about this school tragedy? Nikamwambia, mom, I'm very very saddened. Nikamuuliza nyumbani watu wanasemaje? Watu wanasema ati serikali inatubeba ufala. Hao watoto wameenda wapi? And the government has to account for everything. Now that walijua ni watoto wenye wamekufa ama ni watoto wenye wameuawa, since when ukasikia bendera imeshushwa nusu mlingoti? Since when tukapewa holiday? These people are carrying us full, sa watu wanatubeba ufala, and they think that we don't know whatever it's transpiring in this country. We know, but we just don't have the voices. Because anytime you raise your voice, unamutiwa. Anytime you raise your voice, you get muted. Anytime you feel like you want to speak, you get muted. It's high time now. Tukienda Endarasha kesho, kila mtu tutafute, hata kama ni nani, hata kama ni mwalimu mmoja, they know what happened. Si ati ni kila mtu mwenye hajui hii story, na si ati ni kila mtu mwenye ako involved, but those who are involved wanajulikana. Hata wale wezi wenye wanakuanga kwa community, kuna wale watu wenye wanajuanga huyu mtoto wana nini mwizi. So kuna wale walimu wenye wanajua what happened. Boarding master wa hiyo shule alikuwa wapi kianza kuungua. Every school must have a boarding master or boarding mistress. Walikuwa wapi wote? Did they even try to dial 911? They show us, ndio hii namba, moto ilianza saa 5 ama saa 4 yenye wanasema tulijaribu kupiga 911 haikwenda through, or they never responded. Ama hiyo 911 inakuanga tu ufala ama kutupima bangi. So either si ati either, both wale walimu wa Endarasha, ule CEO wa hiyo shule na the government, those three people are playing us a very very dirty game, and they are playing with the lives of those kids. Manze, kama ingekuwa watu wazima ingeeleweka. Hawa watu wazima wamekuwa streets na wakapigana wakatusi Ruto. Hawa watoto wamefanya nini sasa? Hawa watoto wamekosea nani? They are very fucking innocent, very innocent. Sisi tumekuwa streets, tumetusi huyu jamaa, tumetweet, tumefanya nini, tumekuwa on X, tumepiga mdomo, tumefanya nini, haoko mimba imetoka hadi, lakini bado sisi tuko, bado tutabonga. Hata watu zime ni aje, bado tutabonga. Hata watuletee guns ni aje, bado tutabonga. Lakini for the time being, hii time yenye imebaki yote ni sisi tukae chini na turealize ni wapi kule tunaendelea, na tunakataa, hatuwezi endelea hivi. And not until the government will sit down and we have a face to face and a one to one talk, tutakuwa sawa. The guy atakuwa very very audacious, atatuma tena wale mapolisi wakuje wa disrupt watu kawaida, aseme the people, the goons now are coming in now to talk about blah blah blah, wa create their own story. Now takuja tutasahau wale watu wa Kware, Mtu anawezaje hepa korokoroni kwa jela? Mtu anawezaje hepa na wanasema ati yeye ndo mwenye aliua wale watu wote? Kwani si ni mafala ni aje? Kwani Kenya tuko weak ni aje? Mi nakaa chini nasikia like nakatsika sana na hii gava because msee anawezaje hepa wamesema like ndo mwenye ameua wale watu wote na wamewatuma. Mbona wamekuja hadi saizi wana relocate wale watu wenye wanaishi pale kando ya hiyo kware? Wanawaambia ati you have to shift within 2 months. Hiyo notice imetoka. Kama hujaona ulizia mtu yote mwenye anakaa karibu na pale. Mbona walisimamisha zile nini za kwenda kuexhume zile bodies zingine zenye zilibaki pale? There is something that we don't know that is happening. It's either we know and we're assuming, or the people who know are assuming, or the people who know they don't want to talk because they know they are going to be silenced, or we don't know, we are in the darkness, or either we all know what is happening and we don't have just the voice to say. Thank you.
Ay, Piuroso, jambo. Piuroso,
Let me try P. Rosso. I don't think they're here. P. Rosso, can you hear either of us?
okay. Piuroso ni kama amelala binti.
Yes.
Aleandro,
Anawasikia ako on.
unamsikia Keoti?
Oh, his mic is on.
Ana struggle ku open mic ndio hiyo.
Okay, Piuroso, go ahead.
Yes, how are you? Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Go
Yes.
ahead. Just
Proceed.
go ahead. Go ahead. We are very offended. We cannot even respond. Tunakusikia tu.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate for what is happening in this country. Really, it's so sad. We have been complaining. We have been saying that the kind of leaders that we have in this country are just not humans. We have been talking of somebody giving him names like Sakayo and such like names, but people have never asked themselves why we give such names. I think if I was maybe just standing somewhere outside and then looking at Kenya from outside and looking at it very carefully, I think I will get irritated so much, because really when children are are burnt inside a building, and we are told that others have disappeared, you just ask yourself, what is wrong? How can you tell us that a human being can just disappear, and you can't even find this human being? You can't even know, you can't even tell us where these people are. People are used to, deaths to an extent that you hear of 70 children, and you just imagine that those are just numbers. Those are not numbers, those are human beings. And for that matter, those are children. What has happened in this world? That it has reached a point that life is not sacred anymore. We don't find it, sad that even one person has died or has been killed.
I think there is something really very serious in this country. I mean, so many young people were shot at. You know, there were orders to shoot to kill, and so many young people were killed for just coming out of their houses to demonstrate against bad governance. And then they are killed, shot at and killed. You know, people were not even worried. People were not annoyed. You see, such a kind of deaths. You know, we never even complained. Many others got lost. We don't even know where they are. They were abducted and they cannot be found. And it's like we just see it as normal. What is happening? This country, if you need any other signs to know that this country is being led by a demon, then I wonder which other sign you want to see. Because we cannot be talking about deaths every day. Now, there are accidents which are, you know, we don't even understand. Every day, accidents are being reported. You know, so many people die on the roads. You know, there was a time that a president would wake up and one day and, you know, call it a national disaster when so many people die on the roads, and even you know, calls it an emergency, a national emergency. But this man who is in power today, he doesn't care. So many Kenyans are dying and he doesn't even say anything. You know, you know, somebody just comes, he has not been in the country, he jets into the country. So many young children have died mysteriously over mysterious fires. He can't even visit the place. I have not heard him go to visit that place where children were allegedly burnt alive and others disappeared. He has not even stood to issue a statement. You know, it doesn't, I mean, he's not feeling it. What kind of a person is this? And even those people who voted for this demon, I think you should be fasting, because you really put a demon in power. Some of us, we never voted for this person because, I mean, we had predicted that this is going to be a demon, and it is. I mean, we should be fasting and you know, praying, because this person is not a human being. What is happening? Is so many people are dying in this country ever since this person came to power. There are so many bad things that are happening. We just have assumed and ignored when so many Kenyans were found, you know, buried in a place they call Shakahola. We didn't even ask ourselves so many questions. Why? Why did it happen? Yet there was a government. Why? Why are so many people disappearing in this country? Why there are so many deaths, unexplained deaths in this country ever since this government came into power? What's happening in this country? Why is this person not really minding about the welfare of Kenyans? What we hear every day is just bad stories every day. Somebody wants to sell an asset, a Kenyan asset that has been there. He found it there. The pride of Kenya. He doesn't care. He just sells it. I mean, what is wrong with this man? Does he have the heart of a human being? I don't think so. He's not moved by the things which are happening in this country. I mean, are we going to just sit there and just watch that our children are going just to disappear? And we are told, oh, it's just life, life should continue. I mean, kwani hao watoto wenye walikufa ni watoto wa nani? We know what is happening around the world. These globalists who are controlling the world, they are thirsty for children. Human trafficking is happening around the world, where young children are abducted and get lost. We hear of human sacrifices and so many such things. Why do we allow this country to be used for such bad things? I mean, Kenyans need to wake up because things are not right. And I think it's high time that we need to speak loudly and loudly and loudly. Things have never been going on right from the time somebody stood somewhere and announced that, you know, even after listening to people presentations and many other things and against what was going on, and somebody just stood up and say, "Oh, that was hot air," irrespective of all the evidences that were presented. Somebody just stands there and tells us that was all hot air. That is where things started going wrong. I think as a country, we need to wake up and say enough is enough, because we can't allow demons to run this country. Because it's like, you know, we are being led by Satan herself. And it's time that if we ever had Christians or people who believe in God needs to stand up and pray, because it is really bad. Things are not right in this country. This country is being sold physically and even spiritually. We have been sold to the devil. We cannot allow that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pew Russell. Let me tell you guys, we do not have a country here. We literally do not have a country. There's so much hurt, and Sijui, what's wrong with these people? Maybe they think that we're so desensitized to death that they think that even kids we're going to let go. There was Kware, actually, there was the protest. I mean, just throughout our history, there's been so many things, but of late, there was the protests, there was Kware, there was the fires that are happening. There's just so much. And if we let this go, guys, if we let this, like the kids' situation currently going on, go, It's like we're telling the government that they can do whatever they want, and we'll just sit back and relax and just watch them go by. Alejandro, hi.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Good afternoon, evening, morning, everyone. Just to quickly say, to add what Blue Rose said, he asked why did I read about Shakahola. He said, why did Shakahola happen? And there's a government. Well, it happened because there is that government that allowed it to happen. This is the thing. It's not like these people are enemies. They're friends. That Shakahola guy was protected. This is why this went on for so long. So let's put the fear aside. Let's speak what people are afraid of speaking of. I can see a lot of people on different spaces, so I don't want to repeat what I said earlier and what I said yesterday. But before I start, I'll say thank you, KOT, Binti, Kowino, everyone else, Wanyama, as I call you, everyone who's on these spaces, who's not sleeping, who wants to learn and teach at the same time. So I appreciate that. So if you're ready, I've got something that I really need to put out there, because the more we hide this, the more we don't talk about it, the worse it gets. Okay, I will specifically get into blood and health. I'll tell you why. The daughter of this chap that we keep speaking of, I hope you all realize that she is a blood ambassador of this country. Okay. Now, hold on to that. Go back a few years ago, before this gentleman was even the vice president. It wasn't a rumor, but he's sickly. It's well known that he's not doing well. Now, this is what he did. He made a pact with those people. There's this technology called a med bed. You can check it out. It's called a med bed. He needed a med bed. He was on his way out. Look for it. You will find it. He was on his way out, and he would always go out for blood transfusions. He became the vice president. Less movement. Okay, now he's become the president. He can only go out there for official visits. Everything is recorded. All his movements are documented. So he cannot do the transfusions that he used to have before. So here comes in the daughter, blood ambassador. The promise that he made to extend his life is what's happening right now. Just join the dots and you'll realize you promise bloodletting, sacrifice for extension of life. When the piper comes to pick up his dues, you have to pay. It's more spiritual than it is physical. He made a pact with the devil. He's turned out to be the devil himself. And what happened now is he roped in everyone that was trying to oppose him. Who would have thought that the people in opposition would join him? Who did? Who thought that? Okay, this is how they operate. And I'll let this out. And you guys do your research. You'll find things out as you go along. They're given the lower people, the lower politicians are your money to go and party, celebrate, give it to your constituents and all that. And at the same time, they are given women to compromise them. Some of them, some of your favorite politicians are given small boys. And this is what happens. They get recorded doing this. Everything is on tape. This is how they get compromised. This is where you wonder why your politicians are passing laws that before they got into power, they would never in a million years pass them through. That's one other thing you need to look at. The other thing is this: the misses. I mean, fear has gone right now. Why was the missus sleeping around? Ask yourself those questions. She couldn't sleep around to sleep with him because of what he has. She got frustrated, but she had to remain as a good wife. I need to throw a super tangent right here, regarding the missus. Someone called her Jezebel. We'll go with that. That's a fitting name. She was advocating for adaptation of some trees or forest in Kakamega. Something happened in Kakamega in January. There was a standoff between her, with the protection of her husband, and the Israelis, because two local people found a lot of treasure, and they want these same people in power wanted to get rid of them. The Israeli company are the ones who are going to get that treasure out. Look for the old map that contains all the buried treasure in Kenya. I heard that in is it Meru or Embu or one of them places, there's a sudden rise in cancer. Why? Their water's been poisoned. Why? What's there? Things were buried there. These guys have gone all out. They want to destroy the population. They want to poison you. They want to kill you. It's all about how much blood they can let. Because they did a deal with the devil. The devil wants his blood and his promise, and they cannot stop. Let's move over to the children now. The children will keep disappearing. That's a sad fact. So sad. They will keep disappearing. Why? They're pure. The younger they are, the purer the blood, easy to scare, the more they get in terms of the product of the scared children, the blood. These people, this is what they do. They're given a taste of what it feels. I'll call it the young, the immortal blood. They get a taste of that. They get instantly addicted to it, and they want more. And the only way they can get more of it is if they do what the boss says. But they forget one thing. The boss is not the boss. The boss is the Gates people, Carl Schwab, the Kissingers, all them people. Meg Whitman has when this dude went to China, and he intentionally did not put the flag back the right way, there was more trouble coming our way, because What he was trying to do was, you see, he's a liar, and he's lying to the wrong people. He's lying to his master. The flag was upside down when he was sitting right next to the Chinese president. Check the symbolism, the meaning of when the flag is actually not the right way up. What he was trying to tell him was, yes, I'm doing a deal, but I'm asking for help. I don't know what to do. But the West are never going to go east. He signed up with the West, and now he's going east. We have a big problem. And what everyone has been saying, this dude needs to go. It's not just him who needs to go. They all need to go. What it is, they've got an iron fist, and they're wrapping it with velvet, and they're pounding us, they're hitting us hard. They are giving you guys candy in one hand, and they're raping you from the other side. And they're the same people who are coming there to comfort you. The school burnt down. Suddenly, it's like it was in their WhatsApp group. They all turned up. For what? To donate corn and seeds and cereal? Why? It's a mockery of the lost lives. If you're not angry enough, just know that this is not a movie. It's not a movie. Get angry, because right now, when you lose everything, you have nothing more to lose. You lose it. We are at the last point of losing it. We have to lose it. We have to go mental. They hit us, we hit them back. The guys used to say, let's go and pay a visit to so and so. Let's go pay a visit to the MPs and stuff like that. Do so. Why did you stop? Yes, there was what they sprayed in the water, that yellow stuff, Agent Orange. And a lot of the water also had fluoride as a mist. Check what it does to your body and your aggression, takes it all down. They've ramped up the 5G so hard that when you look at your cell levels up there, it doesn't say 4G anymore. Sometimes we go back down to E because the frequencies are colliding. Right now, headaches, nausea, sleepless nights, palpitations, moodiness. You can't concentrate. You can't remember. You've got goldfish memory, and you're wondering, what's all this stress about? Why are people getting all these anxiety attacks? Because they know this. They ramp it up. You cannot operate as a normal human being. You get fearful. Fear, like I said earlier, is a direct opposite of love. Where there's fear, there is no God. Where there's no God, it's full of what these guys are doing. It's the demonic, the devilish. They have all these rituals. Look at the rings nowadays. Look at what they have in their pockets. The little vials they have in their pockets. Some of them are saying, oh yeah, when they're having the shisha, because I know a lot of them, when they're having the shisha, put this liquid. What is it that they're putting in there? Why do they look like they've got dead eyes, soulless? You look at an individual and they look dead. They have no emotion. The laughter is all fake. Why? Guys, forget dealing with human beings. These guys are just, they're beings trying to be human. they're not human beings anymore. They're soulless, they're empty, they've been taken over. I would just implore you guys, please, when you have your time, when there's zero distraction, check out what I'm saying. Check out what I'm saying. Why is this guy 1 week, he's lost weight, his neck looks like a straw. The following week, his back like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Why? The only thing that can do that is plasma. Why the renovation of what do you call it, that state house? Why? Why are they bringing some equipment that people don't understand? Why are they coming in bits? It's more than what we think it is. When the fire started, the first fire, I put it on my I don't know if you call this timeline. I said there'll be another one the same weekend. Way before that, I said there'll be an influx of kids disappearing. Why are boys more valuable than girls? Why? Because they believe this is a sick thing about it. And when they're having their little WhatsApp groups and their little tea parties and all that, what they think is this: when they abuse a boy, especially a boy, they believe that they've opened another channel to live life as they want it for as long as they want it. And they believe that they're protected. This is what they think. Majority of them were tricked into it. But some of them went in there thinking that they knew, they thought that they were doing the right thing for them. The last thing I'll say is, why did the Speaker of the House have to go to Rome to meet the Pope, Mr. Red Shoe Club? And this is it. Kenya has Red Shoe Club people. And the Red Shoe Club people, the shoes that they wear are made out of human skin that they choose. They have their own cobblers, they have their own shoemakers, and this is what they do. The little amulets that they put on is not from the shops that you and I go to. No. It's from a human being. So their loyalty is not to this God that we call God. No. Their loyalty is to what they call their God, pagan God. These guys are demons. They're demons incarnate. And soon and very soon, there will be a Frazzle Dip / Pizzagate controversy here in Kenya because we let the devil in herself. Meg Whitman came here to sign the contract that this Ruto guy cannot get out of. And he's crying like a little baby when he goes to China. Put the flag upside down, not correct it, because he's trying to get into Russia. And Russia want nothing to do with it. So guys, if you don't pray, do pray. It's not a matter of how long you pray and how loud you are when you pray. Nah. Because as it is, a day is to 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is to a day. What you can do is a 10-second prayer is your talk between you and God. Your dreams is him telling you what he thinks. So don't put prayer aside. Don't be fearful, but get angry, get upset, get affected, because they don't care about us. Do your reconnection with God. That's the only wireless system that works. We don't need a code for that. We don't need credit to talk to God. Talk to God. Pray. Ask for guidance. Whoever you think your God is, do that. Make genuine friendships. Look after each other. The ladies that are going to the schools tomorrow, pray for them, because I told you guys there are agent provocateurs here who get information from these spaces and they report to those people for 20,000 shillings. So to them, it's all about money. But no, but us, we're all about pray and ask for protection from God. I was going to say something. If you would like us to have a space about the origins of adrenochrome, what the sacrifice, it's all about here in Africa, why Kenya is a new DRC and a new Haiti in terms of child sacrifice and adrenochrome, organ harvesting. I have a whole portfolio of that, and it's not from the internet. No, sadly, it's from first-hand accounts, which is not pleasant to say. So, yeah, I'm open. You can ask me any question directly or wherever. But thank you guys for having this space. Sorry for ranting, but thank you for listening.
Thank you, Alejandro. Tunakubali kurant. We know watu wamekasirika and we have to allow people to talk. So guys, please pia wenye kwa speaker panel, we'll get to you. Just have some patience. When you may request microphone, we are gonna sacrifice this time before you guys come. So don't worry, don't worry. Tribeless, how are you, my brother?
Hi, Corina. How are you, mate?
I'm not okay, and I don't think I'll be okay anytime soon.
I'm happy you're not okay because if you're waiting to be okay, then you should instead tighten your belts because things are getting hotter. And anyway, I'll just speak on a few things and then I will yield the mic. Number one, I think we have spoken, a lot has been said here, and I want to echo a few things. Number one, William Ruto, our president, I think is the worst president that Kenya has ever had. And we live in unprecedented times because I think is the biggest scam to have scammed the people of Kenya, to have scammed the voters in 2022, that he would solve the problems. I think he found a very desperate lot who believed in him, who were coming from another erratic president, but he has made it. He has definitely promised heavens, but he has delivered nothing. He will deliver nothing. Not even hell. This is not even hell. I don't believe hell looks like this. If this is how hell looks like, then I don't know, because this is what he is doing in every aspect of. If you look at a country, how a country is governed, how a country is supposed to run, there is absolutely nothing that the president is delivering on. What of most importance of what I captured a lot in this week, I was very, 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 very annoyed at a member of parliament saying in church that quarry bodies, the families who are looking for their victims, the bodies, have been threatened. They have been threatened and they have been forced to get from Nairobi to the villages. Just look at that. They have been threatened by the same organization, the same institution that they pay tax to help them trace their bodies, to help them find a closure, has threatened them and has told them, listen, you have to stop speaking to the media. You have to keep quiet. That is the DCI telling people who are looking for their loved ones. It is very, very, very deep. It's the most form of inhumane treatment I have ever come across. Look at how look at how the police behave with court orders. An inspector general of police is being summoned by a high court. This is not even a magistrate court. This is not a resident magistrate. This is not a senior magistrate court. This is the High Court of Kenya summoning him 6 record times. The man walks around, goes to Masabit. The following day, even on that Sunday, he was in Nairobi at a concert or something. The following day, he flew all the way to Masabit. But why is he being summoned? He is being summoned because our family is looking for his people. Our family cannot trace The family of Jamal Linton and these other activists, other accomplices can't be found. There's a family crying somewhere. Guys, we have brothers, we have sisters, we have parents. A family is crying somewhere, looking for his people. For a record, almost 2 months, 3 months. The court is just saying, look, these people, we believe this is the government. If these people were abducted by people who are not police, I can assure you they would have been found by now. We all know, we don't live in, we live in Kenya, we know these things. But this is exactly police work. And the DCI is just being called. They're being told, look, come, Mr. IG, come and explain where these people are. Just an explanation. The Inspector General of Police is nowhere to be seen. He is ignoring a record 6 times. That is the level of impunity that we are in. Do you think if Ruto was serious, he wouldn't have called the IG and told him, listen, go to court. Go to court and explain. Just explanation too. Leaving that aside, I don't want to come to the issue of Russia because I just think we joke too much. In Kenya, I think we joke too much because the records given by the police, this one, I know a family. See, ile ati nimeambiwa for the first time, I have a first-hand family who is still looking for their loved one. And what did the government spokesperson come and say? We have accounted for all the children. And the government spokesperson calls himself Dr. Senator, Honorable Isaac Mwaura. For the first time, Senator, nani alimchagua? This is one person who has survived in politics. He has survived all his life. Hajachaguliwa na mtu yote. He is senator, doctor, CBS. I mean, for a whole 4 titles, 4-star general, to come and to the media and lie in plain truth. I mean, he's lying to everybody. He's lying to the world. Well, we know these kids are still missing. These are some of the things why we went out on 25th June. Vitu kama easy. They were not, listen, it was not just the finance bill alone. These are some of the things. It was a whole lot of things boiling over and over again. How do you come and lie? And because why? Their children don't go to Endarasha. Their children don't go to primary schools. I went to a primary school with a shirt that was torn, a shirt that had no bottom. All was torn. I went to school with barefoot. That is the truth of the matter. But then their children don't go to those schools. They don't go to those primary schools. They don't go to those Endarasha Academy. No. They go to where they have all the meals. So that is why they don't care. They don't absolutely care about it. And I want to advise everyone listening to me, please, 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 for the sake of our country, we are the youths of today, for the sake of these parents, let us come out. Let us come out. Msiogope kushikwa. Mimi mwenyewe nimeshikwa na polisi. My fingerprints have been taken before. But I'm still here. I'm here. So it is not, listen, we have to ensure these people get complete justice. Look at how, I want to come to how they are handling the critical, because it's just being honest, man. These people, there is nothing Ruto is doing right. Absolutely nothing. Look at how their identity takeover is happening. They are threatening that man, Amenya. What did Amenya do? Amenya just said, look, I have come across these documents. They are suspicious. He wanted us to know. He offered to blow the whistle. Now they are threatening his life. For heaven's sake, the president is auctioning the airport. Because if at all he had goodwill, fine, we want an international airport. I have been blessed to visit some of these international airports. I have been to Malaysia, thanks be to God, I thank God. I have been to Ahmad, I have been to Schiphol, Amsterdam, I have been to London Heathrow, I have been to Manchester Airport. For heaven's sake, I admire them. I want that to be at JKA in my motherland. But the president, if you are honest, if you are doing this in good faith, why do you go to an extent of having a proposal? Now, the Adani group is doing feasibility study, and you keep these documents quiet. Why are you hiding? I mean, come in the, if Kawino today wants to marry my sister, why are you hiding? If you're a good man, bam, toka nje, come and say this is what it is. Anything that is being hidden, anything that is fishy, must be hidden from the people. That's the truth of the matter. Did you have to wait for the airport staff to go on strike for you to release some documents? Now, that group called Adani has done feasibility study. That feasibility study alone, for us to, because I am pretty sure he tunashinda he Adani tunashinda. But do you know, we'll have to pay almost 250 million or something to them. Just because of that. Mr. President, for heaven's sake, we would have avoided that. Is the truth of, I know your operatives are here, watu wako wako hapa. Please, mpelekee rais, we would have avoided that. And now, Adani is coming with other laws. Sasa siji, Indians, unajua Indians are the biggest population almost in Kenya. They almost go up to 1 billion. They will employ and they will come and speak Kihindi hapo. They will turn Kenya into their own home. No, I don't want to. I have had enough of Indians. This is not hate speech, but what I'm saying is, this is just, let them just come and visit and do their business. That is right. Lakini kuchukua JKA, no. That one, me, I reject. Look at even Kenya. What is going on, right? Look at education. Tell me, look at education. Ni nini naendelea Kenya sambamba? Ni nini? Look at education. Look at even higher education. For heaven's sake, you have a budget of 163 billion. And then you allocate 21 billion to help to do with 200,000 university students. Those band 4 and band 5 were just ways William Ruto wanted. Because if you look, we know that majority of Kenyan university students are very poor. We expect them to be in band 1 and band 2 then, if that was the issue of banding was good. If it was being done in good faith, we expected them to be in band 1 and band 2. But what did he do? He pushed majority in band 4 and band 5 so that they can suffer, so that the resources are not used. This is the truth of the matter. This is the truth. Look at even capitation. They are cutting capitation. Unakata capitation so that you increase budget ya Ruto ya kutravel. For heaven's sake, nyinyi watu majamaa, let us be realistic people. It is our country, bana. Look at how Ruto how many trips he has made outside Kenya. Almost twice or 3 times what Uhuru did in 5 years. Majamaa, ni nini analeta Adani? Anaenda nje kukuleta Adani. It is just this ridiculous. This man is rudderless. He is the worst. In fact, this is the time. This is the time. If you ever read Kifo Kisimani, if you ever read An Enemy of the, if you are a fan of novels, if you ever read An Enemy of the People, William Ruto is exactly Peter Stockman. He is exactly Peter Stockman. He does not want things to be done in the right way, and he is always out to suppress you. Anaona Kawino anataka kuongea ukweli. I mean, ule DCI puppet yake unatutumiwa huyo. Look at abductions. He said that Uhuru was abducting people and killing people in Siaya River, in River Yala, right? But into his government, bodies are lying in Kware. So what is the difference between him and Uhuru? There's no difference. People, do you know, as we speak now, there are people who are abducted during Mandamano, your finance bill. Now, what do we haven't accounted for them? We haven't. Lest we forget, we haven't. But him now, alienda akata utafuta ule mzee wake wa Bondo, sasa wanakula vizuri, wamesahau. Look at even health. What is going on in health? Any good thing, tell me. These are highlighting these things because mimi na wewe tumesoma, we know these are some of the things. If you want to succeed in a country, boresha agriculture, boresha manufacturing, boresha education, do health. These are some of the basic things that if you don't find them right, you're gonna mess a country. Look at agriculture. Leo nilimwona akibeba indi moja green maize, anasema ati hii ni mbolea niliwapatia ati na ati hii ni mbolea niliwapatia, hata sasa mkapanda indi moja amebeba hapo, ati mnaona venye mlipanda hii, alafu people are cheering him for hell. Fuck off. I felt like, my goodness me, I was losing. Some people are still cheering Ruto in this time. You still cheering Ruto. I mean,
Tribeless,
I'm
can you
finished.
hear?
I can hear you.
I really want us to just stick to finding where our kids are, if that's okay. I'll
That's fine.
start with another day. Today we have another pressing issue.
That's fine. So that's just how bad the country is. And this issue of the kids, I can assure you, the government is out to cover it up. And the best way to handle it, in my own thinking, is let's come out tomorrow. And as you go there, nowadays, internet has really helped us. Let us find these families. Let us speak to them. Let us interview them. Let us collect as much evidence as possible, because we know very well the government will come there and say their own issues. So as we go there tomorrow, wewe na simu yako, let us speak to these people. Let us have evidence. At least we can count, because I know watakuja pale waseme wewe mlikuwa mnasema hii na hii na hii na hii uongo. So that ikifika jioni wakisema hii, tunasema huyu mama. Me, I know one family that is still looking for their baby. I know one. But let us have many, so that wakitoa hii, tunarusha hii. Wakirusha hii, tunarusha hii. Alafu tunawaambia, this mother, this family, hawajapata watu wao. Where are their kids? I think I want to yield the mic for everyone else, but I'm sorry if I went overboard. It's just that everything is not happening right in Kenya, and it is freakingly annoying. It's absolutely disgusting, and I don't think any change. If we don't come out and fight for our country, this is not going to change. And mimi sioni Ruto akifika 2027. Mimi, I don't know, but my prediction is never wrong. Sioni kabisa. But let's wait and see. But Sioni, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Tribeless. Thank you very much for the sentiment.
KOT,
Nani?
excuse me, guys.
Yes, Steve. Can I help you? Okay, Steve, I'll come to you afterwards. But guys, the time is 7 minutes past top of the hour.
Guys, can you hear me? Seemingly siwasikizi Binti and KOT. Don't know if you can hear me. Nilikuwa namsikiza Tribeless.
Yes, we can hear you, but don't worry, we'll give you a chance to speak afterwards. We have a queue, but you will definitely speak. So like I was saying, this is 7 minutes past top of the hour. It is midnight East African time.
Hello.
We are here to find where our
Steve, hold on. Binti has said we'll give you the after the next speaker will come to you. You've been here dropping and coming back. I think you had a problem with the connection. So we'll come to you after the last speaker. Binti, go ahead.
So thank you very much, Karino. We are here to talk about the state that is currently in our nation. Where are our kids going? What's happening with them? Tomorrow we have a mission to occupy Endarasha, and I hope that everybody is on board with this, because our kids are our future. We cannot let anything happen to them, and we just sit back and relax. Kawino, after the next speaker that you'd already queued up, I'd like to actually prioritize ladies that come onto the mic. So I'll give it to, I don't know what you think about that, but Ras G, I'll go to you next. But after that, if I see a lady on the speaker, I will put them up onto the queue and just give them priority. So Ras G, please go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you, Binti. Thank you for that. Thank you to our boy KOT, Wanyama and others. Sijui kama mnanisikia. Just confirm so that nijue background yenye niko kama kuna
Yes,
sauti.
nakusikia, endelea.
Nasikia. Okay. Now, I want to take the shortest time possible. Kwa sababu, like I said last week, and I think this week, I wanted to do more of listening and more of action. And more of action, I think, we tried today when you were talking, though it's not part of the topic. But I want to join that with this debate. And this debate is so dear to me and to many other Kenyans. Actually, this happened to not so far away from home. Home is Kieni, and Russia is part of Kieni. For those who know Muiga, Muiga is like 1 kilometer to Endarasha. And I want to talk specifically to the leadership. Let me start there because that is where the problem is. There are so many wrongs with this government. Tukianza kuziongea sahi, because William Ruto and company have made it a habit. Tumekuwa sisi tunaongea. We leave at the talks. We become angry as we can. But at the end of the day, wamejua sisi it is a talk. They have just reduced these as talk shows, yeah? And I'm glad some of you, some people are headed to Endarasha tomorrow. It's good showing that support to the mothers and those. You can imagine those kids, the painful death they went through. Alafu unaambiwa 70 kids are missing, unashindwa, okay, if people are dying wanaweza kufa wanakuwa counted, watoto walienda wapi? And if you can remember, Binti, when this thing happened hapa, that particular evening, I said, be very careful with this government because it is a good distractor. And it's not as a respecter of life. It has proven that. William Ruto track record proves that. He's not a respecter of life. William Ruto and company. It is not coincident, just the other day we were planning to go to Kiambaa with our Kinamweru, planning about Kiambaa massacre and then this happens. And then that evening, nakumbuka nikisema, this might be a distraction. And then all of a sudden, it starts with Endarasha, and then fires. And to make it worse, the 70 kids, nobody knows where they are. So, let us take stocks with a lot of pain. Let us take stock. Kwa sababu hatujapumzika tangu wakati wa Shakahola. Tunatoka hii headline, tunaingia ingine. Tunatoka hapa, tunaingia ingine. What is happening? Have we reduced ourselves to some group? Some group that retreat somewhere at the end of the day to just complain? When we go to platform and said, hiyo time imeisha, is generals, female and male. Because William Ruto is not a respecter of the Constitution. William Ruto is not a respecter of life. William Ruto is not a respecter of anything. And before I forget my point, I was to address the leadership of Mount Kenya. This one is now coming to the doorstep of my people, the Mount Kenya people, with a bunch of people we call leaders that we elected with a lot of emotions. We put a lot of emotion into this government, abused our other leaders, tukafanya vitu mingi. Our parents were so emotional they were very emotional when they were voting the last elections. And this was their man. I'm not blaming you, but I'm telling you, there is a time, let us call it the truth. And na binti, kama tutakuwa Kwale na kama tutakubali kweli, then maybe we can kidogo tu. Binti, please, there was a distraction. You can still hear me?
Yes, yes,
Sorry for that.
100%. Why
I
not?
was, let me go. I'm on Mount Kenya leaders. As our children are disappearing, as little is being done to get these children, you've seen Mount Kenya's leaders are busy, very busy with Morima politics. You know what I mean? They are very busy. Some are very busy being bitter with the same administration they ushered in, wondering whether they're in government or they're out of government. Because all they see is their interests. Hakuna kitu ingine. And that's why you saw even the sitting legislator of that constituency, wakati alienda huko, the only thing they could come up with this administration after watoto wameungua huko ni kuwapelekea mchele na maharagwe. What are you going to tell parents who have lost their kids? Kuwapelekea mchele na maharagwe, jameni. So, mimi, we've done enough, and I think if it is crying, if it is yawning, it's ranting, we have done enough to this administration. And I've always said, na nimesema, it is time to raise generals, people who can counter William Ruto government, not only with words, but with deeds. Deeds. I've been told I advocate for anarchy. Yes, it's only anarchy. It's not, it is taking the anarchy to William Ruto doorstep. It is taking all our anger to his doorstep. Because if this administration can think their children are so special than any other watoto watu wengine, then it is very wrong. Huyu president amerudi, he's in the country. He has not found even time to go and console with the parents. When he was China, because I followed very closely, the only big statement he was making there is how me and you tukiwa hapa, how desperately we want those loans, knowing very well that those loans are not coming to help even build those schools, better infrastructure, hakuna, no better healthcare. That even with the conspiracy of the sitting county government ya Nyeri, the one that was unable to send a fire brigade to put off the fire, but it was so quick to prevent Morara from addressing a crowd. We have a trickled leadership deficit in this country, and we cannot only correct it with our own mouths. If we don't retreat back to action, if we don't go back and fight in the streets, because that is where William Ruto understands the language. If we don't make it ungovernable, it is unfortunate. Leo kuna watu wameongeleshwa walikuwa wameamua ku look at that airport today. Wakati business came to a standstill, that's the time these guys run up and down. If we don't make them run down up and down, waone kwamba they are people, they will continue taking it as normal. When we talk of sanctity of life hapa hivi, whom are you talking about life? Ni nani mnaambia kuhusu maisha? Kutoka ICC, somebody went away with those charges. He did not go away. William Ruto was not acquitted by ICC. It's only that the charges were dropped. They can still be brought back. But we all know what happened to the witnesses. So if he did not respect life back then, what makes you believe that he can do that now? Our constitution, the very document I respect so much. But at the end of the day, mimi nimeshasema kitambo, and I have called out my fellow Kenyans. If this document has been suspended by the leaders, by our so-called leaders, to entrench impunity, to an extent now they don't even recognize the value of life. Huh? Nobody is taking this issue and Russia at it. Look like what the DCA has just posted. It shows you how casual these guys are. Very casual. You saw how they issued a statement on the guy the guy they purported, a guy they planted in Kenya to act as a main suspect in Kware. You saw how they released the statement that Jamaa amepotea. Have Kenyans, have you been told, if you forgot about Shakahola, if you forgot about Kware, if you forgot about the likes of Rex and others who died in the streets, what makes you think that William Ruto will listen to Endarash? And what has happened? So it is time, Kenyans, you realized we have two sets of people in this country. There are people in leadership, very comfortable, very united at the moment, and they are speaking from one voice. And there's me and you. And it is me and you to correct those ills. But we will not correct them by just talking. When we say we go to the street and support our fellow Kenyans, like Adani, JKIA, let us not reduce it to a talk show just here. Go. That's how you change your country. If we say we are going to occupy this, because as we talk, nothing is working. Governors, and this is, I'm not playing the gender card. Unfortunate, the good constitution, it later the 2/3 rule. Our female governors, you saw a governor, mnadhani ati hiyo ni story tu. Somebody is 637 something million huko. Anapotea tunazo kwa inchi ati anaenda kubank ile. There's a lot that is not right in our nation. I don't want to divert. There's a lot that is not right, and it's unfortunately it is trickling down, taking lives. Well, they took the lives of the GNZs. Now, they are going even down, taking the lives of young kids. Those are futures being stolen as we watch. Maybe the only question I'll leave to you, to my dear patriots here, is will you accept to continue coming to space, participate, talk, be angry, go to sleep angry, wake up angry? Do you think that is the only thing that will get William Ruto out of power? No, it's not the only thing. I believe we can come up with better. I know the spaces are unsafe places to lay out the strategies and everything, but we can do better. We can still re-strategize here and reclaim our country back. We can do that. Thank you and all the best to the individuals heading to Indarasha tomorrow. Take our greetings and comfort those families. Thank you.
We mandugu, ni watu wangapi kesho tunaenda Endarasha? Juu tunasema tu you are just wishing those guys who are going there safe journey. Mimi sioni mtu akisema nataka kuenda tukutane wapi. Guys, sometimes I take you guys as jokers, especially on these spaces, because you talk, you rant, you do whatever you want to do, but you never show up. bana. Mimi hii mchezo wenu naona nikianza kuachana naye. Guys, we are serious. Hao watu wamepotea ni watoto, the human beings. Ni watu wangapi wanateremka? I want to know the numbers. Ingia DM yangu, let us plan this because it's serious matter.
Asante sana KOT. Asante sana for echoing that. Ladies and gentlemen, tunaendelea. This is Sauti ya Mwananchi. Sauti ya Mwananchi. Sauti ya Mwananchi. Brought to you by KOTs, yes. Morning sessions zinaletwaga kwako na Wanyama Wafula. Huyu speaker mnamuona hapa. Co-hosted by Binti Africa, Ayo the Sixth, Rabia and myself. Tunaendelea and today tunajua kuna story na Dani imekuwa and we are not even going to touch on it this night. We want to find our kids. Where are our children? Where are our children? We'll go back to Adani tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and any other day. But today we want to find the kids who are missed. The 70 kids. DCI wanakuja kutuchanganya saa hii usiku, wanatudanganya watoto wako accounted for. Na hata hesabu yao ukipiga ingiani, kuna hadi watoto wengi kushinda wenye wanasema wako. So we are not going to buy that. Tunataka kujua hao watoto wako wapi. Where are the kids? Where are the 70 kids? Wako accounted for. Where are their parents? Waseme ushapata watoto wao. Yeah, so tunaendelea and like Otia said, please hit his DM when you're Nyeri in the morning. Again, ladies, please, ladies in the space, kama ujaongea, please request the mic. Kujeni hapa. I don't want this thing to be male space. This people should be even full of ladies more than men. So tafadhali, boom request mic, ladies. I'll go to Lilian Okeshi. Lilian.
Yeah, good evening, guys. It's a very sad moment where Kenya is now. And as a parent, I'm very sad. I'm very sad. I have 3 kids, and one is in boarding school here. And my thought went like, what if one day you're told your kid, the school got fire, and
Binti,
your
did
kid
we
is...
lose Lilian or ni mimi nimempoteza?
No, she's
do,
speaking.
hello, are you listening?
Yes, we can hear you, Lillian. Kawino, I think you might be the problem, so maybe if you just wait for...
Yeah, I can hear now. I can hear now. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. Good evening, guys. I'm a very sad parent as I'm speaking. I have 3 kids, yeah, and one of them is in boarding school. So when I saw that Endarasha massacre, actually it's a massacre. It's not even an accident or anything. It's a massacre. Yeah, because nothing is coming up. I was like, just like, have I seen where my child is sleeping? The dormitories? No, we are not even shown where our children are sleeping. It made me thinking so much. One day you wake up and you find your child is not, yes, dead, but is missing. No one knows where he is. So my question was, there are many questions than answers, because I was asking myself, these kids of Endarasha, where was the watchman that day? We are being told by the DCI the watchman was not around. Again, we are being told at the same time the matron was not around. Yeah. At the same time, actually, there's no one in school. So those kids, the way they were young, they were sleeping alone. And for how long has those kids been sleeping without supervision from the adult? And to come to think now that the investigation is going on, it's becoming stale, and it will go on just like that. No answers, just like the abduction and killing and the quarry. Actually, Kenya has become where someone dies, people die, no one cares. It goes and people come back to normal. Everything goes back to normal. No one cares what is happening. After all, people will cry, oh, the children, oh, the people, oh, the blood was shed, oh, but no one is talking. No one, the case will go like that, no explanation. The case will just go like that, like General Ogola's case. We are not given any explanation. How was it the plane? Was it the engineer or the plane did wrong or something? Nothing. And to come to think that the way Leandro was saying, there's something going on about the blood bank. I was thinking, where are those children? And if tomorrow we get those parents and their children missing, the missing children and their pictures and their ages, we get them and we parade them on social media all over social media, so that we can get a good number, our actual number, what is going on, what is the actual number, what is the exact actual number of the missing and the dead. And we get a response. What have they done about the teacher and the director of the school? Because how come children can sleep alone with no matron, with no watchman, with no teachers? And then I hear there is a teacher who was pulling a student from the window, and then the other student doesn't know where the other student who was being pulled by the teacher went. Is missing. I don't know how parents are feeling it, but the thing that is making me so upset, why are the Nyeri residents quiet? I'm not getting it at all. Well, it's not getting my nerves very well. Why are they quiet? People are becoming quiet. The story is becoming stale. It happened, and it was a big story which made over headlines to CNN, made headlines in Al Jazeera and everywhere, and now we are quiet. Me, I was even thinking I was thinking the action we could take. I don't know if we can get a FBI from outside or a detective from outside who will not be bought, and they investigate afresh, and they start. Kenya Power came and told it was not their fault. They know what came, it was not their fault. Okay, where the fire originated from where? Whose fault was it? You can't just tell me a bulb just started lighting and then the fire exhumed everything and everyone. That's serious. And Kenya Power comes and tells people and tells the media houses, oh no, this is not our fault. We went and investigated. No, it's not the fault of Kenya Power. Here we are being told, oh, the school was using solar. Was using solar, yes. No, solar was not the thing. It was the electric fault. Kidogo kidogo, you hear, oh, the children, I don't know, someone was doing what, and which were all lies. And now you have seen specifically the target was the boys. That one you have seen. Specifically the target was the boys. And as a parent, I'm really sad. I can't even come to think what is happening in our schools. Yeah, I have a kid in boarding school also, so I'm also thinking, what has this sparked something in your mind and your blood? Like, my child is not also with me. What is not going on? Because how can a whole government come and tell us their children are accounted for, and whereas you see other parents are crying, their children are not found? And another one comes, instead of going to console the parents, is busy with his car, on top of his car, showing us maize. And I don't know fertilizer that will buy, I don't know how many millions again. The way the maize is very big. And yet here we are mourning. He's not even talking about the incident. He's not even concerned. As a president, I lost my kids. Because this is his kids also. Ni watoto wake, hawa ni watoto wake pia. Kama raisi, hawa ni watoto wake. He should be very concerned. Hii kitu inafaa imsumbue. People should not be sleeping in those ministries. Where is the Ministry of Child and Gender Affairs? Have you heard anything about them? Are they talking about anyone? Are they talking about those kids? No. No one is talking about those kids. So it's up to us. If we will come up with a fund and we get an FBI or detectives from outside, we are used to doing our own things. We did the Gen Z, tukawatoa hospitali wenyewe, tukawatibu sisi wenyewe without help of government. We are used to doing our own things. We start taking things on our hands. We don't matters on our hands. Because hakuna siku, we will not hear anything from the DCI. The Kware issue, have we heard anything from them? No? Yeah. It's just gone like that. Those people who have been abducted, have we had anything from them? No. Those killed on the Mandamanos, have we had anything from them? No. And how did we elect someone who had killed people before in a church with children also in a church? And we elected him and he became our president, thinking he will not also kill our own children. That is the thing that I was thinking so much. It's very spiritual. How did we come to elect a government that killed people in a church with children? Not thinking how our children will be killed plus us. Is slowly killing us, slowly killing the alphas. No, it has gone to the alphas. Those are the alphas. The queens and kings of tomorrow. There was someone maybe God had had anointed in that group will be a great leader one day. And then you wake up in the morning, I don't know, midnight, you are being told your child is nowhere to be found or is banned beyond recognition. No one is accounting for anything. Watchman was not there. The matrons were not there. The teacher was not there. Who are there in school? Is the school a ghost school? As the children are sleeping alone, why? And then the government is not even taking structures of these schools. Nowadays, these schools have become blood bank for occultic. They have become blood bank for occultic people. Freemason are using schools now. We are really risking our children's life. Even though I'm thinking, God, do I go and withdraw that boy from the boarding school or what? Because I'm also scared as a parent. How can you wake up in the morning and you be told your kid disappeared from the fire and no one is giving you answers? Tomorrow, we take all those pictures of those kids, we parade them with their names and everything. We show the government, these are the kids who are missing, and these are the ones who are burnt, and the fault comes from the Ministry of Education to the Ministry of Children and Gender, whatever. We start the fault from up going down. Where was the MCA and where was the chief? Where was the Nyumba Kumi? We have very many people present in these counties. We have very many, and they are all useless. Even the women rep for Nyeri County, where was she? She has not even come up and told the parents, the mothers who are crying bitterly because they have lost their children. It's very bad to see your child is dead, yes, and it's very annoying to not know where your child is. Yeah. So the only thing we can do is put things on our own hands and the matters on our own hands, like tumefanya mbeleni. We get funds, we get our own detectives from anywhere, we go investigate these things ourselves. And we come back to on their face and tell them this is what happened. And you show them this is what happened. And these are the missing kids and these are the kids you decided should disappear. Because I had the ambulances that night, the ambulances who were rushing, the ambulances were seen in JKA from Nyeri JKA going to JKA. What were those ambulances? Have they investigated and thought of what was happening by then? The president is very quiet, launching maize, the way the maize has grown, yeah, from China. He's on top of his car again, saying, I don't know, tutatenga bilioni ngapi for fertilizer. And yet, he has not gone to consult with those parents, with the school. He himself goes and walks up there. Where is his wife? She has children. Where is she? She could have been the first one there to condole with the family. Where is she? She's quiet. The women rep we have chosen, I don't know, we should just scrap this women rep. I think we should scrap them off this constitution thing. They're not helping anywhere, any woman at all. I'm not feeling them at all. At all. And now a mother is crying. She has no sleep. She doesn't know where his boy is. She's not eating. Tutapeleka wa mama hospitali just because of depression. It's very sad. It's a very sad thing. I think we should not relent and we should not make this story go stale because now, see the Kware. Nani anaongea juu ya Kware sai? No one is talking. Nani anaongea juu ya abduction and the people who were killed during Mandamano? The story has gone. Kenyans, we are really, really easy to forget. We forget very easily. And then we forget, we start laughing. And the sycophantic about it is that he will come to the podium and people will laugh with him. Watu wapige makofi and everything. You will see that in Darasha, see you arrested again, utamwona nje ametolewa, no evidence because he was not there. Yeah, it was not his fault at all. And then the school, will do what? Will give compensation, and the story goes. People have lost children. Some mothers will never recover. It will be a trauma the rest of their life. They will never recover if we don't take these things serious. And today is me, tomorrow might be you. People might say, oh, it was not my child. And I'm telling mothers, yes, it's not your child, but me, it has pained me so much because this is also my child. This can be my child also. Yeah, who is missing, who has been burnt with a painful death. There's no painful death like painful of fire. If you imagine them screaming for help, ati watchman hayuko, nani hayuko, and then you come here and say, ati all have accounted for that fire. I don't know, it was electric fault. Tomorrow Kenya Power is coming with, oh, it was not electric fault, it was this. They're not giving a substantial answer about what is happening, what happened to that school. No, you're telling me there is no detective or any investigator who can come and tell us what really happened in that school. We don't have any intellectual who can come and tell us this is what happened. The fire started here. It was because of this and that. People, it's like they are covering up something. They are really covering up something. And where are those kids? If there's a forest up and our neighbors, they could have been found by now. Sidhani kama kuna neighbor atasema acha nifiche huyu mtoto nipate pesa. Sahii wangekuwa wamepatikana kitambo sana. Kitambo sana watoto wangekuwa wamepatikana. Kunaendaje watoto ati wamepotea 70, ati walienda kwa ati they must have scammed up from neighbors. And then kesho nasema watoto some I think tuja account for, sijui wamebaniwa or something. Kesho tomorrow I don't know, wamepatikana 140 something, sijui. Yani numbers are not even matching, the maths is not matching. Yeah, and you come here and tell us as a government we should listen to them, tuwapatie masikio. Me, I'm not doing that. Even if that fund for funding the detective from FBI or somewhere ikikuja, nitatoa tupate ukweli iko wapi. Those are kids. Hata hao sasa, acha tunachana na mambo ya kware. Sasa tuko hapa kwa hii Endarasha. Au kesho ni mtoto wangu, leo ni mtoto wako, kesho ni mtoto wangu. Tutafanya nini? That is all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Lillian. Thank you so much for coming to the mic, because this is what we needed to hear. Yani, these are our kids. We have to protect them at every cost. And when the government doesn't work, we have to make sure, we have to hold them accountable and make sure that they work for us. There's nothing worse, honestly, than the pain of a mother, the pain of a mourning mother. Even if you're not a mother yourself, maybe you have a brother or a sister, maybe you're a father. If you cannot relate or feel any type of sympathy or empathy towards this current situation, me, brother, I don't know about you. We don't have a country here. Elton, I'll go to you next because you've been here for a while. And then, like I said, ladies, when I see you on the speakers, I'll just boost you up a little bit just to give it a little bit of gender balance. So, Elton, hi.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, 100%. Go ahead.
Well, now that we have crossed into Thursday, last Thursday, kids were burnt to death beyond recognition. Something that is very, very painful, something that is very dear to my heart. And I'm currently a little bit emotional. If I remember last Thursday, I woke up with a start at 2:30 a.m. It is not something that is very normal according to me, because design niliamka hiyo usiku, it was like my heart was pounding very heavily. I woke up with a start, that is all I can say. And it wasn't very normal for me, and I was not able to sleep until 3:30 a.m. Now, down to Friday, I wasn't able to access online kukuja kuona nini imeendelea kwa nchi, and I did not watch the news. So on Saturday morning, I get to learn that something has happened, and we've lost kids at this school called Endarasha Academy. First of all, I want to say Endarasha Academy is a crime scene. It is a crime scene because the number of children that have been raised by the flames, first of all, are not confirmed. As we are talking right now, the government has given us a number of 21, as they say. But who is to confirm this? I was surprised to see that CS Interior came in, gave a statement. You'll forgive me for this, my albino people. But the albino guy, the guy that puts on a hat and some dark shades, the albino guy came in, gave a statement. Surprisingly, the deputy president comes in, gives a statement. Another statement, again, by I don't know who, a PS Education. So there are more than 5 statements running. Nobody has got any proper information, and this smells like a cover-up. Should we say that what has happened down at Endarasha is a cover-up? Because there are too many people in a crime scene. When something like this happens, I believe the standard operating procedure, hata kama mimi si polisi, is to cordon off that entire area, make sure that the evidence that is within that place is not interfered with. What is KPLC doing at Endarasha? Don't we have detectives that are able to look into whatever has happened there without bringing in too many people who are already messing the crime scene? Another thing, why are the parents being treated like strangers? Why isn't the parent who paid fees and gave up their duty as the guardian to the school, why are they being locked out of that compound? Why is the information that is coming out from the officials very minimal? Doesn't it now look like it's a cover-up? But just within the same week, last week, I remember there was something to do with Isiolo Girls being on fire. Suddenly, Isiolo Girls is on fire for whatever reason. Nobody is injured. Now it is coming out later today that probably more than 70 or just 70 are missing and are nowhere to be seen. Kwanza nataka kusema bana, there is no hakuna mtu wa kutetea boy child, because out of the ones that have been burnt to a crisp, all of them are all boys, as per the statements zenye tunapata hapa hizo za news and what we are getting here as we speak right now. And another thing that is surprising, where is the voice of the church? Where is the clergy? Hata humu ndani, I'm surprised hakuna mtu mwenye ana claim yeye ni mtu wa clergy. Angalau atoe statement. Where is the clergy? What is the clergy saying about this? Or did we open our doors to the devil to come and rape us from behind? I thought we are a Christian, God-loving, Jesus-loving country. What has happened to the clergy? The voice of the clergy is missing. And why is there all this confusion? There's been a lot of statements issued. There's a lot of confusion. Nobody's giving information. And even our mainstream media that should be asking the technical questions that prompt officials or government officials to do their work. They're not asking the right questions. They're covering it like it's an accident. And I think the first thing we have to recognize is that Endarasha is a crime scene. It has to come out clearly that it is not an accident. It has to be investigated as a crime scene. And this is also another thing that I'm looking at in terms of internal security. Isn't this another internal security failure under the docket of the current CS, earlier fired, then reinstated? This is another failure. We are talking about Kware that has not been looked at. Last time I checked, they cordoned off that area and nobody is supposed to be going there, and there is no retrieval of bodies. I stand to be corrected if at all they're retrieving bodies, but currently no bodies are being retrieved, right? So that is Kware 1. The Shakahola guy, we never got a report out of Shakahola. I do not know if they're still continuing to find graves, or it has become another story that has been swept under the rug very quickly, and thousands of souls can be lost and nobody cares. This time, the children that have disappeared are live souls, young boys. I do not know if you guys can see the weight of this particular thing that has happened to our country. If, for example, we were to say that a small town has disappeared overnight today in Kenya, wouldn't it be believable? Or wouldn't it be said that it looks like Jesus Christ came in with a chariot and has ferried everybody away from the village? Let us look at even the location of Endarasha School, where it is located. How possible is it that mzee wa nyumba kumi hajui kitu? Chief hajui kitu? The village drunkard who is always around when it's in the wee hours of the night and they've got a lot of information, hawajui kitu? All the way into the nearest police station, nobody knows anything about this. Where is the MCA for this area? The MCA is not fighting for the parents. Why is the MCA silent? And in terms of even internal security, the entire docket, kutoka hauki na DCI, I'm surprised DCI can decide to bring down this space as I'm talking currently. Probably they have already done so. And right now, they cannot trace 70 children. 70 children that require a guardian. All of them. Probably most of them still need their clothes washed for them by the matron. And now DCI claims they cannot find these children in 7 days because leo ni Thursday. Na ilifanyika last Thursday. Something is not right. The government is not coming out clearly and it's not coming forthright to tell us the truth. And I would really like to urge any of the members of our mainstream media wenye wako hapa ndani, please do your job. And you'll excuse me for this, but you cannot keep on to lick the buttocks of this regime. Do your job. Ask the right questions. That is the least you can do for us during times like this. Because it is open now that the government does not care about the sanctity of life. The government is interested in subverting the constitution by denying the Kenyan populace of social justice, economic justice, any form of justice is absent. And there are more parents crying. And funnily enough, I saw somebody talking about giving the parents some goodies in terms of foodstuffs. What kind of bullshit is that? With 70 kids missing, I was expecting an uproar from members of Nyeri County, or at least that sub-county. What is not happening to Kenyans? This is a clear sign that the government has come out to kill, loot, and destroy. There is nothing more that they are trying to give to the populace. There are no services, there are only more deaths, more disappearances, and very few answers. I've heard somebody talk about devil worshipping. For the longest time, I've been yapping about it, that probably our leadership went to bed with the devil under the Pacific Ocean or something, because this thing is not right. We have had too many massive deaths. Too much blood has been going out, flowing all over the land, and there is no sense of justice. I am surprised that this school has not yet been sued. And please, for the members of LSK wenye wako hapa ndani, or any wakilis, you have to sue that school for those parents, because those parents are going to be gagged, I assure you, because that is how this regime works. If you cannot be bought, you are gagged. If you cannot be stopped, you are disappeared. And so now it has come down to the children. Anyways, before I get off track, going forward, currently I'm not able to join any of those that will be traveling to Nyeri, to Endarasha. I am quite far. I'm on the border of Kenya and Tanzania in Sirare town. And I would like to ask those members that will be going out there, those that are going to be meeting these parents, please be the shield and defender that they are looking for. Amplify the voices of these parents, please, because sorry, I was about to call our media Githeri media, but anyways, see, wamekuwa Githeri. It is open that the mainstream media does not want to give this the attention that it deserves. Please lift their voices up for our activism hapa ndani in these spaces. Give us a lot and progresses us forward in terms of action from this defunct government. And lastly, if you know that you are eligible to be a voter in the next election cycle for this country, please go and pick your vote. Have your voter's card, because that is the only weapon that we might have within this political system. Because at the moment, everything that has been planned by this political class is to make sure even the political cycle that we will go into 2027 might not give us the result that we the people desire. But if we are able to take our votes, if we are able to pick up our voters' cards, if we're able to register and enter those registration books as voters, then we are able to vote in numbers to take this defunct regime home. Thank you. I give my mic to whoever else that is going to be speaking.
Asante sana Elton, asante sana kwa mchango wako. Bibi na mabwana, ndugu na madada, tunaendelea. Ni saa 7 kasoro dakika 3 saa za Afrika Mashariki. Tunaendelea. Maureen Mwenswa.
Yes, how are you guys?
We are bad, we are offended. Mtoto wetu ameuliwa tu, hatujui wako wapi, tunaambiwa tu lakini wakiambiwa tu enda sahii mtafute Mourinho ako wapi, ameongea kwa space, wanakupigia sahihi.
Kabisa, lazima tukasirike zaidi. Let me start by saying I stand in solidarity with the parents that are mourning and to those that are coming to Nyeri to demand justice and accountability, safe journeys and Godspeed. Alafu, ala sijui nianze wapi. Hiyo statement ya DCI, hii ndio hesabu wanafunzi wa kiganjo. Kama ni hivi, basi, enyewe hii serikali inatuchezea karata kubwa sana. What are those numbers? Hata kama ni kucooks wangetoa calculator. Sawa. Anyway, alafu my other issue is with Rigiji. Kila saa anashinda kusema mtu asiguze Mrema. Sahii Mrema imeguzwa, amenyamaza ni kama amekatwa ulimi. Huyo jamaa siaiongea tena. Shenzi sana. Napa ametuwestia time. When he's needed, he's nowhere to be seen. Lakini acha ikue other issues about them cutting deals. Utamwona kwa stage akisema, oh, Mrema this, Mrema that. But when it matters, he's silent. Sasa, are these our leaders or dealers? Lazima tujiulize pertinent questions about our watu wenye tumeelect juu they don't represent us. Yani, wazazi wamefiwa, you bring them rice and beans, wafanye nini? Wapande? Ama? Chani malizia hapo for now.
Asante. By the way, where? Covino. Me, I didn't even know. Maureen, asante sana. There's just so much hurt, but we need to action it. So, if you guys didn't hear, Mabonga said, whoever's turning up tomorrow, please just contact him, whatever, just so we can arrange it. So we're not here in the space just speaking, and we're not actually physically qua ground supporting our the families that have lost their children. I guess our children, because we're all one at this point. Wow. Real Joy, you've been here for a while, so I'll come to you next. Hi. And then I'll come to Nothing KE afterwards.
Hi Binti, hi Kowino, hi KOT.
Hi, go ahead.
Thank you. So basically, I mean, we have been subjected into a country whereby deaths are just the daily norm. In fact, I was just tempted to even try and analyze the daily death rate during the COVID times, because that was when we as a country, we were under an emergency because of COVID and things like that, even lockdown and things like that. And I see within the past few months, we've had to discover a lot of deaths in our country. Very huge numbers that are not just jokes. You know, we had to lock down our whole country because of a daily death rate of, let's say, 3 people, 4 people. The highest maybe I can remember was 37 people died in a day. But we are talking about huge numbers. We are talking about roughly, ideal here for this particular incident, the numbers that even we are being given in your DCI or release are useless numbers, but the numbers are high, we know that. But the real questions are several days out of the tragic incident. But what has really transpired that can show some seriousness to this matter? We don't see that, because infernos in schools have happened before. There were guidelines that were put in effect to that. The first questions we should ask ourselves, like I'm really trying to imagine and really trying to wonder, how are 156 boys, how do they find themselves in a dorm? Because personally, I've studied in boarding school way back. I'm trying to imagine 156 students in a dorm, boys. That is absurd to me, number one. Number two, there are guidelines that were put in place due to frequent infernos that used to happen.
They talked about 2 doors, front and back, emergency exit, one in the middle, things like that, fire extinguishers. Did this school comply with that? We need to ask ourselves those questions, okay? Because that is those are some of the measures that were previously put in place to deal with such issues. Did this particular school comply with that? Did they have fire extinguisher inside there? Did they have emergency exits? How hygienely possible for 156 boys to be in one dormitory? And we know how a dormitory looks like. And we've seen even the way the dormitory looked like. I mean, how is it possible that they congest students like that? It is just so unfair to parents. And that is even, to make matters worse, that is a private school where parents are paying money. It is crazy. Those are questions that by now, the school should be battling several court cases, but they ain't. There's nothing. It's just defense here, defense there. Someone just mentioned, a previous speaker, I think it was Kowino, said that how is it, it was not Kowino, it was Nani, the previous speaker before Amonga, how is it possible that in such a tragedy, Kenya Power, who are not investigators, go to investigate if it is them who is wrong or right? How is it possible? How is it possible that a crime scene, people are just allowed to enter whenever they want to go and check? If now Kenya Power wanted to go and check if it is them, they go and check. If the guys who made the beds want to go and confirm if it is their beds that ensured the dormitory caught fire, they're just allowed. If it is, it doesn't make sense. So we are being treated to suckers. And that is just what is happening in our country right now. I think previously in one of these spaces where we were just having some random conversations of conspiracy theories, I made a very funny conspiracy theory. I talked about we have some vampires in State House that are being fed human blood. And you guys, that was a conspiracy theory, but that is symbolism as well. Because all these deaths that are happening in our country, and it is just easy for someone to die and no one talks about it. It is easy for Kenyans to lose their lives, and no government official clearly gives Kenyans answers that they want. Nobody does that. It is just clearly, this is just a total crime scene. We don't have a country, as people like to say, we don't have a country here. And therefore, as I want to yield, but I want to give the following, I want to talk about the following in terms of what we need to do. Because I just tried to do a simple analysis in the build up to our Occupy Parliament. We had a series of things that we used to do in the build up. And you remember, guys, if you guys remember, in the build up to 25th, we had declared 7 days of rage. We had declared such things. We've not done that recently. And those are some of the things that we need. Those are some of the tactics that we need to deploy right now, because we cannot continue living like this and depending on street actions. We need to involve right now everyone. How are you going to involve right now everyone? Right now, we need to declare as soon as possible our own state of emergency, because this is currently a state of emergency. Here we have today we have an airport that is occupied and unable to transport people, because we have a government that wants to make a deal out of it. I was unable to travel. Niko Mombasa today. JKIA by the airport ya Mombasa today, no flights zilikuwa zina just, it was just, it's crazy. We are in a state of emergency, sort of, by the way. We are in a state of emergency. So we need to declare that, and as soon as possible, we need to ask the parents to be in solidarity with the parents who are currently affected with this tragedy, and withdraw their children from school immediately, because this can happen anytime and we will not get answers. Let them withdraw their children from school for the next 21 days. Let them withdraw them so that we get answers to what is currently happening. This is in solidarity with the parents who have lost their kids, children. We cannot allow children to die. Children are like the future of this country. Let parents withdraw their children from school. Let us be given answers. Let us see answers, which I know we are not going to get. We have to push for these things. We are never going to get answers. But right now, we need to involve the only court that is currently working in Kenya right now is the court of public opinion. That is the only court that is working right now. So we need to ensure that we use that properly. And therefore, let's declare this. Let's beseech all parents to withdraw their children from school. Let them sit with their children back home as we seek for other solutions. That is number one. Number two, we need to go back to occupying churches. We cannot give these leaders who just play around with the lives of Kenyans platforms in churches to lie to Kenyans, to play around. You know, this leadership has been masquerading around, purporting to be holier than thou. Yeah, telling people that they were selected by God, yet they are doing devilish things. I mean, it doesn't work like that. We have a leadership that has not accounted for people who died in Kware, yet we are hearing families fleeing Nairobi because of threats they're receiving from DCI. How tragic can that be? We have a leadership that denies deaths that they have committed on their own. We have a leadership that says nobody was abducted, yet they were the ones who were abducting people. We have a leadership that said they would disband a killer squad, purported killer squad somewhere that was killing Kenyans. But we saw them, even they were bought new Subarus, plateless, masquerading around during the protest that we had. Those are killer squad. In masks, faces covered. Okay? And one of the things that is there even in the Bible, one of the things that God hates the most is lying. We have a leadership that lies left, right, and center. They don't even care about what comes out of their mouth. They don't care about the normal things that people talk about, power of the mouth, power of the tongue. We don't. I know it's a cliche, but I just say it. It is wrong. Never joke with God. That is a cliche, but I'll just say it. I'll repeat it again. Because we cannot be, as a country, led by people who, like, it is very easy for them to just disregard life. Life is what makes a country. If all these Kenyans die, who will you rule? Who will you rule? Who will you apply your powers to? Nobody. So this leadership, this is not even leadership. This is just a bunch of psychopaths. They are not leaders. They are idiots. They are nothing. We should not call them leaders. They don't deserve that. We are elevating them for nothing. They are not. They're not leaders. These are killers, murderers, playing around with people's lives. They don't care. They really don't care. They don't care at all. So we need to go back to doing our series of plans the way we used to do. That's something I in the build up to our Occupy Parliament, that really worked for us. That really worked for us, and it built the public. It rallied so many people behind the cause and what we were doing. And right now, without even any doubt, everyone is behind this cause. They just need more. They need more. There are people who are supporting us, but they're not able to support us maybe through these spaces and things like that. So we need to do more. We need to do more. We need to do more. We need to be, right now we need to declare rage again against this government, against this leadership that is here right now. We should not give them any platforms. We need to displatform them at any place that we see them. We should not give them any, they don't deserve. We don't have a parliament because we had already occupied it. The guys who are there in parliament, they are pigs. I've seen a photo of pigs in parliament. That is what they had. They're not doing anything. They're not doing nothing. By right now, the president should have declared a state of emergency because there's a serious state of emergency in this country. He should have declared that, but he doesn't. In fact, I was looking at recent pictures of the president, even the recent videos. He doesn't look like the same guy. You guys go and look at him. His skin has turned. I don't know what is happening to him. I don't know. Anyway, that's just a by the way. But what really needs to happen right now is, now more than ever, we need to be in solidarity with the parents who have lost their children. It is tragic for parents to lose children. It is tragic. We need to be in solidarity with them. And other parents need to also be in solidarity with them. Let them withdraw their children from school. Let us beseech them. Let them withdraw their children from school and show this government that for us as a people, we take life seriously. We take life seriously. We are not like them. We are different. We have raised the bar too high for them. They will never get to where we are right now. They will never get to where we are. So that is what I have to say to. But it is just very tragic that parents have had to lose children that you're investing in. You're investing in children, taking them to school. You lose them, you're told they were burnt in a dormitory. 156 boys were stuffed in a dormitory like pigs. Yeah? They died. They were burnt beyond recognition. What kind of news is a parent getting? What kind of news is that? How do they?
Kawino, can you hear Real Joe?
Actually, I lost him and I thought it was my internet.
Nope. I think it's you, Real Joe. I think we've lost you for a second, but I think you're winding up anyway. So, Kawino, I'll just hand back to you.
Yes, really Joe, tumepoteza. Oh, seen you dropped. But thank you, I've heard you. Ladies and gentlemen, tunaendelea and we are hoping that we can wind up by 2 a.m. East African time. We are like 44 minutes away from time. So I hope we'll be done by that time. Let me check. I'm seeing some DM here. Someone DM'd me like 10:23 p.m. I didn't see this, and this is from Endarasha School, Hillside Endarasha Academy and Junior School. Letter of condolences dated 11 September 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to listen to this very carefully. My throat, sorry. The director, the school administration, and the whole Hillside Endarasha Academy takes this chance to give heartfelt condolences to the families of the 21 learners who lost their lives due to the tragic fire accident that befell our school on the night of 5th September 2020. With heavy hearts, we are also trying to come to terms with the reality of the sudden turn of events that have left the whole nation with shock, despair, and grief. The pain of losing our children is so much that we remain numb and stiff. This loss is one we are certain we will never overcome. With all humility, I want you to listen to this carefully, guys. With all humility, we regret the position that all and sundry have found themselves in, even after all the learners have been accounted for. We are working tirelessly by providing all the required information to the relevant authorities so that they can establish the cause of the fire accident. As we stand in solidarity with the families of the affected learners, we appeal to all Kenyans to kindly understand our position and give us the necessary support. In this hour of our need, find a place in your hearts to accept our sincere condolences. It has been stamped and signed, no name who has signed it. Hillside International Academy, 11th September 2024. Again, like I said previously, after seeing that DCI post, I don't believe in coincidences. How is it that all of a sudden, when people are going to occupy Russia tomorrow, all pupils have been accounted for? But on the contrary, no parent has come out to say all our 70 missing kids have been accounted. Is it a coincidence? Ama mimi tu ndio na overthink? Tafadhali mniambie. I asked you guys, mathematicians in the house. Mnajua mimi nimepata ni kama watoto walikuwa kwa dorm, boys alone that were present were 164. After doing my shallow mathematics, nimepata the boys that were in the dorm were 164, but tumeambiwa sijui walikuwa wangapi, 156. So mathematicians in the house, tafadhali kuna hiyo post ya DCI hapo juu, hapa kwa Jumbotron. Help us, man. Help us. Mtusaidie. Nothing K, umepata hesabu inasema aje?
Hi, Kowino, Binti, KOT, and everyone. As usual, I salute the comrades we've lost. The kids we are talking about, this is a very heavy topic. For me, it's not making sense. There are many people who have been injured since we started speaking truth to power. And then those who are missing. I'm finding this very, very difficult to accept. Now, on the math is not mathing. Because they say initially the school had 164 kids. It was still early in the semester, so 8 had not reported. That gives us 156. And then 21, we have lost 21. So that brings us down to 133, I think. But what I'm finding funny, first of all, allow me to mention that I've done a unit in forensic science. There's no perfect crime. And when you want to find the truth, you do what Kenyans have been doing. You ask questions. Don't take sides. Ask difficult questions. As you press, the truth will come out. Because help me understand, and I like that. I can't remember, there's a gentleman who said he's a villager. Someone posted an aerial view of the area. Even without the aerial view, in a village, if you turn up, they will know, someone will know, because they know each other, the routines are almost the same. So when there's something off, they will turn up. Even just a simple scream, it's enough siren to make villagers turn up. I've listened to a girl who said her sibling was in the school and how they turned up and they called, they tried to turn off the inferno. And like someone said, that it's funny that the fire engine did not get to the school, but it was available to Bully Morara and the crew. So for me, it looks very, very off. And Russia is a crime scene. But now the letters that are popping up fast, there is no sympathy. Until now, when people decided they're going to occupy, there was no intention to proceed. They expected it will die down like Githurai died down. But suddenly, when they say that it's a crime scene, they are simply saying it is inaccessible. But because we realize they only get to work when voices charge against them, people have to turn up for these kids. I've heard someone say that why are we not speaking up? I think we expected that the government will protect Kenyans. But like I tweeted earlier, what is the value of a Kenyan life? In short, they don't seem to really think Kenyans matter. They forget power is short-lived, it's transient. They forget that the people actually the custodian of this power that they're abusing on a daily basis. So I'd like to appeal to the investigation units in Kenya. Their parents are the truth that Kenyans are trying to find, they already know, but they're quiet. And we can tell why they are quiet. They say whoever pays the piper calls the tune. But I think I'm very grateful for the letter. I don't think they erred in the letter. They were giving clues. That is why the math is not mathing. Someone may not come out openly and tell you, oh, you know that this is what happened. They leave for you. They leave for you errors for you to pick up. But for them, they'll stand by. Oh no, you know it was an error. They can even try and correct it. But that's a key. It's up to us to decide what to do with it. Yes, Kenya. I'd also done a tweet sometimes ago. I asked, how comes Kenya has been in a constant state of mourning? The government is not working, but we seem to be on a constant state of mourning. Someone asked, where is the church? Ceremony and I hold a space where we talk. Kowini, you've been there. Where we started by asking, what is going on? How comes the church is not coming out? But clearly, even the church in Kenya has an evil altar. So when you see, and I was telling someone, and the reason why, like the night Kowino, you're on the space, I was entertaining people asking questions because I found myself in a place where I would pray and tell God, it's not making sense. Things are not making sense. And through that, I think I got to learn a few things. So when you see like what happened in Endarasha, I listened to a guy who was in satanic worship, but now is a Christian, talking about when you see that happening, it's a portal being opened in an area. I saw a lady, even before now, what we are going through in the country, a lady in the US explaining that they are harnessing energy in Africa, this whole thing of trying to force homosexuality on us, and how a bit of it doesn't make sense to me because that is not the kind of faith I've been raised in. And especially the first video I watched of her explaining how she was adopted by a family that didn't believe in God, and she kept saying, oh, there's a God. And they put her in a mental facility. She ended up in as a pole dancer. And in that particular area is where she was saying, you know, like street people have a lot of information. And what I like about her is that she will drop hints with receipts. And I was very shocked to see that she's saying, you see, the way people are crazy about celebrity. They're like, sometimes they tell you stuff on your face, but because we have put them on a pedestal, you don't interrogate it. And I remember it was John Legend's wife had asked, what do you think I should have for dinner? In fact, when she pulled the Instagram post, my heart dropped. And she said, how about baby legs, like human baby legs? So this lady was dropping the hint, the codes they use that refer to what they do. And you see, when you hear things like that, they are so bizarre, it doesn't make sense. And she was saying there's even something they call, I can't remember, chocolate syrup or something like that. It's actually human blood. I was like, who would even think it? And like for her, she was saying, and she was saying that they tried to sue her, and it turned out it was just a threat. She was like, they can't go to court because they know I have receipts. So when I've been hearing people talking about human sacrifice, it breaks my heart so much. I'm like, how did, as a country, find ourselves here? And for some reason, when we started that space for the Christian space, I kept telling guys, I feel like this battle is spiritual. This battle, we're in a spiritual battle. And to hear that these kids are missing, it doesn't make sense. Kids cannot vanish. They're not up. Even a pencil, if you take time enough, you'll find it. So when I hear what people are talking about, I think also she talked about the trafficking, so many things that didn't make sense. But like I said, usually when you want to find the truth, even when you hear, because for me, like when she would say things like that, I was just thinking, you're crazy. But when you want to find the truth, you don't, whatever that is said, you don't pick it as a truth. You poke holes, you ask questions. So where am I going with this? I think this is a call to prayer. It's the only way we are going to win this battle. Of course, we will resist, but that prayer is very important. And when we pray, we should take a position, because as a child of God, it doesn't matter. We don't have to agree who your God is, but we all agree that there's a supreme God. You just say, I pray against any agreement that has been made for the blood letting of Kenyans. You destroy any altar, any agreement of the grave, any demonic agreement. You just pray and say, God, I break any demonic agreement over the land. That is the only way we will win this battle. But we need to stand with the families. We need to question everything. Now we need to walk around with our eyes wide open. We need to stand together, because people, united can never be defeated. But it is, so when I hear the kids missing, in fact, I don't personally watch news, but when I kept seeing the question about the school on my TL, first of all, when I saw the fire, it was too painful for me to even watch the video, so I kept off. And at the time, our minds were focused on Adani Deal and many things like that. And as I've been listening to people, there's a correlation between the I think there was a nationwide blackout and some ambulances and the fire. I still don't know whether the three align, but in the event that they do, then we are asking the right question. But we just want the truth. What is going on in the nation of Kenya? We honestly need the truth. We never got closure on uh, uh, that church, the crazy story of Shakahola. We never got closure. As I was watching some of the, no, I watched a guy who was calling out pastors and saying, "Hey, so and so, I'm the one who recruited him in this altar. So and so, yeah." I was like, yeah, if he's not, tell him to come and debate me. Aseme kama I didn't recruit him into Freemasonry. I've watched some confession of a pastor. I've watched a confession of a Mataturini. So there is something wrong spiritually in the nation. But it doesn't matter how whatever they do. I think Kenyans can pray and win this battle in the spirit, as we also, because they say faith without work is worthless. As we also try to push, we also try to push for answers. We stand with this family. I think it's wrong for the security apparatus to think that, everything that Kenyans ask has to be, it's like you're in a battle where you're asking question and the answer is implemented with a bullet. It doesn't make sense. The violence we are seeing, they're conditioning us to accept violence, trauma. They're programming us like, you like, remember there was this, was it 99? The day before they were saying, oh, there are 260 bodies the city funeral home. For me, I found that very. That's when I started asking, what's the value of a Kenyan? Why would someone in authority say that? Why? The fact that people are asking difficult questions, you threaten people with death. And I was wondering, how comes for them they're so obsessed with the mortal issues? Where is the obsession not on let's do the right thing? There are questions being asked. Let's apologize. Let's offer answer. It doesn't make sense to me. I've been listening through, and I'm just trying to. Everything feels like a puzzle, and this puzzle is not coming together. But there's need for us to continue. I don't think this is something we should ever let go. Now we should rejoin it with other cases, because how can kids just vanish? How? Anything anyone says right now, I don't care how radical it is, until they tell us the truth. Maybe we should just scandalize them so that we get to know the truth, because it's unacceptable. But I know this battle will be won, and one day we will have the accurate answers. But for now, the only way is forward. We have to keep pushing. And I really wish, and I know it is very insane of me to imagine, I really wish this government can just decide to go home and say, oh, it's not as leaders of your country and the citizen, we don't seem to be heading in the right way. So we have decided to give you an opportunity to find your own leaders. Because how do they kill? Majority of those young condemning them voted for them, and whether there are people who didn't vote for them, I don't think we're heading in the right direction. Honestly, we need a complete reset. If it's Raila, I'm thinking, how comes he's quiet about Adani? Is AUC that important to him? How comes he's not? He has not been to Endarasha. Is AUC that important? What's going on to Kenya? What's happening in that country? What is going on? For me, I pray for the nation, I pray for the citizen, and I know we will win, but this battle will be won also in prayer. So, like there's someone who also said pray, and you see, prayer is not how we have been conditioned. You can actually just ask what is going on, but genuinely ask God, like, what's going on? I know you're out there. Wait, what is going on? And you can be the channel that will answer our question, or the prayer that will free the nation. But I feel like we are under a very dark cloud. For me, it started with the athletes, and it kept coming, and it kept coming. And the guy Kirui, who was left in Mount Everest, how can we lose money to corruption and we leave a Kenyan in Mount Everest because it will cost 20 million to search? So I don't know. My heart is broken. I can't believe what it feels like for that parent. I'm not a parent myself, but it does not mean that I'm not bleeding. My heart bleeds for Russia and every Kenyan that is missing, the Bob, and the other two brothers. So let's continue asking very, very difficult question, and we should not allow this thing to become a cold case. I'm glad that LSK went to court and they cannot dispose of the body, because they're saying we can't give you dismembered bodies. It has to be a complete body for the family to receive, and at the same time they're saying, oh, since we cannot put together the body, we are going to dispose. What's going on? For me, my heart, I don't know. It's just so hard right now to be a Kenyan. It's very, very difficult. And I shouldn't be like that. Our crime is just the fact that we want the right thing.
Nothing. Nothing. I think I okay. No problem. I think we lost you there, but Well, guys, I truly feel the pain that we are all carrying right now. I feel the anguish. I feel the anger. I feel, yeah, it's a sad state of affairs, as somebody said earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be closing this ITM on Energy space in approximately 22 minutes. So we'd like to just hear from the speakers that are currently on the speakers panel, just so that we can also, rest. And tomorrow, as we, gather our strength, we can occupy Endarasha. Please, if you're going to be going, please DM KOT. His DMs are open, so you can arrange and coordinate with him. And yeah, let's support our mothers, our fathers, the families that are just suffering currently. So yeah, Dr. Milton, I think I'll go to you next. You've been very patient with us. So Dr. Milton, please speak to us.
This is a very, very painful subject to deal with, and I've really struggled to come to terms. As a father myself, I have been asking myself too many questions about this thing. But I think picking up from nothing who just spoke, this is a spiritual context. We are dealing with people who masquerade as people of God, but indeed they are not. They are in bed with the devil, and they spend everything they do is demonic. So these are scare tactics. These are spiritual fights. The Kenyan children are being used to pay blood sacrifices on behalf of the people who are evil, and as a way of distracting a nation that is in distress from asking the real questions, but also to fulfill evil intentions by people who want to hang on to power. I know there is the spiritual fight that we have to do, and as a believer, as a Christian myself, as a Seventh-day Adventist, I believe that we are supposed to be fighting on our knees whenever these things are happening. The Bible teaches that when you see these things, we always have to remember that our fight is not flesh and blood, but spiritual. And while we do that, while we go on our knees and fight spiritually through prayer, we also have a duty to speak out and to take actions that demonstrate that we indeed are believers in a God who will be able to rescue us. Like they say, faith without works is also dead. So we must be able to rise. And I want to call upon every parent of Kenya today. And I associate myself with, I think, one or two speakers before the previous one who said that this is a time for Kenyan parents to come out and say, our children are not safe. And if our children are not safe, every parent, every teacher, everybody that understands the pain of a child, the pain of losing a child, today it's the parents of the missing children. What tells you that tomorrow your child will not be targeted? That your child will not be the one that will be missing? That your child will not be a victim? That you will not be the parent who will be crying? So I am calling upon a build-up period where, as parents, as Kenyans, we are going to say we will withdraw our children from all the schools in the whole country in solidarity, as an expression of our fear that our children are not safe in our schools. So if the children are in boarding schools, I would want that we declare a day after 7 days of prayer and fasting and mourning those who have died. We will declare that on a particular day we are going to withdraw all our children. There will be no teachers in school. There will be no matatus operating. Public servants will not go to work, so that we can declare our anger and call upon those who have failed, the people who are supposed to be leaders who have become dealers, who have become people who are sacrificing our children, for us to call upon them to step down and vacate office. If this will not be the clarion call, if this will not be the point where we say and tell William Ruto and his cartel of evil dealers that enough is enough, then we have also lost it as a people, we have lost it as citizens. So I am declaring that we give ourselves, as the people go out to Endarasha tomorrow or later this morning, when we go out to occupy, but we also declare the start of 7 days of mourning and prayer and fasting. And on the seventh day, like it is said in the Bible, in the story of Jericho, Jericho came down when the people of God surrounded that city and they moved around praying and singing with the sound of trumpets. And the ark of God was in front. And on the seventh day, they broke out in loud noise, and the city of Jericho came down. No weapon was used, no blood was spilled in that, and the city came down on the seventh day. I am saying that we start 7 days later today when the people occupy Endarasha, and we go out there for 7 days. We shall pray and fast and have vigils on these spaces and everywhere we can. And on Thursday next week, let the parents go out and bring their children back home. And on that day, there will be no work, no civil servant, no teacher in school. And that should indeed be the sign that the fall, just like Jericho fell, William Ruto and the entire dealership that is occupying and holding office in the Republic of Kenya will fall, where no weapon would have been used, and our people will be free, and we shall be able to liberate our country from the shackles of evil and people who masquerade as good people, but they are not. They are evil. They are representing evil spirits. Let us be indeed is the best way that we are going to send William Ruto and his evil dealership out of office for our country to be free. Thank you very much. I won't be there, but when it comes to withdrawing our children, I'm currently out of the country. I am away in the United States, but I will be. I can assure you that my children will be withdrawn from school, and I will continue praying and I will continue supporting these efforts and this endeavor until we liberate our children, we liberate and reclaim our country from the hands of the evil satanic powers. Thank you, Mungu awabariki, and let us continue injecting and doing this until after 7 days. I believe that just like Jericho fell, Ruto's regime and the evildoers will come down if we do and go by the proposal that I have given. Thank you very much. I leave it at that, and for other people to contribute. If what I have said makes sense, then let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you so much, Milton. We really appreciate your contribution to the issue of our children, and thank you for saying that if it comes to withdrawal, you will be the first. So we really appreciate that. Kutun Joan,
Yes, hi.
are you there?
Yes, hi. Thank you so much for the
Hi,
opportunity.
have you done the maths? Is it adding up?
No, it's not adding up. It's cooked up.
Yeah.
It is so obvious they're trying to disrupt. Like today is Thursday. Yeah, they're trying to disrupt the demos. Yeah, like the way people are they're going to Nyeri, and it's so evident there is more to this, and I cannot even imagine how distraught parents are. And I want everybody to, by the way, thank you. I think this is my first time being on second time, I guess, being on on a space like talking, so please understand if I'm not going to be very, very fluent. So, because I'm a bit nervous. So I'm just saying, as in, I can imagine what is happening. Like, what I'm so sorry to the parents that have lost their children. I can't imagine the pain. I cannot imagine the brokenness. It's too much. I can't even imagine. That's why, like, for me, I don't understand how DCI Kenya or the government can be quiet, or they can just go on as if nothing is happening. And for the kids who are missing, the 93, even maybe it's more, I cannot even imagine what they are going through. You know, the trauma, the panic. I cannot even imagine. I'm very sure they are somewhere, they are panicking, and nobody is doing nothing about it, you know. And I think this only shows how bad the situation is as a community, as the people, because if we're quiet, imagine saizi, we're very, very quiet. Nothing is happening in this country. Nobody, hakuna mtu anapiga nduru. Me, I miss those days. I grew up in Ushago, and I remember, like, if there was a problem, women used to come out and wail. Women used to piga nduru. Men will come out. You know, I miss those days. I am so tired of modernism. I am so tired of where we are as the people and as a country. Because imagine tumenyamaza tu. It's been days. Nobody's doing nothing. Nyeri, nobody's doing nothing. So I think it's high time for people to come out. Like, I'm so happy about people who are leaving Nairobi, leaving places out of Central, and they're going there. You know, it shows solidarity. It shows, like, when did we stop having empathy? When did we stop feeling other people's pain? You know, like, why are we numb to other people's pain? Imagine, like, I saw mothers wanapiga nduru huko. People are demanding for their kids. Some people are even still they're very traumatized. They cannot even come forward. They cannot even talk. You know, watu mtu amenyamaza tu hivi. You can see the camera moving around, and people are so broken. Parents are broken. Imagine you trusted a school and institution with your child, alafu after like few days, like few weeks into the term, unaambiwa ati your kid was burnt. Alafu maybe you confirmed your kid is still alive, or maybe they've not even gotten the information, and you have to debate with yourself. You cannot even can you imagine, even now, are they sleeping? I'm very sure none of them is sleeping. I remember when my brother, we lost our brother some time back, years back, and my mom was so hurt. My mom was never the same after that because he was our firstborn. So I can imagine the pain of losing a child, and I'm really saying, like, we need to come out as the people. Like, let's be mad. We are not mad enough. We are not mad enough as a country. Hatujakasirika ya kutosha. It is not enough. That is why when Gen Zs were out there, the middle class were a bit skeptical and critical. Sisi kutoka nje wakisema, oh, you know, you guys want to ban the country. Let me tell you something. People test your boundaries. The government is testing our boundaries. People test you all the time, every single day. Even your friends, even your colleagues, whoever it is, even your partner, they are testing you every single day. They want to know. They'll do something to you. Waone reaction yako. You will do nothing. They'll do something else again. You will do nothing. That time they do it, wanasema, this one I can walk all over. You know, people test your boundaries every single day, and you have to be firm and say enough is enough. You have to tell somebody you're not going to step on me. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because of the Okay. I'm saying this because of our government. The government is doing very bad things to us. They killed young people during demonstrations. They've been abducting people. They've been doing nasty things. They've been coming up with, they're pushing bills, they're tabling bills and passing laws that are not, they don't favor the people. And imagine we are okay with that. We are okay with that. We're comfortable with that. It means something. You're setting a standard for yourself, and we're setting a standard for ourselves. when it comes to the government. So I think we need to come out. Nobody should listen to DCI Kenya. These are cooked up PR data and information. They are trying to disrupt tomorrow's demos. People need to come out. Now watu wapige nduru, like this is our country. We are taking back our country. Something else, and this is away from it but still related. I'll say that wanasemanga, they usually say, what's the name of this thing? Like a curse. A curse takes four generations. When we count from election, the first 2007, let's walk back to 2007 and 2008, when post-election violence happened. It was so bad. Thousands of people were killed. When you count 2007, 2012, it's almost like when you count to now, 2022, and like during this period, it's 4 generations of election that have happened in the country. What does it mean? Like we are paying for the evil of that generation. When people were getting killed and people were quiet, when that generation or our generation, whoever generation were there, the decision makers were quiet when people were killing other people, right? So we are suffering the consequences of our choices as a country. Okay, so but it is ending with us. It has to end with us, and we have to make the decision. You know, there's a reason why tuko na Gen Z, tumekuwa na Gen X, and then we have Gen Y, and then now we're having Gen Zs. It means something. It's a Z. It's ending. This is ending. You know, like whatever era, whatever it is, whatever foundations we've had for a very long time, it has to end. You know, so we have to be very vocal. Like I'm very proud of us, very, very proud of us. People who have bigger following, the mid ones like us, the new the ones that we have small accounts, we do what we can, you know, and I think it's very important for everybody to come together as it's a collective effort, na tuache kuwa divided. You know, like I think it's high time that we realize that we are here together. We are suffering the same troubles. We are going through the same pain. So as the people, we need to come together collectively and fight this regime. Like Ruto has to go. If he's not going to go, as people have suggested about spirituality, accessing, me, I'm a spiritual person and I do pray. And I do believe that God is supreme. We have the infinite spirit that watches all over us. And let me tell you something. Some of us, we've encountered God, you know, and we know that God works. He's still around. He still listens to his people. And we need to use that. Whatever you want to fight or to win in the physical realm, you have to win it on the spiritual, you know, on the spiritual spectrum. So if we're going to fight the government, the evil regime, we have to start from that level, you know. And I'm really praying for everybody. I'm hoping everybody, like the parents who lost their children, we're sending our condolences. We're condoling with them, and we're sending them hugs and love and warmth. And we're praying that they'll get the comfort. For those who are still missing their kids, I hope that we're going to pressure the government today. Like, let's be mad about things. Like, let's be so mad about it. As much as we're pushing for Adani, like, human life is so important. You know, I cannot imagine what family members are going through. I cannot imagine the pain. So let's really push on this. Let's not listen to the government. Let's not even engage them completely. This is our business. I miss Ubuntu. I miss the community, how we used to have that communal thing. You know, we were connected communally, and we need to bring it back. If the government is not stepping up, we are going to step up. You know, of course, we still have it. We can see how we've contributed for each other, but I think it's high time that we just come forward as the people. Let's be feisty. Let's stop sitting on the fence about issues. You know, if somebody is going to feel a certain way about something, let them feel a certain way. You know what you're standing for, right? You know what you're standing for as a person. Stand for that. We are too grown to be playing safe with the government, playing safe with with friends who are sitting on the fence. No, me during finance bill, there are people I'm not talking to anymore just because they were supporting the government, and it's because maybe they're getting tenders or whatever they're getting from the government, you know. So I think we have to be mad. Kama you're not mad about this current situation, I don't know what you're doing. If you're quiet about this, if you're quiet about Russia, hapana. By the way, we are not okay. We are not even okay with you. So we really need to be mad about this situation. Me, that's all I can say. I'm so sorry. I wanted to keep it brief, but like, let's have empathy in this situation. Let's have empathy. Let's put ourselves in other people's shoes. The people who've lost their children. Me, by the way, that thing traumatizes me. Like, I can't. Sometimes I sit in my bed and I'm just wondering, like, as a country, why is everything happening? Like, it's going on a spiral and it's not even going up, it's going down. You know, so when are we going to get positive vibes or positive gains in this country? Yeah. We are just, it's division, it's negativity, it's evil things happening every single day. And let me tell you something. Ruto knew what he was doing when he was killing people during the finance bill, the Occupy Parliament. I was there during the maandamano. It was so chaotic in town. I'm very sure a lot of us were there. And like, the way he killed people, he was trying to send a message to everybody. Like, try me. And if you've noticed, since then, the numbers on the streets are lower than what was there before. Why? Because people are scared, right? People are scared. But like, we need to revive that nini spirit again. It's a domino effect. Whatever is happening, if we had stopped Ruto that time, imagine none of these things. I'm very sure 99.99%, that is a thing. I'm not a mathematician. And if those things, like whatever we're having, whatever we're experiencing as a country today, it couldn't have happened. You know, like, a lot of things could not have happened because he wasn't prepared. He was comfortable. He didn't know that we could go this far. He didn't know we could, you know, push the walls of parliament and, you know, storm into parliament. So, guys, when we have an opportunity, you know, there's a quote I saw about, I think it's Robert Greene. He said something like, if you ever meet somebody who has a sword, that is your enemy. You don't start being nice to them and speaking nice to them. No, you have to draw your sword. So we're dealing with a murderer. We're dealing with a murderer's an evil authority, and we have to tackle them, you know. And we need to come back to doing spaces, as many spaces as possible, you know. Like, I'm ready to be radicalized again. I need people to come out and say enough is enough, and we are mad about this, and we're mad about this, and we want this to go, and we want this to go. You know, this is our country. Somebody comes for 10 years, they come and disorganize everything. We are in the trenches financially, and somebody keeps on taking loans. Like, how are we going to repay them? Currently, whatever we were thinking about was to restructure the loans, but these guys, what are they doing? They keep on pushing us to the trenches, any deeper and deeper. So, like, until we are mad, like, nacha niambie, Gen X now are feeling it because of other things, right? Because of airport, because they're the ones, the majority employees there, they're feeling it. And millennials, they're feeling it, you know? So and even the boomers are still there. So it's good that they're feeling the pinch, but I need us to know that it is up to us, the young people. It is up to us. I'm a millennial. It's up to us to come and fight this government and fight this regime, because it is our future, you know, that it is at stake at the moment. So yeah, so thank you, Keoti Sonko, thank you, Koino, and everybody. Have a good night.
Thank you. Joan. Where? I don't even want to speak. I'm just gonna go to George. George, please go ahead. Hi, George. Can you hear me? Okay, it seems that George is not there, so I'll go to the El Shafei and then Fabish afterwards to close off. So the El Shafei.
George Manyali, are you there? Okay, go ahead, Binti.
So the El Shafei. Please go ahead, and then we'll go to Fabish afterwards. The El Shafei still no? Okay. Fabish, hi.
El Shafei? Before El Shafei, unasikia Binti? Okay.
So. Okay, Fabish, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, Escowino, Binti, KOT. I think the lady who just spoke, the reason even why you see other people are not coming to speak, I think the lady who just spoke, Kutuny, she just hammer everything, you know. She went through people's minds and come and just spoke everything that, you know, people are to speak. I'll just add a few. Kwanza, you know, this government is full of jokers. They cannot do anything until when they realize that the people are angry, is when now they try to come and concoct things, you know, for a cover-up. And their problem is they cannot do even that one, they cannot get it right. You know, even as you are lying, still your lies, you cannot get it right. Vile tu walitufanya pale, wale walikuwa wanatupa pale mtoni. After wameenda wamefanya hizo vitu zote ukarabati, wakakosa pia kusema kwamba wameshika mtu right. Now this one, wamejaribu kupanga hesabu hapa pale, still they cannot get it right. Yesterday I was asking a question in another space about the one of the school. Kuna mali nimeona ati kwamba there is a statement from the school director. Kwanza, personally, I don't believe that director is genuine. Number one. Number two, I don't believe that is actually the only director. I believe that there are other people behind him, or it can be even maybe our family members who are in this government. Because vile anabebwa kimayai, siwezi kuamini kwamba tumepoteza maisha ya watoto zaidi ya 20, but anabebwa kubembelezwa sana wakati ameua watu. Jana tulikuwa another space, there was a lady alikuja akasema anamjua, walisoma naye. I wish I could have seen that lady. Ni venye nilikuja kama ashaondoka. So my appeal, my brothers and sisters, wala ambao tutabahatika kesho kwenda pale. Unajua, hiyo shule kusema ukweli, hata vile ilijengwa, haifai kutumika kwa binadamu. Haifai kabisa. So my appeal, wale mtaenda kesho, kama Nyeri ni baridi, manake nasikia Nyeri huwa ni baridi sana. Na hiyo shule nasikia imejengwa na mbao. So I think the best way ni watu waote moto wakingojea, you know, mpaka wazile watapata suluhisho. That piece of structure must be brought down kwanza yote. It should never house children again forever. Because hii mambo ya kwamba watu wanachukulia as if they are not human beings. Children are being killed, alafu kesho tena wengine wanaitwa wakuja wasomee the same place when they are traumatized. So those pieces of structure should be brought down completely kabisa, na isiwahi tena kutumika hapo kama shule forever or in any public anything, hata kama ni hospital. At least tuanza kukua na humanity. Huwezi kuwa watu hapa kama vile Bombolulu alifanya that time. Ati baadaye unakuja to what you can do is modify, bring a new name.